Welcome back to the stage of
Transcending history and the world, a tale of dudes and souls, eternally retold. Yo, what's up, dudes? Happy Friday, chat. We're back, getting some stuff done. It is Evo Japan. We haven't had a chance to really watch much of it, but now's the time. Twitch.tv/Evo. Hold on a second. This it? Yeah, I think we're in grand finals right now for KOF. I think we're in KOF grand finals. Hi, hello. A lot of stuff happened, you know. A lot of stuff going down over the past day. Yeah, Ganachi is at Evo Japan. You know, a lot of crazy stuff. We'll have to catch up on it. Let's not try to miss everything, you know. Did you see Andy Bogard footage? I did. Yeah, we'll have to check out some of it. He's cool looking. I think he's the best looking he's ever looked, but man, does his SPG super suck. Man, oh man, does his SPG super kind of suck. Like, I was watching that. He's still Andy. Yeah, he definitely is, right? He definitely is still very much Andy. I couldn't believe it, dude. I was like, man, that super is probably one of the worst ones. Oh no. It's the Akuma finisher, but it's like multi-week, you know? So, anyway. It is what it is. It is what it is. Believe it or not, just based on the way he looks, I like his outfit a lot. I do want to try him. But, man, that level 3. Or that big super is not it.
Love that anti-air right there. Don't make him just don't let him jump in on you like that. Get thrown in the corner though. Really difficult to deal with. Oh, didn't want to spin any meter on the tackle. Might not hit anyway. Oh man.
Jesus.
For the Lord, he said.
Punk said the PS5 was causing people to lose from overheating. Is that true? Absolutely. I was there. I watched it happen in front of me. I saw a PS5 try to abduct a child. That's what's happening now with Sony systems. They're trying to like abduct children. It's crazy, dude. You have to protect yourself. You have to hide your kids, hide your wife from your PS5. And then the PS5 tried to deny it. That's crazy. They're trying to force kids to play Fortnite. Sitting here, grabbing kids, and they make them play Fortnite. They're trying to play fighting games, dude. Crazy. What happened?
Yep, the cycle's complete. He's cooked.
Wow. Game over. I cannot believe she's still alive. Did I see the Street Fighter 6 Overwatch 2 collab? I did. That is a collaboration.
Hey man, like everybody who's played this game online and ranked, they've been
But Street Fighter 6 has had like literally 1 billion collaborations. That is a thing that exists, you know? The animation was pretty cool. Yeah, it was okay. It was cool.
And the fear, right? How much he inspires into you. Like you have to get away, but you are not allowed. And
The
now
Dreamcast would never. The Dreamcast would respect you and your family, okay?
We'll have to survive this barrage of offensive. Great way to use the defensive resources, but still so much work.
Did I see Andor?
A lot
No.
of work to be done. 2 characters.
No, definitely not.
Kind of cooking right now.
Indeed, right.
Look at that. When I jump in. Beautiful perfection. The prediction
Damn,
is-
Hydern ended up being this good in the final build of the game? Interesting. Yeah, so there's a Virtua Fighter Direct on Sunday morning? Is that right, Chad? Or is it tomorrow morning? There's a new Virtua Fighter Direct on the 11th.
Confidence in the world for Mark.
I think it's technically Sunday morning at like
Yeah, exactly.
7, is it 7 p.m.?
Deep in his Birkin.
I think it's 7 a.m. I think it's really early. It's like 6 a.m. or something like that.
But ET is not allowing that.
May 11, 7 a.m. Pacific. Woo-wee! Jesus, bro.
The complete
Jesus, that is fucking early. I did see the Street Fighter 6 Overwatch 2 collab. I did. I witnessed it.
Yep.
I don't know if I felt much, but I witnessed it.
Even this round right.
As somebody that hasn't touched Overwatch since 2016,
Using a lot of ground grabs.
I witnessed it.
Annoying him with normals. Incredible switch up from ET. The burning hammer finish.
Chef Steel is cooking. Can't roll through that, man. It grabs on both sides. It grabs from pretty good distance
That's OD.
away. Like, yeah,
That's OD.
ridiculous, right? Okay, a little bit of pause over here. And it's got guard point on it.
yeah, we're gonna at some point in between some of these streams and stuff, I'm gonna spend like 30 minutes and we'll talk about Expedition 33, unspoiler review, right? Before we clearly like tag it that we're gonna be talking about some maybe some stuff that might have some spoilers, but yeah, we'll talk about it later.
ET's filling himself so hard.
I definitely have had a last 24 hours to sit on my thoughts,
The damage is done.
and I've definitely come to a conclusion. You know, I've definitely come to a conclusion.
Still a big dub.
Yeah.
Yes, if I was wearing a white wig, it would be a huge spoiler. Absolute massive spoiler if I was wearing a white wig. The Expedition 33 community would be in shambles.
Oh my God. He lights out. Give me the bar. Delicious. Damn, this might go 3-0. Not gonna lie.
The way the momentum is getting out of hand right now, I don't blame you for thinking that, Pockets.
I mean, I want to sell the game, but I'm just like, dude, ET is on one right now.
Yeah, he's just looking phenomenal. Like, honestly, some of the best I've ever seen him play.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. But finally, MOK fighting back. This is
Damn. It's so weird to see Kukri end up being decent.
He's
That
just
pressure's
right.
not, the pressure's not working. It's not working, man.
He's just right every time.
Oh my
God,
God, he doesn't care.
brother!
He's so
Please.
ready.
I heard the Halloween.
Oh, this is part of the big SNK World Championship stuff, right? Is it?
In the dog. Sweet.
He's right behind me, isn't he?
Legit.
Let's see that bad strike over there. The in the air to
okay.
got rid of
Okay,
it.
okay.
And believe it or not, it's an even match.
Yeah, absolutely right. Kukri not having
It's
too much
pretty
bar,
close.
but besides that, definitely we've seen so much work from Mox Kukri.
We haven't seen a lot of ET's Isla this tournament, at least not in this top 8. Oh, the cross of too far, too up in order
Jeez.
to confirm. But still, look at the offensive. A little bit of overextension. This is big.
You think the love for something like Expedition 33 will get people to play more? That's not how that works, man. That's not typically how that works, you know? Maybe some, but good shit. You know, at being like, hey, do you want to like this? Do you want to play this completely different thing than that one thing? And it's like, no,
Yeah.
not really. It's like, hey, Max, you like Andor, right? You should watch this other Star Wars thing. And I'm like, no, I'm good. No. I'm not out here looking for things, you know?
And neither one of them deterred to like even go back to character select, man. I love it.
I was gonna say, you can feel the confidence exuding from both players, honestly, right now.
And just
No, just Andor, please. I'll just wait till it comes out again.
Like that.
is when you write history. Yes, 100%.
Yeah, that's a question, but why though? Because there's so many options now, right? There is... What's happening now with media, just in general, is that we have so many options on what we want to play and what we want to spend our time on, that I'm not really looking for things, you know? If they sort of like present themselves and then prove their worth of them being like worthy of your time and attention, then that's great. That's actually like wonderful. But am I like actively out there like hunting for like the next big thing, or, you know, I just want to find something to make me like this as much as this? It's like, dude, there's too much shit. There's just so much stuff. There's like a billion things, you know? So, to me, it's like I'm definitely at a point where I just don't sit and like consume most media. I really don't. I watch some movies. I watch some shows every like few years or something like that. I haven't seen the majority of like big shows. I'm just not looking for that. I'm looking for the things that I know I'll probably like. I'll pick and choose those, and I'll be pleasantly surprised by some others, you know? There's just too many goddamn options, you know?
And he can't even jump back against him. Oh my God, can't jump into it. Not gonna get a lot of damage here, but he's gonna get a hard knockdown, hopefully. If he spins a meter, no goes for a reset.
Yeah, indeed. He actually caught ET. He's taming him a little bit.
Seems like missing out.
He's giving gifts.
Yeah, if you feel like the time spent, I don't know, to me, if you feel like the time that's spent in between you consuming media is you missing out on consuming media, then I kind of enjoy there being gaps, right? We've talked about this before. I kind of enjoy the fact that I haven't been like completely inundated by a thing, and like I make it absorb make it completely absorb everything in my life. And put like nothing but it in there. I like taking huge breaks in between some things I like in general. So to me, even when it comes to like Bloodborne, I haven't played it in like 2 years, close to 2 years now. So I kind of want to take a break and then come back to it and remind myself why I like it so much, instead of being so inundated by that thing so much. And, you know, there some pretty crazy like exclamations of when I was playing Expedition 33 yesterday. Are you an Expedition 33 casual? Like those kind of things. Like, that is so bizarre to me. Like, dude, this is a single player offline game. Like, it's, to me, I'm an old head, bro. To me, it's very weird because speedrunning exists, right? It's like an entire thing that exists, that you could be somebody that makes their entire existence about just like being good at a non-competitive game. You know, like, to me it's crazy to be like your entire identity is being super good and quote-unquote a professional at what is a non-competitive game, you know? Like, that's so funny to me because it's the antithesis of everything that I grew up with, where it's like we have competitive games. We have those where you like play other people, you know, like directly. So anyway,
That's basically C-Burn Knuckle, and like from that distance it might be alright, but if it doesn't activate, you just get left swinging.
Yeah, bro, I'm a Final Fantasy VII casual, for Christ's sake. I definitely am. I've only beaten the OG FF7 like probably less than 10 times, and it's like my favorite game ever.
My goodness, the processing speed.
Well, not only that, he just like decided to roll back like that, and when you're rolling, like, he's gonna stab you. He's just gonna stab you.
You see any reviews for Doom the Dark Ages? Yeah, it seems good. It does seem good. I'm looking forward to it. Should be fun.
Get this character off the screen, bro.
But it's the right call. No, absolutely. Yeah. Oh, no, can't even
all the way over there, man.
Gotta do a double jump just to get past this dude.
Those are big limbs buckets.
Uh-huh. Oh,
Did I like Doom 2016 or Doom Eternal more? I liked the combat in Doom Eternal more, but I liked the tone and almost everything else about Doom 2016.
Get the ground bounce, corner damage, reset.
I really enjoyed fighting in Doom Eternal. That dash button, bro. That goddamn dash button.
He's able to pick himself up every single time.
And like I said, he loses the match, comes back, but then gives the opponent the chance to adjust. And ET's
That I saw him play at the DLC for Doom Eternal. Yeah, I haven't. I don't feel like I'm particularly needing to do it, though.
Absolutely. Honestly,
I don't feel like I have to do that. It was one of those things where it's like, I'll play it if I get the time where I really want to, but it never happened.
Finally, Monk is using the flash to get out of there, and now he gets a gift, and he's gonna take the most out of it. 50% is out. Yeah, he didn't have much meter.
Trying to bait out a DP somewhere.
Oh, delicious. Got past the anti-air punish.
Not being affected by FOMO is a big game changer for living your life. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm definitely affected by FOMO to a certain degree. I definitely am. But not for everything, you know?
Back-to-back Evo Japan point.
One solid touch could actually spell.
I definitely am affected by FOMO. It's just having to fill, like, you know, every gap of your life with, like, a media thing. Yeah, I think... I remember being there. Let's be real. I was definitely that person. I remember being in my early 20s, bro, okay? Yeah. Fear of missing out is FOMO. I remember being there, where, like, I felt like I had to keep up with this, I had to keep up with that, I had to fill this in. To be completely honest, when I had much less responsibilities, yeah, dude, I was there. That's like a generational thing.
Back Evo Japan championships in KOF 15. He's got to be at the top if anybody is considered the best.
You couldn't afford it? Yeah, well, you know, we did what we could. We did what we could.
Sadly, not enough to become a champion, but still, he had the attitude.
He's like, give me that. This is mine.
Bringing to the top. There you go. And now ET, a total 3-time Evo champion.
ET won 3 Evos? Jesus.
Incredible.
Did ET win KOF 13?
The way he's racking up accolades, he's going down. I mean, he already is one of the greatest fighting game players of all time.
Did he win KOF 13?
The history is starting to back that up.
Yeah, no, this guy's definitely writing his own story in front of our eyes right now. And it's not even over.
He won 14. Yeah, he won KOF 14.
Got a long way to go. A lot more championships are going to be up for grabs here in 2025.
Xiaohai quit? Why did Xiaohai DQ? Was he too busy?
It's 2025. Yeah,
Was he doing other stuff?
Yes,
oh
indeed.
boy, dude, this is wild, dude. Like, so a lot of people want to Moke to win, but I said earlier on, I think
He won City of the Wolves. I see. He qualified for... Well, that I understand, right? That I understand. He wanted to focus City of the Wolves. Well, that makes a lot of sense. And he won it. Well, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I understand. There's got to be priorities there. The thing is, who's going to be the Samurai Showdown champion? Right? Thing is, what's being kind of like pushed under the rug right now is that there's like $300,000 of Samurai Showdown prize pool shit. So, like, holy fuck. Like, 250K for Sam Show? Like, what the hell, dude? That's so crazy.
And that's something I always like talking about in competition, having that short-term memory, right? You can't let the mistakes linger. You can't let the things that might bother you, hinder you, or anything like that. And yeah, the composure of ET.
Xiaohai already qualified for KOF 15 earlier this year. That makes sense. Yeah. So that's starting to line up. That's starting to line up. What's going on? We got Evo 2, Evo 1. That ain't nothing. Is it Evo 2? I know Third Strike's going down right now, too. Evo 3.
Close.
Yep.
And he did not win SWC.
Evo 4.
Out pretty early, and then after that, it just kind of
Evo Japan.
switch flipped. Comes back the next year.
Evo Japan 1. Evo Japan 2. Evo Japan 3. Weird. It's 0-1. Gotcha. Yeah, GGB, give me the fat multi-stream. Give me the big ass multi-stream. Robert, thank you for the 5. Have a beer on me. Thanks, dude. I haven't had a beer in a long time, but thank you. I will order a sandwich. Let's go to 0-2. Let's check that out. This one's on PlayStation Land. Okay. Thanks, GGB. Oh, I see a Fighting Viper stream, or maybe it was. Look at this power we have. Look at this power, bro. Damn. Look at how powerful we are here, dude. Check it out. The fact that I could run all these streams is wonderful. So powerful. I feel like the architect in the Matrix, man. Hell yeah, dude. Dude, check this out. They're running Project Justice. Actual good combos. Wait, was that Justin playing? No, it's Shenglong. Dude, chill. Jaewong in third strike? Where? Street Fighter 4 is being played down here. Shenlong, chat, not Justin. Was that Oscar Burning Fest? Holy shit. Can we get a link? We just passed it. It's up there. GGB posted it. Check players list on the left. On what left? Over here? Oh, Justin's over there on this team. I see. I see. This is a fight we've seen plenty of. Just plenty of. I need a classic Daigo parry right now. I'll take 10. Ever played with Leverless? I have played with Leverless, yes. I don't love it. I don't love it. But it's good. Don't get me wrong, it's good. Playing with controller is also good. All fighting games are kind of designed to utilize all that stuff. I like arcade stick, man. Wow! God damn. Yeah, I like Leverless, but I'm not here about to optimize the fun out of my life. You know? Jeez. Yo, Nox, thanks for the prime, dude. Strizzy, Grandmaster B-Funk, Hogloom, thank you. Subby, Cobalt, Salty Pringles, Professor Numnums. Yeah, I'm kind of like, I think Andy looks really cool. We'll have to check out some footage of him. I think Andy does look really cool. I love all of his additional animations, all of his secondary animations, like his clothing and shit. I think that looks awesome. So, I don't know, man. He looks neat. I like his redesign a lot. I like his new pose a lot. I think that shit is cool. If Justin plays, a Daigo parry will happen. So you're telling me it's like if you build it, he will come kind of situation? If Justin picks up Chun-Li, someone will Daigo parry him. If you build it, he will come. The Daigo Parry is a Nexus event. It definitely is, right? Yeah, if there's definitely FGC Nexus events, the Daigo Parry is a big one. That's a big one. Nice low parry. Shit. Can we also watch VF Beat Tribe? 100%. Yeah, if VF is on today, we gotta watch. Oh, that sucks. Oh my god! Okay, yeah, if VF is on today, we gotta watch it. We got big VF news coming up soon, or maybe. You know, maybe. Oh, VF was on earlier on Evo Japan too. If it comes up, if it comes back, let me know. Check this out. Look at this. Damn. Look at this power. Damn, they're playing Psychic Force? Jesus, god damn, Psychic Force down here. I don't know what the hell this shit is. I've played this game before. This is Burning Fest 120, yeah. This is Oscar Burning Fest. I see Lars, I'm switching. I see Lars, I'm switching, bro. Let's go. This is the Lars is everything play. Dude, I watch this guy. I follow this dude. It's funny. The Lars network is all coming together that I literally watch this guy's content on YouTube and shit. Yeah, he's like an old Lars player. Sorry, chat. Trying to get the bitrate fixed. This player's running great. Whoa, whoa. This bitch is running at 1080 50? What is happening, dude? 1080p 50 FPS? What are we talking about here? Dude, Japan and video, I don't get it. Like, there's something... Chat, you know this, right? Like, Japan has a weird thing with technology and video technology. I don't get it. Like, maybe it's PAL? I don't know. But for some reason, like, for a very long time, like, Japan's access to, like, high-quality video and, like, you know, modern video standards is just really ancient. It almost ties into, like, the funny stuff that they still use fax machines and shit. It's funny, like, no kidding, the majority of, like, Japanese streamers will have higher quality video feeds than even, like, huge companies and shit. It's like, what the hell is going on? What is going on, dude? Like, streamers, like, people that are in their houses and shit will have, like, no kidding, way better, like, video feeds. It's strange. Yeah, yeah, a country that simultaneously lives in the future and also in the 90s. So what's your ender here? The near guarantee, cool. Spike it this. Oh god, the biggest punish. The US government is more primitive according to Dodge. Yes, we should listen to Billionaires more. Should definitely listen to Billionaires. They have the best interest of to them ants. Yes. For sure, dude. Billionaires got to worry about ants. 100%, bro. Well, that sucked. Two of the same. Darkstalkers is on down here, fighting Vipers. What's this one? Is this Street Fighter? Go back to 3S. Hold on a second. See on Elena. Did you hear Arslan drop Lars? I'm shocked. Easy double DP mid-screen against Elena. She has a wider hitbox. Hurt box. Arslan didn't drop him. He said he's picking up other characters versus bad matchups. How could Arslan betray Lars? What about all of the absolute devotion to the character being the best thing in the game? What happened? What happened? Why wouldn't... Where's the commitment? Damn, Justin has to go through 4 of these dudes. Justin Wong has to go through 4 dudes. Has to finish off 4 dudes. Okay, that's 1 dude. Good hit confirm. Another good hit confirm. Jesus Christ, what side did he show up on, dude? Cannon is nutty ass cross up. I committed that he was going to be in front, and he fell behind. Uh-oh. Oh, dude. All right, that's 1 dude down. You think they should ban characters in Third Strike like Yun and Chun-Li? Absolutely. I think we should delete them. I think banning is bitch made shit. We should just build versions of the game that don't have those characters in them. Let's just get rid of them. Let's just delete Virgil. Let's delete Doom. Let's get rid of Sagat in CVS2. Let's get rid of Blanca in CVS2. Why are we holding ourselves back, right? Why are we limiting ourselves in what power we have? Why are we not going full scorched earth? Let's just delete Fox from Melee. Ice Climbers, delete them. We have the technology. Okay, we can get into the ROMs. Let's gomage those asses. And then we take it a little step further. Electroshock therapy, make people forget they even exist. Full Men in Black. Just neuralize everybody's ass. Let's forget that she was even in the game. Never acknowledge their existence. Justin halfway through his second dude. I don't, dude. Chun-Li does everything better than Elena. Like, they play like a similar game, but Chun just does everything like 4 times better. I don't know how the hell Elena's allowed to press a button. I don't. I really don't. Like, the only way Elena wins this is if Justin gets bored. Oh my fucking god. Oh, dude. You have to hope he gets bored. Are hit confirms and third strike more generous under the Street Fighter titles? Comparatively speaking, ones that came before it, a little bit. But are they still hard? Yes. But Chun's low forward is pretty easy to hit confirm into. But the whole point is that you usually do the double motion during the button, so that you just like add the second motion after. It's the same thing with Ken. You do low forward, you do fireball forward with a low kick, or I'm sorry, medium kick. And then if you see it hit, you just do the other fireball forward, press medium kick again, you know? So yeah, you just, the same thing with down medium punch, stand medium punch. You're always like buffering the motion in case you see the hit land. And if you practice it, it becomes pretty good at it. When I was practicing it with Ken, because it's his stand forward, it's this big punch, I was pretty decent. I did it like 90% of the time. If it actually landed, not on block. You just have to play a lot. This fight sucks. The best Chun versus Chun fight I ever saw was that Chai-Rithi match at Evo Third Strike last year. Holy shit. Evo 3S last year, the best fight they have outside of, like, you know, obviously the big Hugo moment, was no shit a Chun versus Chun fight. Because they were getting up each other's asses. It was cool. It was not a defensive Chun-Li fight, dude. They were getting in each other's asses, dude. It was like, this is crazy. This is not how this is how this traditionally goes. You literally fish low forward for super. Whoever gets to super first, you win. Is this high level or mid-high level? This is high level. You're looking at Chun's fishing just low forwards against each other. This is effectively the third strike, like, top threes we watched in the entirety of the mid-2000s. This is it. This is the game. Justin's also arguably one of the best Chun-Li's in the entire game. Like, Chun-Li was made for Justin's playstyle. It's like literally perfect. Justin finished off 3 dudes. Only 1 dude left to finish off and he gets a break. Okay, some of the old heads are showing up. Don't let him do this to us, man. Uh-oh. That's a really powerful start because of stun. Good call from... Damn, dude. That was a great OS parry from Justin. Holy shit. Holy shit. Alright. Next hit stuns. He jumped. He's holding up. He's holding up. He doesn't give a fuck. He just doesn't want to get stunned. If Justin lands low forward super, he wins. Oh, shit. Okay. This is old school rules, dude. It's just like one and done. Besides Marvel 2, is Justin the best at 3S? No, Justin is super high level 3S. Yeah. He's not the best at third strike, but he is very good. You have to understand, Justin Wong is not from planet Earth. He is top level in like 20 to 30 games. Shit.
さあラストラウンド完全電気が火を吹くのか投げて上からただジャスティンもバックジャンプに下がって大パンハッキーからのお寄せ
And you get corner. That's a choice, dude. You're not getting command grabbed. No, dude. That's a choice. SA3 is definitely a choice there. All right, well, Justin went through 4 dudes. There we go. Look at that.
強かったですね。大将としての貫禄十分と。なんかこのチームの本当の支柱っていうどっしりとした動きで。
Bro, Street Fighter 4 is on down here? That's crazy. Street Fighter 4?
いろいろな試合が進行しておりますが、しばらくは画面には映らないようです。はい。いやーすごかったな。いやーすごかったですね本当に。ナンクルナイサー知らんけどのチームも。はい、
Winners top 34, best of 1. What are they playing, the collection or some shit? I wonder if they're playing the collection. What is it? This game's about to come out, chat, soon. First hit wins. Jesus, the Momo combo. God damn, that shit looks fun as hell. When this game comes out, I gotta learn Roy. He's hella good. And she's dead. Uh-oh. What's going on here? Street Fighter 4. It's been a while since I've seen this game, dude. Good time to jump in. Bro, imagine having to use EX just for Oki. Oh, they're playing on like arcade hardware. Kondo Spire. What are we looking at? Third strike's up here. Fighting Vipers might have already happened. Jesus, bro. They are really out here playing Psychic Force. I have never seen this game actually played at a high level. Or played. Barely even played. Patty won! Her name's Patty. Patty won. Alright, back to third strike. Patty won! Chat, you're getting an early sneak peek at what Evo is going to be like later this year. When I go to Evo.
ここですね。エンジョイ&エキサイティング。はい。対
Third from the left on the top row is Virtua Fighter. Third from the left, top row. This be VHF? Bro, hold, chill. Yang versus Q? Shit.
アメリカ勢のヤン使いですかね。はい。
It's not a matchup you see all the time.
結構今アメリカのサードが日本以上に流行ってるというレベルでかなり流行ってますよね。
おっ
流行ってますしレベルも非常に高いとめちゃくちゃ高いです。昨日も後期のポエっていう合気使いがかなり活躍したっていうのがあったので、海外勢がかなり活躍してる。
Getting mauled!
本当に画面を見る通り
Getting mauled!
そうですね。ここも一戦先に取ってこのカードもかなりいいんですけど、そうですね。ヤン対 Q はこのヤンがチクチクいって Q が一撃ドーンと当てるっていうような試合展開が多いです。
Hi. I think you only get that juggle against like some characters like Q, right? The jab juggle?
必要とされるカードですね。Q の今1本光ってるゲージのこれが当たると体力
Gotta risk it.
飛んでいきますので、それを食らわないように丁寧にというところですが、2番も下がりましたね。かなり丁寧に硬い動きを。硬いですね。非常に冷静。さあ1戦目初戦を通したのはディーバー。はい。ではダイバーですね。失礼しました。ダイバーです。
Q gets cooked like always, yeah.
続いてイラブ、青山、ヘイちゃん、DD。
Makes people want Q back. He already came back.
キャラクターは誠と
His name is G.
あとはケンです。チョイス。シャガパンはこれはダメ。いや壁があっという間に。
Oh, this is the team tournament shit.
ダブルドラゴンハイアングルが暴発したか。つなげられない。
つなげはちょっと難しかったと思うんですけど。
シャガパンから壁が近いぞ。出し切って。避けて確定の PP。チンノックまさかの3立てある。これ勢い止められないときついぞ。
そうですね。
ガードして。肘暴れ。
いやちょっとゾッとするハイキック。
甘投げ。いやさっき浮かされちゃってますからね、記憶がちらつきます。アッパーが出ない。しゃがんで、オッケー。本当は角度取りたいところでしたが、しっかり投げを取っていく。避けて、投げ、偉い。
Get his ass tossed.
KPK って技なんですけど、避けてもね、ちょっと角度を取りづらくて、しっかりそれを知ってるんで、投げっていう発生が早い技をチョイスしました。ダッシュハンマーちょっと。ガードを引いているが。出してコンボダメージ大ダウン、これよけたが
ダメージ取りに行きましたね今。
スラントお互い細かいぞ。起き上がりの選択肢。シャガパンから
よくシャガパン押しましたね今。ハイキックちょっと
スリ KO ガード。ハイキック怖いぞ。当たれば即死。
そうですね。
じゃがってるからスマッシュアッパー当たってくれない。
No sidestep tracking, bro. Sidesteps in this game are not the same as Tekken. 3D movement in this game is much different than Tekken. When you sidestep something, your whole ass body is invincible. Sidesteps in this game are more like parries. They're legit parries.
焦ってねボタンを押しちゃったりとかってしちゃう場面なんですけれども、お互いね冷静でした。
まあ楽になりたいって言って押しちゃうプレイヤーもかなりいるので、恐ろしい場面ではあったと思うんですけど。
いやーなんとかこの大事な中堅対決守りきることができました。ヤツキジャッキー。
Is VF harder than Tekken? Well, if we're gonna get down to the crux of the question, like, is Virtua Fighter or Tekken harder? Does this one require more skill than the other? The answer is that all these games are bitch-made shit compared to Soulcalibur. I only say that because we need Soulcalibur to get a boost, you know? Now we gotta propagate. Soulcalibur doesn't have a chance of coming back anytime soon. We gotta put that shit on the pedestal, bro. Soulcalibur, a true game for true fans. Soulcalibur too soon. It be. Bro, how the hell am I gonna play Soulcalibur 2? on a Switch too. Guess on the Pro controller. Fuck, dude. I don't play Soulcalibur 2 on friggin' pad. I gotta figure that out. There's a GameCube controller. That's even worse. Soulcalibur 2 stream? Fuck you. Wasn't exactly a stream, more like a VOD. May Flash and 8-Bit do have ones. Yeah, they have ones for Switch. But I think the bigger question is that all that shit gonna work on Switch too? They're the same ports and everything, yeah, but we're, you know, 10 plus years into the fact that is all of these old things gonna be completely compatible with our new shit. Yeah, Switch 1 stuff will, but all the converters and shit. All the different accessories and stuff, you know? I think that's the bigger question. How do we add a stream to this shit? Come on, baby. Come to Papa. Hold up, where did it go? There it is. There it is. Good shit. We're in the Matrix here, bro. Need 100 stream. Nightmare's over here getting his ass kicked by George Washington. Stupid, sexy George Washington. Everything in Soulcalibur 2 is so fucking safe, bro. Like, almost everything. Almost everything has like a billion tracking and is ridiculously safe. Version of Soulcalibur 2 they're using? I think they are using Soulcalibur 2 HD, so either the PS3 version or the Xbox 360 version. One of the two. Was Art of Fighting 3 a side event? Not that I've seen so far. Big damage. You see they're changing modern controls. You can use all normals now. Wow. For Street Fighter? Wow, that's crazy. That's a big change. It's a very big change. Looks like it's Rome. I see Dudley.
Oh, that was a required red parry situation. He just wasn't ready for it. So he said, whatever. Take the chip damage.
Ouch.
Overhead super link, let's go.
Very ready. Air target combo, love it. Back door in the corner with
Is Soulcalibur considered his best gameplay? 2.
Okay, let's get put it.
Soulcalibur 2.
We're fine, we're good.
You're trying to meet that instant overhead for the low bit. Because he can link off of that if he needs it. That's what he's looking for.
He's relentless, not allowing anything to happen here.
Come on, run, man. That did
Oh my god, ate a jump in round. Oh my god.
That sweep was
Don't want to win.
carried to you.
He got
Good
caught
hit
being
confirmed.
thirsty with the heavy punch.
Good
He saw the
goddamn
center
hit
of it.
confirmed.
Yeah, it takes a little bit there, and you can see Yang already high enough to dodge it, and just the dive kick was quick enough to stuff it when it was coming out.
It's in the
Quick
net,
enough to
right?
stop it, hit it at the right angle so they can combo afterwards.
That hurts. Oh, and the Street Fighter 6.
Oh, I see. The Evo Japan 1, the Evo stream is pretty much doing the same thing we're doing. They're roaming. They do stream roaming. We started a trend, chat. Jesus Christ.
今のは壁があったのでカウンターヒットからビート系で壁コンまで狙えるのが分かってたのでしっかり見てましたね。
Just jumped out of this
お
one.
ばあちゃんはちょっとコンボ表示とかないんで、多分ゲームを知らない人だと
Yeah, they're playing Fighting Vipers on the Xbox 360 or PS3 version.
言ったタイミングでもう死が確定していたというところではあったんですけどね。しっかりね見逃さなかったやつきジャッキも素晴らしかったですね。狙ってましたね今はね完全に。 はいというわけで結局終わってみれば 5-2 ですか。はい。スコアが
SoCal announcer, thank you.
Big booth. As one of the featured 5-on titles this year, you can try out
Fate places his hands on the rim of the bowl and releases his bowels into the toilet of time.
Others in knockout matches. There's also a packed schedule of stage content, including Beat Live Cup, alternate commentary, talk sessions, and fun photo spots. And here's a bonus. Visitors to the booth
One of my
will
favorite
receive
ones
a
is, what is it?
Akira
A man
mask.
needs a sword. And a sword is a strong, independent black woman that needs no man. I fucking died, dude. I fucking died. Oh, Jesus. It's so funny.
We all want to wear Akira masks.
That needs no man. A man needs a sword. There, Roman. Soulcalibur. I'm not reading that one. The tracking, bro. My foot! Is Link not legal? Link isn't in any of these versions of Soulcalibur. Unfortunately, the competitive standard for Soulcalibur has never had the GameCube version. Maybe in emulation? But the majority of time they've been played either on PlayStation 2 or PlayStation 3 with the HD collection, and these versions only have Heihachi and Spawn. So there's a big reason why I was pretty goddamn excited about Link actually being in Soulcalibur again, because, yeah, like, that version never got re-released. He was locked to the GameCube to never be in anything ever again. We complained big time when Soulcalibur 2 HD came out that, like, dude, where's the Wii U version so you can bring back Link? What the hell's going on? This is like 10 plus years ago, chat. We were upset. So, you know, if that happened, then the Wii U version would have had Heihachi, Link, and Spawn. It would have been finally the one version of Soulcalibur 2 that would have gotten all the characters. And that never happened. So it's pretty... I mean, that's still not happening. Spawn and Heihachi are not in the GameCube one that's coming out on Switch 2. But still, Link in that version actually coming back is great. You know, that's wonderful. You own 3 versions of all characters? Everybody did. Anybody that liked Soulcalibur had all 3 versions.
そうですね、もし砲撃食らってもまだ知らない体力で相手ゲージゼロになっちゃうので、はい、
Damn. Big footsies. Oh, Arlith's over here. It's good to see he made it out. I played a lot against him with Arlith way back in the day, chat. Like 20 fucking years ago. He was one of we went to the same arcade to play Third Strike. FFA boys, Family Fun Arcade in the Valley. Am I gonna be playing Overwatch with the collab Street Fighter 6 skins? No! No. Family Fun Arcade. They were around for 40 years. They closed in like 2012. Oh, great punish. That was definitely a Chun versus Ken match, I tell you what. It certainly was. Arlith is one of the best NA Makotos, so he's got a good chance of doing well. You forgot Super Arcade? Super Arcade was in a different area. Do you remember Denjin Arcade? So, Denjin opened up in the Valley as well, right around the same time that Street Fighter 4 came out, and it was opened up by a dude that used to work at FFA, and he opened up an arcade about 10 miles away, and it was nice. It was actually quite nice, but you know, it's expensive. Yeah, Ken has to play aggro here. Woo! That was a really good hit confirm. Japan Third Strike's on another level, dude. Fuck. That's Perry. Whoa, I like it how he tried to avoid it. Yeah, I'm aware of Big Instinct. I'm very aware. Oh, great. That was fucking crazy, dude. And you're dead. And Ken is dead. And you're dead. Yeah, take that momentum. Shit! Raw stand HP super. Oh shit. Faked the cross under. Wow, Arlith, good shit. Good shit. I would love to see Makoto come back. I want to see how they handle her. Makoto and Dudley are of the Street Fighter 3 characters I want to see the most. Sean is probably right after, but Sean needs a big overhaul. You can't just bring Sean back. You know, he needs an overhaul. But they ain't coming back, dude. They're stickers. Okay? Sean and Dudley and shit, they've been relegated to stickers.
ね、生のトサラミも飛んできますし、そもそもガードジャンプに直接トサラミが飛んできますから。
七色のトサが飛んでくるんで。
七色のトサラミですよ。どれ食らっても死ぬっていう。
Yeah, Street Fighter 6 is currently going through the Me Fighter deconfirms for Street Fighter 6, where it's like, bro, they put like a Remy and a Yang costume. Those bitches ain't coming back. They're fucking cooked. Like, ain't no way. Me Fighter deconfirms. Those characters are cooked. I think we get a next season full reveal for Street Fighter 6 at Jeff's Summer Games Fest event. I think so. I think that's a good spot for it. However, at Summer Games Fest, Elena won't even be out yet, dude. So I don't know, maybe it'll be a bit later. Summer Games Fest is in less than a month. That's bad. That's very bad. Surviving this is going to be difficult. He did it! He survived it! Shit! You screwed up. Oh, God. Nice. Okay, yeah, one grab, you're good. Ah, shit. Oh, what the fuck? That was badass. That was badass. Hey, he dropped it. Elena drops on June 5th. Summer Games Fest is the 6th. Okay, that's good news. That's good news. Bink, bonk, bink, bonk. Hard stuff. Here we go. Boink. And you're dead. Boom. Oh, uh-oh. Does that not work against you? Just EX Chesto. Oh, shit, he did it. He did EX Chesto as well. It was the wrong call. He lived. Good shit. Good shit. Good shit. Y'all think UFC Gym is still in the Third Strike lobbies? He's got to be, those motherfuckers. You gotta wonder if UFC Gym has still got an Xbox. I legit wonder if UFC Gym was actually a UFC Gym that had an Xbox 360 and Street Fighter 3 just plugged in on some random TV. I legit wonder. Yeah, does UFC Gym and Pikachu Akuma still find each other on Third Strike Online Edition? Like, holy shit, dude. The olden days. This is tough. The ghost of UFC Gym says, the legend. It's funny because I got that message on YouTube, and on Twitch, the ghost of UFC Gym is in the chat. It's a Third Strike legend. The dude that never fucking says yes to a match. I never played him, dude. I don't think I ever played him. No kidding. You'd always get queued up against UFC Gym, and no shit, you would never get a match with the guy. And I would ask the people, has anybody actually ever played this dude? I deadass think I played him once. It's a legend. Oh. Big parry. Boink, boink. Cash out. Corner two. Bink. Damn, dash up grab. Good start. Uh-oh. Oh, that was a choice.
とか来たら当たるかなっていう研究してることがありますね。
Getting a little aggressive because, yeah, Chun wants you to play footsies. This is very hard now. Car throw, disgusting. Good parry. All right, good run from Arlith. Playing against a good Chun though, Jesus Christ, man. That character. Chun-Li, dude.
そういうところもちょっと読み合いが深いところが回ったかなというところですね。
来ました。スーパーマンの T シャツを着た
黄色スーパーマンですね。ガタイやばいですね。
2日前にニュートンで対戦させてもらったんですけど、
強いですよね。
はい。すごいナイスガイでしたね。
ただかなり集中してますね。顔がすごく険しい。
ただなんか昨日のその前夜祭のマッドドッグカップか、すごい活躍をされたところ声が
国と決勝トーナメントで国と早尾さんを倒してますからね。
Do Japanese third strike players do crew battles? Otherwise, it would just be Yun mirrors otherwise. So yeah, co-op cup in general is team-based. And for a lot of the co-op cup, which is a big third strike tournament, the whole point of it is that they would do character teams, right? So 5v5, everybody picks the same character on one team. Like Sean versus Alex, and you get 5 Seans versus 5 Alexes. You get 5 Akumas versus 5 Chun-Li's, you know? So that's the way they've run the tournament, and actually spices up the game a lot. Like, no shit, Alex won one of those co-op cups like a few years ago. Alex of all characters, dude. Like, not particularly a super high-tier character at all. So it makes things very interesting. And it's not really done for a ton of money, it's just done for, you know, it's just done for the love of the game. Yeah, Co-op Cup has had a lot of different rules over the years, but like they've done that a few times. But it's the whole point is that it's a Co-op Cup, it's a team tournament. So they might change the rules here and there every once in a while. I think this is technically also Co-op Cup, right? Technically speaking. And yeah, everybody can pick any character right now. It's just a team tournament. And you're dead? Is 3S Akuma his weakest incarnation? No, dude, Third Strike Akuma's hella good. He's high tier. He's not god tier, but he's high. He's good. Akuma also has one of the best matchups in this entire game, and it's versus Urian. At legit high level, it's a 9-1. It's almost impossible for Urian to do anything against Akuma. And Urian's like one of the better characters in the game. So it's fucked up. His Tatsu's fucked up against him. Yeah, and if Akuma fights a Makoto, Makoto will fuck him up too because he stuns so easy. But yeah, no, Akuma's very good in this game. He's better than Ryu, who's god tier Chun-Li. And then second after, it's Yoon. Those characters are playing their own game. They're not playing Third Strike as much. Chun and Yoon play their own game. Everybody else after that is playing versions of Third Strike. Then you got Ken. Then you got, like, Makoto and Urian. All that kind of stuff. Ken's easily third, but Ken's just playing the best Third Strike, you know? Ken can still beat them. Oh, for sure. How far would I get in this tourneys? I would get fucking destroyed. If you haven't noticed, I get to play Third Strike once every few years. Yeah. Jesus, that was a big car throw. Spinning up out of the kick.
でしょう。行かない。
これが出なかったが、
中足当たってやり返すのはミサドラツ。
ここミサドラツがゲージないので、
I see Chun versus Chun.
割と前下入れて当たれば勝ちっていう状況ですので、
My brain is getting fried.
厳しいですね。
Hold up. See some fast ass Soulcalibur 2 over here. I want to see this. Damn, Cat Drugs is playing. Is my favorite player. Damn it, Cat Drugs. Bro, guys, Cat Drugs is on. Get in here. Cat Drugs is fighting Neo. Let's go. That's one way to do it. That's one way to do it. Nightmare's voice actor is Link. It's Ocarina of Time Link. Same thing with Siegfried. It's been that way since Soulcalibur 1. Nice.
Nightmare Battle 4 Fight.
Nice blocking. Holy shit. Ain't no guard gauge in this game. You can just block all you want. Oof, oof. Damn, he got the big fucking grab. Good night! Oh, good night! I wanted to watch the replay. I wanted to see the replay, dude. Hey, we got some interesting 3S over here. There's a Remy. Remy! Oh, this is the best Urian color. It's my favorite Urian color. Yeah! Yeah! And you're dead. The version of the game is played the most for Soulcalibur 2 in tournament? I mean, probably that one. Probably PS3. Oh, damn. Good parries. Oh. Bro, my ass almost forgot that jab short on Remy is a target combo. Yeah, I'll be playing Doom the Dark Ages next week, for sure. I think I have a sponsored stream for it, too. But yeah, of course. We've played all the new Doom games. If anything, I almost want to play old Doom. I've never beaten the original Doom. Like that shit. I've never beaten that. I've gotten to like the first 10 levels. That's all I had in the demo. Everybody that had like a Windows 95 computer back in the day, you got old Doom, but you only got access to the first 10 levels because it was on a demo, you know? Oh shit, cool. Yeah, the shareware version of it, yep. No, I've not played Doom 64. I barely even played Doom 2. Barely played any of that. Yeah, I plan on playing Doom on a pregnancy test, yes. They can get Doom running on everything now. I'm gonna get a pregnancy test, I'm gonna hook it up, see how... I'm gonna learn how to capture that pregnancy test, and we're gonna play Doom. And then we're gonna find out if it's a boy. Doom 2 on a Samsung refrigerator? That'd be sick.
安定感がすごかったですね。なんかすごい堅実な動きをしつつ当てるところは。
Doom 2 on a Samsung fridge would be pretty easy, right? Bro, this has... There we go.
セイスもセイスもキャンなかなかあれだがさあキャンセルからのめぐりバーニングいいところでやってきました。昇竜拳 EX ハードを EX セイスもこれは画面出ししっかり拾って
Yeah.
No, that's just another Viper skin. This is the arcade version of Street Fighter 4. It's the arcade version. Street Fighter 5 tourneys? Not many. You won't... There is not a huge Street Fighter 5 competitive defense force. Like, when SF5 came out, a lot of people stuck around with Street Fighter 4. But once Street Fighter 6 came out, there isn't a ton of folks that continued the Street Fighter 5 competitive legacy like that much. Every once in a while, you hear about a tournament. But there's Street Fighter 4 tournaments and people playing this shit all the time. There's a bunch of Japanese streams of Street Fighter 4 still. Con. Oro on Street Fighter 5 is sick. Dude, Oro, Akira, Gil, Seth, like, several characters in that game are really fucking cool. It just took them a long time to get there. Dan was really cool, to be honest. Oh, shit. Ryu player. ガードができない、ブロッキングはできるんですけどガードができないという技で、かつスタンゲージがものすごく溜まるので、1回のヒットで4分の1か5分の1ぐらい溜まる、4分の1ぐらいですかね、それくらい溜まりますね。ただそれを5段階あるんですけど、速い5段階を出すためにはレバーガチャの速度が必要になるというところで、ボタンを1個その SA を出したボタンを押しっぱなしでレバーガチャとボタンですよ。レバーガチャとボタンです。レバーガチャとボタン力にこのキャラの強さが詰まってる。そこでキャラダイヤちょっと変わってきますよ。変わりますね。Oh God. The problem with using HK as an anti-air. Oh shit, that sucks. ブロッキングはできるんですけどガードはできないと。ブロッキングはできます。Mighty, thank you for the 5. Have you seen Overwatch Street Fighter collab? We did, yes. It is a collaboration of collaborations. I would say it's a collaborative effort between Overwatch and Street Fighter. That's what I would say about it. Like if I've ever seen two things like working together in a collaboration, that is one of them.
次に出てくるのがバンユリアンですね。ユリアン2枚目。
マット、エドの2人ですね。
さあさっきはオマン、高オマンがしっかりと、今のも立ちコンボ限定ですね。
Christ. So much pain. You ever thought about getting one of these cabs? It looks dope. I have one. It's downstairs. Called Astro Cabs. Jeez. Is it hard to play on these as a tall person? No, because you sit down. They come with chairs. Or you have a chair. Like a small stool. In fact, Astro Cabs are the most comfortable to play on. Is Ryu a better character than Urian in this game? Fuck no. Absolutely not. Double setup? Damn, good call on the DP. Still got the CVS 2 cab. Still got the CVS 2 cab. Still have the Killer Instinct cab. Are you cooked? Nice. Still got the CVS 2 cab. Still got the KI cab. Still got the House of the Dead cab. Still got the Super Turbo cab. Yeah. But I stopped collecting cabinets because they take up so much space. Order a sandwich. I want a sandwich.
飛べに来ましたね。
そうですね。アブは本当に息吹使いでうまいですよ。うまいです。
Least favorite MVC game? Marvel Superheroes vs. Street Fighter because of the gameplay. I like a lot of other stuff about it though. But yeah. Chat, what do you want from Jack in the Box? You want a spicy chicken? What do you want? Want a couple tacos? Bro, that's crazy. A French fry is $5, and they're like, this is a great price. The price of this item is actually lower than 70% of similar items. Suddenly we decided that fast food is worthy of being charged that much money. Suddenly that decision happened. It's fast, so you must pay for it now. One French fry, yes. One fry. Yo, Church, thank you, dude. Starrich and Captain Piddles, welcome back. What does Ibuki even do in this game? Stuff. She does some stuff. She wins sometimes. What the fuck does Ibuki even do with this shit? Yeah, that's a good question. Stand close range MK into hot hot hot, you know? Shit like that. You know what she does? She does stand jab, walk forward, stand jab, and she annoys the shit out of you. That is the only Ibuki game plan that I recall. Stand jab, walk forward, stand jab. She was the original Street Fighter cross-decking character. It's not Ice Cream Dudley, but it counts. Dead as fuck, dude. You're fucking dead. Uh-oh, she jumped. What is Vortex? She doesn't really have that good of a Vortex in this game because of parry. Least favorite Soulcalibur game? Soulcalibur 4! Plays like ass, dude. Soulcalibur 4 feels like shit. Go play it now. It feels like shit. SC5 is worse. SC5 can at least be played. Dude, you can't even play Soulcalibur 4. It feels like you're playing it online on a TV with a shit ton of lag. It's terrible. Yeah, game feel is everything for me. I'll be honest, man. I at least can play 5 and find fun in that game, even though I hate the roster. I can find enjoyment. It's very hard for me to find enjoyment in Soulcalibur 4. Like, it feels like shit. And I like Vader. I like the way the game looks. You know, there's a lot. I really enjoy the way the stages look. I like the art style of the game a lot. But holy shit, man. It's terrible. Her. I think the City of the Wolves tournament's already over, yeah. Shanghai won. Chat, was there any rocks in top 8? Nice hit confirm. Was there any rocks in top 8 of City of the Wolves? I'd imagine not. Was Shanghai playing Kine? Or he was playing Hakutomaro. I'm sorry, Hotaru, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, Kine is really good, but Hotaru is fucking nuts. Oh shit, we had a Cervantes down here. Cervantes is a hype as fuck character. Daigo Momochi in Street Fighter 6? Where they at? Oh, that's about to go down? Fuck, that's kind of cool. We'll watch that in a second. Was nice like Smash Ultimate. I've likely played Smash Ultimate consistently more than any fighting game over the past 10 years. And by consistently, like actually coming back to it, you know, once a month-ish. Am I good at it? No, not at all. Because we only play locally. Thanks to Yo Video Games, yep. It's pretty much our main Yo Video Games game. And the 4-player aspect, yeah. It'll always have a spot. It's always fun. You put yourself in a bad position. But you are X. You're the best character in the game, I think. Right, chat? X is the best character in this game? She's nutty good in most Soulcaliburs. Cool. This is 2, Kenny. Shut up. And that's the problem, is that X will beat you with basic, like, linear highs. I'm sorry, linear verticals. And just really good, like, normal attacks. She'll destroy you. Momochi versus Daigo.
さあまさかの対決がこのタイミングでやってきた。さあティルパリしてこれ前割とあれね慣れてないってことはなさそう。いや受けて立ってる間合いですよ、だいぶ梅原の間合いは。
So, I'm making an assumption, chat. I haven't been keeping up with Street Fighter competitively. I played Mai when she came out. I didn't like her that much. She felt like... I understand why she was good, but... I thought she was kind of dry as a character compared to Terry. I'm assuming Mai is hella good because she really forces you into the RPS guest situation. Right? I'm assuming she's top tier as fuck because she, even without knockdowns, she can really force you into this big guessing situation that almost exemplifies the issues of the game outside of, like, you know, the typical problems, which is on wake up and shit like that, you know? Like, yeah, EX fan is that. Because EX fan holds you down and you have to guess. And she has like a much better set of options, a way better set of options offensively. Yo, Tommy, thanks for the 5, dude. Astral, thank you.
まあそうですね。やっぱりコブラストかかる状態で画面端、そこからのまあ強パンチ、下挑戦。オーリー・リュウエンジン。さあモモチも結構早めに勝負してますよね。そうですね。敵技の切り返しはここまで目立っている。まあ、プレイヤーの気質的にはね、そういう敵技とかに頼らずに。
Any announcements think are gonna happen? If there is announcements, they'll most likely be on finals day. This is usually how Evo goes. Got it. I find it funny that Tekken and Street Fighter have this weird thing now, where punishing with a throw is legit good. You know, to clear out the last like 15 to 20% of life. If you punish with a throw, it's actually good. Your chance of like dropping anything goes away. Tekken's the same shit, where if you like punish something like a whiffed rage art with a throw, you're guaranteed the throw, and it does a ton of damage, you know? Safe damage. I mean, like, you're not risking a dropped combo or some shit. Like, the Chicago punish is legit good now. It's consistent. It eliminates the fact that you could screw this up, you know? It's a ton of meter gain too, I can see that. No, they can't break, when it's a punish throw, they can't break the throw. It's the same thing in Tekken. When you punish something with a throw, like, it's guaranteed. It's like a counter hit throw. The chance of breaking it is extremely small. A Chicago punish, good question. A Chicago punish is a situation where somebody does something extremely unsafe in a fighting game, like an uppercut. Let's say, wow! Look at Daigo go. I refuse! Can you burn her out? Uh-oh. Damn. Used all of his meter. And now he's dead. So a Chicago punish is a situation where somebody does something clearly unsafe, like a big uppercut. So they're in the air and you're like, damn, here comes my moment. An absolute huge uppercut that I am going to punish for my biggest damage possible. And what does your brain do instead? You throw. You do what is one of the lowest damage things you can possibly do. Because your brain, a Chicago punish is a brain fart, is what it is. It's the shittiest punish you could possibly do for a situation that should have netted you the most damage. That's what a Chicago punish is. A Mexican uppercut is... a Mexican uppercut definitely came from SoCal. A Mexican uppercut is a player that never does a dragon punch. The higher damage, better anti-air reward is like a dragon punch, right? But a Mexican uppercut is the person that does a down HP. So on Shotos, a down HP is like a good, reliable anti-air that doesn't require as much like brain power, so you can do it quicker and easier. And for some reason, I guess it just got attached that dudes from Mexico seem to do that more, like in general. So somehow it just got connected that they never do DPs. It's called a Mexican uppercut because for some reason those players would do that shit to you more. And it's funny because it's like there's a legit strategy to it, you know? Like it's legit decent because you don't have to commit as much brain power. And yeah, I guess in SoCal you'd see more Mexican dudes doing it than not. Like it's funny. It's stupid. High ping MS maybe, not in real life, bro. That the terminology of Mexican uppercut definitely did not come from online play. It absolutely came from arcade. It came from arcade ass mentality. It came from arcade experiences. All right, Street Fighter's continuing. It's happening in 3S. So Caliber looks like it's over. Let's check out something we normally wouldn't watch a bunch. Where's my audio on right now? Is it over here? There it is. Let's check out Grand Blue.
If there are any other 50-50 mix-up characters,
I haven't watched this game in a bit.
Yes. This is the technical set play character, and really funny when he first came out in this game. People saying bottom one. They're like bottom one. Bottom one, he's too slow, he can't do anything.
What's that panda fighting game in the bottom left? That's a good question. That's a Ranma 1/2 fighting game, I think.
He's very, very scary.
Probably going to convert to the SBA, yeah.
See, as we hype him up, he's getting destroyed in the corner.
Iron so fair. That's it though. Shio could make this comeback. Oh, the rising JU.
Sandy, very vanilla character, but that jump view is definitely one of the more unique buttons in the game. Super far-reaching jump normal that even if you try to anti-air it, if you're too late, you just get blown up. Tornado, the seals are out.
Yeah. And with those seals on the screen, Grimnir is able to, when he's close to them, he can get these kind of special wind dashes that allow him to move around the screen, much more akin to an anime character.
Yeah. So Hino's doing a good job of kind of protecting, like keeping Shio from getting
Mexican uppercut.
to them. Yeah.
Old school slang for a normal that looks like Ryu's crouching heavy punch. A giant upward swing of the fist. It's not powerful as a regular uppercut, but it can be easier to perform and is still a decent anti-air. It's an old term, dude.
That's what happens when you switch characters, like in tournament, right?
Like it's just an old term. It's just been around forever. I don't know what to tell you. It's called, when you anti-air with something that isn't a DP, it is a traditional Shoto down HP. It's called a Mexican uppercut. It's just always been that way. I don't know what to tell you. It's a real thing. Yeah, it's like the Chicago punish. I don't know why people from the Midwest would have been given the identity of being the ones that fuck up their punishes as much, but it is. Somehow in some day, all the dudes that were from the Midwest were just fucking up their punishes and throwing, so we called them the Chicago punish.
2 games right now with Grimnir. Okay, seals are out. Wind mode, okay, so we're seeing a different mode right now.
Oh, that's a huge hit right
The American reset. Yeah. The American reset is a very common one.
Messed up his own setup, still in a really good spot. Yeah.
An American reset is you dropping a combo and somehow you got lucky and then reset the opponent for another combo. That's an American reset. That somehow your ineptitude led you to a beneficial situation, you know? And you got another chance. Like, oh, good for you.
Usually the normal that we associate with Grimnir is the far heavy, the big kind of 1-2 hit. but no, he's making use of the
Falling upwards, yes.
Mid-range beautifully.
This is stressful going from Luane to Grimnir as an opponent. It's like, yeah.
Oh, we're getting the classic. Hinoki, yeah.
She's tiny, yes. That's Narmaya. We talked about Sandy was the most popular male character. Narmaya's probably the most popular female character.
Yeah.
This is the big sis, even though she's tiny.
Yeah, she is another stance character. She has 2 different stances that change all of her specials.
White Girl Sweep is a new one.
She has a stance kind of focused
Yeah.
on kind of mid-range control.
That's definitely, no, it's rich White Girl Sweep.
And this is the character that
They all have the same fucking sweep, bro. Every single one.
has had this at top level for a long
It started with like Alyssa and Tekken. Karen was one of the first ones. And then also Ingrid had it. The rich White Girl Sweep. Lily definitely has it. Iori does not have a White Girl Sweep, dude. Come on. Iori throws his legs and slams on the ground. It is not the same. No, Cammy does not have a White Girl Sweep. Come on. Come on. Bison does now. Yeah, Bison actually has a White Girl Sweep.
Mix-ups did not connect.
Oh, yeah, there's the TK Crescent Moon. Gets the crumple with the Usetsuno as well. And now here comes the pressure.
Match right out of there. That is Grimnir's weakness, right? He's not too strong on defense, but if you have the guts like that, if you know when to press buttons, try to mix. Nothing comes out. Another grab. Too late tech, so a lot of damage here. Kino with 100.
Seals trying to air-to-air. Moves the side switch and gets the throw.
Guard cancel again. 2 BPs.
Is Grand Blue back at Evo this year, Chad? It has to be, right?
See, there's that guard button. When you see them standing
Has
there
to
just
be.
in their guard stance, they know that the 50-50 is coming, so they preemptively hold that button.
Ooh, thought that was going to be a punish there and didn't get it. This is going to be huge for Hinoki. Might be enough for the KO.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Send this all the way.
BP.
Into the Usetsuno again. There we
Another
go.
one. Optimal stuff. Yeah, we saw that a lot earlier, too. A lot of players had a chance to kill. They did not optimize their damage. So leaving them alive with that one little pixel, you know, that's enough to make the comeback. So good awareness from Hino. And now, match point. Interrupted, yeah. Gets knocked down, able to send the seals.
Nice throw in the clash.
I always guess wrong on that. I always lose clash.
Throw now the fastest option in the game. Frame 4, even faster than the jabs.
Nice set up, fake. Just go for another grab.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Walks right out of range of that DP. The absolute confidence right there. Once again, now last round here in our first set.
Double match point. Yeah, right. So Grimnir's got mix-ups, right? 50-50. Sometimes you want to deal, you just want to DP. One step ahead, you're backing away.
Yeah.
Seals are out.
And even without the 50-50, he's just pinning this character down, dealing with his incredible mobility and fireball can be really difficult at times.
Stands cancel here.
Yep. Us off the Crescent Moon once again. From the stack
Oh!
Yo, Aphex, thank you.
Jump back dive. Able to get the punish on the whip 2-air. Ultimate skill.
Fireball once again. The pressure with the lights. Side swap with the moon flip again.
Nice. That time he connects, right? The fire round to the ultimate skill. All right, we're going to set up more seals.
1 second, shout out, Brad back.
Carrying Hinoki all the way to the corner.
What?
Trying to get a bit greedy with the seal right in his face. What? That's going to convert. No, the fireball not lasting long enough. But the upward dash, and that is going to be it. Shio are taking it 3-2 to advance to win its finals.
Yeah, so the up steal, we saw the throw come out, right? The throw bait right there, just flying out, gets a counter. When he's dashing around, not only is it movement, but it is an active hitbox right there. For some reason.
An active hitbox that can convert very well into the rest of Grimnir's kit. Just an incredibly strong character. I'm really surprised that we hadn't seen any up until now, but Shio-san demonstrating the power of Grimnir right at the end right there.
Just watching it, I felt like it was so oppressive. It's just like, what could he have done outside of just DPing? Like, is there another reversal invincible that he could have done? Maybe a super? Because he was just holding the pressure the whole time.
That's what you have to do, right? So you saw there are a lot of guard cancels happening in the match, but the players are good enough where you know the guard cancel's coming, so you just kind of block it.
Got it.
Yeah, big change in this version of the game is the guard cancels used to be plus on block. Now it's slightly minus. So if you are able to block a guard cancel, you can continue taking your turn, continue on the offense.
But slightly minus, but still safe. That's a big thing. A lot of other games, if you call it a guard cancel, you get a punish for it, right? Even Street Fighter, drive reversal, you call it out, you got to punish, counter it, everything. This game, you just kind of take your turn back.
Yeah, yeah. Good stuff on Shio. Like, the character switch and everything worked out for him.
Yes.
Yeah, you saw too, I mean, we talked about how earlier it was like, you know, it's kind of like anime Street Fighter, except for that character. The guy that's flying all over the place, like teleporting everything. It's like,
An assist.
Yeah. That was the first dude too, but Congrats. So Shio, who was he? Was not Bub's player too. He played someone else before. Was he Bub's originally?
He was Bub's in base game. He's jumped between a lot of different characters in Rising. He's incredibly proficient, like top level, with so many different characters in the cast. It makes you wonder, you know, it's really interesting that he ended up settling on Luane, but Luane is the character that he's had the most success with.
And then he goes here to Grimnir, right? That's another cool thing about the game. It's not only easy to pick up if you're a new player, but if you're an experienced player, to learn new characters and have a lot, be able to pick them out in tournaments is really nice.
Yeah, I feel like that's just like fighting games across the board, right? Just having multiple characters in your repertoire, it helps with the matchups, especially in a situation like this where you did win the first match, kind of off the 50-50s, off the pressure, but your opponent starts figuring out how to defend against you, start poking back appropriately, then you switch up who your other 50-50 character is going to be.
I'm surprised Hino switched. That's I don't know why he went to. I wonder if that was like a pride decision or something, but like maybe he won 2 games and he's like, I'm going to mine at the end. It didn't pay off, but he's still in it. He's dropping down the losers. Yep. Zengu Dreamer, I gotta cheer for Tatakai Tuesday here.
Yeah, Ferry versus Cagliostro.
Ferry is, we just had a patch, what was that, like 2 months ago? I forget, but basically the patch toned down the game. They did a lot of nerfs, except for this character. So she got buffed, another character got buffed as well, but since that patch, she's been public enemy #1, at least on social media. It's whatever happens when you have a zoner that's also very, very strong.
Yeah.
So she's very buff.
Yeah, and they buffed her. They buffed her predominantly by buffing her normals. They improved the frame data on a lot of her normals, so she can play that kind of long-range zoning game even better. And that is, naturally very frustrating to deal with. So, a lot of players very kind of irritated at having to fight this character at top level, but.
She's the Dowsum of this character.
Yeah.
She's got
Which
the long
I absolutely hate playing against.
But like you'll see too, Dowsum, his stand fierce is like a very slow, like double kind of punch. Her buttons are lightning quick. She's just flailing around all over. So like trying to whiff punish her.
Trying to get some food.
Very, very difficult.
So what the goal versus her in the matchup would be to like get
Rush.
in
As soon as you can. Yes.
Jeez.
So
What are we looking at?
As far as her defensive options, does she not have great defensive options then? Like, as Dawson, she does have a DP. Okay.
She lost her meterless DP in this game though. So every character has a 50-meter DP that they can use. Some characters have meterless ones. Back in base game, Ferry had a meterless DP as well, but they since removed it in Rising.
She also though, like, if they're on top of her, then she struggles. But her stand light, it's not a zoning tool. It's just kind of an area right in front of you. You're gonna see him just mashing on it. It's kind of like you cannot get near me in front of me.
Yeah.
So like even if you get close enough, if you're in that range, she'll just push you out.
Mashing.
She'll just get out of my range again.
Yep.
She's also a character that really likes the addition of the Brave Cancel, the Guard Cancel mechanic, because she does it and she instantly puts the opponent into her ideal range after successfully Guard Canceling. So you'll generally see Ferries use it very liberally to get back into that neutral range where they're dominating.
Yeah, it's funny too.
Yo, Joel, thanks for the 20, dude. Been seeing streaming Evo. Both platforms will be live streaming the Virtual Fighter Direct on Sunday. Yes. I think I'll have to stay up for that shit, bro.
Originally, Ferry was
I think I will have to
zoning characters,
stay up for that.
Fit in this new archetype is what everyone thought. So that's what happened is they buffed them, and now she fits very well, very, very well. She's also one of the more technical characters, so she does have those 50-50s you're asking about earlier.
So you're a zoner with 50-50s.
Yes.
How fun.
What's going on? They're killing time.
She is one of the highest demand characters in the game, I would say. She takes a lot of kind of finesse to play well. You don't see a ton of...
There's some good looking footage. Delicious interlaced footage. I like it because it looks like we're watching a VHS. I feel like we're looking at a VHS. Sorry, I'm eating. And it's spicy. Turn his ass into a bat. Oh my god. That was good. This is Fighting Collection 1, chat. Yeah. Might be. I mean, it's from Fighting Collection 1, but they're playing on arcade hardware. If you think this game looks cool, it's pretty much Darkstalkers 3, called Vampire Savior. It's one of the, I'd say it is the cult classic Capcom fighting game, right? It is the eventual epitome of it. The people that love this shit love the fuck out of it, right? Most people in my chat will know what Darkstalkers is, much less Vampire Savior, but for those that don't know the history of this game, it's like the epitome of a game that could have been huge but just didn't get huge and has like a very hardcore fan base that loves it, but it's not big, right? Unfortunately, Darkstalkers has been given like an absolute huge multitude of chances to prove itself as being a stable franchise that people might love, and it's never shown up. So, however, it doesn't change the fact that a lot of people really love it. It's just not enough to like make new games, you know? It's the Metroid of Capcom? No, dude, you are greatly overstating a Darkstalkers game's staying power. No. No, that's being... I think saying this is the Metroid of Capcom is being way too generous. Let's use another example. Yeah, people know Morrigan. People know Felicia. People don't know where the hell they come from. F-Zero might be better. Yeah, it's the F-Zero. It's the F-Zero of Capcom games, for sure. No, it's not Earthbound. I don't think so. F-Zero, yeah. Where it's been given a multitude of opportunities, and it's come out in a variety of different ways. It's very much close to F-Zero. And they're good, and they have people that love that shit, you know? Bro, they sauced me out of my mind, chat. Look at this. Bro, they sauced me out of my mind. Can't believe it. How much fucking sauce they gave me, dude. Holy shit. Ketchups and dip for days. Tekken Ball? I'm only gonna watch that GTB if it's Tekken 3. Wow.
まるで重戦車のよう、しっかりボタンを押しているのは栗田親方。様子見対策のガード崩しに行ったんですけどね。それは親方がボタンを連打してましたと。そう組み落とし使っても当たります。キャッチから。もう一度キャッチが抜けている。斬撃、親方の代名詞。
Wow.
そう組み落としは割れなかったか。
This spicy chicken sandwich tastes like one from way back in the day. Jack in the Box spicy chicken. Changed over the years. Not nearly as good as it used to be. This one tastes like an old one. And I mean old as in like the way I remember it tasting when it first came out when it was good. It's actually quite nice.
噛み合ったって感じの印象です。結構ね、その技で対応するプレイヤーのタイプには、こう様子見たりとか、あとはさばかれにくい技を打つっていうのが。
This is the crispy one.
それに対応する前に持ってかれちゃったって感じでしたよね。勢いがやっぱり良かったこの栗田親方の攻め。
Wow.
そこに出してるのスーパー J。
Jack in the box.
さあ残るのはマタロウとプヨサラン。スーパー J、そうですね。マタロウとプヨを残してスーパー J サバイブが。
No Smash Brothers, not at Evo. Evo's owned by Sony. And Evo asked Nintendo we would have Smash be at Evo. Nintendo was like, nah, fuck you. So no more Smash at Evo.
しかしね、動きは全然気負ってる感じもなくちゃんと動けてたので、ここはしっかりあとは読み合い方か。
Otherwise, Smash would still be at Evo. That would be the case.
なんか昔と変わらない基礎力の高いバーチャルファイターって感じがします。やはりトッププレイヤーはそういったところがねしっかりしてて、そこが新しいバージョンに移り変わってもしっかりしてね。動いてる。おっとなんか開いた途端にジェフリーが大きなダメージを奪っているが、プッシュもうまい。そうですね。早い。PK 暴れていった。スーパー J サバイブやはり動きがいいですね。
No, that's not why MK isn't here. No. MK is not here for like cultural reasons, and it just has no community in Japan. People have to import MK. It's literally not even released in Japan. It's not released in some other regions too. Very hard to find people that play MK or even import it in Japan at all. Wanna play American games in Japan? No, they do. Killer Instinct has a relatively healthy Japanese scene. That has some consistency. In fact, some of the best players, some of the best KI players are actually Japanese. I think the problem is that Japanese players hate the way Mortal Kombat is as a game, right? When asked about, when you would ask like typical competitive Japanese players about MK back in the day, they would respond that their games are bad. They don't like the way they feel. Yeah, it's gory and edgy. Nah, that's not the reason. The reason is like they've tried those games and they don't like the way they feel bad, comparatively speaking, to snappy like Japanese games. So why do they play Killer Instinct? Because it's designed like a snappy Japanese game, you know? A lot of the frame data in KI and how like the game feel of the game works didn't use Street Fighter 4 as a base. It uses Third Strike. So it's the block button. It's not, dude. Soulcalibur exists. Virtua Fighter exists. Virtua Fighter has a block button. You're literally watching a game that invented the block button in fighting games almost. Outside of MK. You speak Japanese? Absolutely. Yeah. If you're a fighting game player, you have to know Japanese. I can translate what all the commentators are saying.
インターネットで当たろうが、こちらの選手。さばきに怯えずに、しっかり中段打ててるので。はい、あんだけ側面をね、周りが打たれてるのを見てたら、なかなかできないんですよ。おっと、ガーンってパスで、隙間に。ほら。
Yo, Shadowmate, thanks for the 25 bucks, dude. And Brain, thanks for the 33. Holy shit, man. I'll read those in a second when I eat this.
キャッチしゃがんで投げで返していく。あと下段をね飛んだんですが選ばれたのは中段。これは止めない。再びのウォーコ角田。キャッチ投げから壁を背負わせてさあ首落とし。投げにも打撃にも勝てるのがやっぱり強いですね。そして中段攻める止まらない栗田親方。確かに戦車のようですねこれは。いや側面しかし
Getting slapped around.
容姿から無事に当てて側面再び喉は抜けて少しもう角田シャガパン白虎確定です。高橋用の確定ですね。おっと白虎打ってたんですが発想飛びで受けていた。
No way.
これは残らない。
Absolute refusal to die.
3連勝大進撃です。いやこれ太郎側としては悔しい内容になりましたね今のは。残されたプヨサラノルマは4。結構打撃ってきてた中でいきなりの合唱だったんでちょっと意識から外れてた感じもありましたけど側面落としへの対応っていうのはできてた印象なんですが他のねやっぱ2名を見ていた経験が生きたんですがその後切り替えて
Hey Max, did you rate the supers in Wuthering Waves? Sure.
追い詰められました。プヨサラに向けて熱い応援。本人もこれにはにっこりだ。すごいな。九州勢の熱い応援が届いているぞ。マイクの近くで応援してるんじゃないかぐらいの感じですけど。
Yo, Database, thanks for the gift sub on YouTube.
九州勢の応援ですかね。はい。確かに鹿児島の残された大将プヨ。チームを
I'm so funny.
残るは4枚です。クッシンジェネレーション。ただこれありますからね全然。そうなんですよ。このゲームもあるっていうのもあるし、このプレイヤーは全然実力はあるので。結構ね残り1枚になっちゃってしんどそうに見えるんですが、実はねちゃんとここから逆転するっていうケースは全然珍しくない。まあクッシン側も勝ったとは思ってないはず。はい。
Yo, unidentified, thank you.
まあサラっていうキャラの特徴がちょっと軽いので、そうですね。また
My stream personality is that I'm just a walking Conan O'Brien joke.
対してどれだけしのげるか。はい。
A walking, talking Conan O'Brien joke from the early 2000s.
はい。サラ対高嵐。ステージはシティ。剛プロデューサーも負けることは許されません。再びの側面。しかしこれは避けて確定が高い。あれはガードしても確定がないので、はい、
The masturbating bear walks in.
壁がきついぞ。キャッチャーがね確定の PPP 様。おっと飛べなかった。チョイスはあったんですが、再び前転からダメージ取りに決めました。これしっかり今までの試合を見てたので、はい、有利避けもしくはさばきで取られない技をチョイスして、そうですね、その側面落としをひたすらにケアする選択肢をプヨサラチョイスしています。今のバク転を入れていくのも本来だったらちょっとおかしいんで、オーラスバーバレー使っていたがさばいて手技をさばく大きいダメージ、ショーダウンまで入れて、生投げ偉いですね、ちゃんと投げていった。当たってしまう。シャガパン細かくいって、シャガパン再びガードして P から先キャン、シャガパン肘ピンは細かい、ひたすらに細かく攻めているなプヨサラ。かなり今までの試合を生かしてますねプヨ側は。側 B ガード、おっとダブルジョイントになってしまう。赤鬼乱れ負けから、いや痛い、受け身取れないとしこまで踏まれます。
Wait for it, chat.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, as some of you may know, we here at Late Night often like to show clips from Walker, Texas Ranger. Well, folks, there is one clip from Walker, Texas Ranger that we've been holding back on. In fact, this is true. We've been afraid to show it. But it's spring cleaning, and I want to test just how good a crowd this is. So here it is. The one Walker clip we've never shown. Once you see it, you'll understand why.
And how you doing, little partner?
Fine. And it's little visitor now. Adewoyoli's how you say it in Cherokee.
Oh, well, pardon my French, but I'll be damned.
Walker told me I had AIDS.
I think we should go to commercial.
I think we should go to commercial. Oh, shit. I think we should go to commercial. Oh my god, dude. So fucking funny. Oh, Jesus, That's gonna be my excuse. Every time something weird happens, I think we should go to commercial. Oh, bro. Was that a real clip in the show? Yes. They take like out of context moments from Walker, Texas Ranger, and they show them with no context, and it's a legit clip from the show.
Yeah,
I didn't get to watch the Conan getting his what's it called, award. There was a big show for Conan. It was on some streaming service. He got like the Mark Twain Award or some shit.
そうなんですよ。例えばね、個人戦のね、WEの2先とかだったら、1回負けて、ちょっと苦手なんで得意なキャラに変えようかなみたいなのもあったりすると思うんですけど、チーム戦はね、それぞれが1先をやっていくんで、
It's not even it either.
勝てないとかないんで。はい。
Holy shit. Which one has audio?
その、まあキャラ相性とかもそうですけど、どんな人にもワンチャンスは絶対にあるゲーム性なんで。
There it is. Freaking out over here, dude. I'm looking around. Looking around. Let's go back up here.
Now he's armored up.
And there we go. Left the gap a little bit too big and gonna get armored with the U battalions of Bay into a full combo in the corner.
Exactly where you don't want to be against this character. Knockdown confirmed. You see, yeah, normally right there, Percy would, after the knockdown, you know, get some stocks.
Dude, they're really bringing Conan back for the Oscars again?
Right there. Goes for the BC.
Is that real?
You know what's coming. You got to be scared. Armor or command grab.
Oh, BC's the low.
Huh. That's crazy. That must have gone really, that must have gone over very well
So we were hyping up, you know,
if he's being brought for a second year of the Oscars in a row.
Right? You're too busy thinking about these options. Anyone knows that, you go for the level 0. Oh,
yeah,
nice check.
Go for the plus, yeah.
And Death Stranding 2 as well. Yeah, well. True.
You are cornered.
Toro just really struggling to establish anything right now. Good DP again, but he's not getting a ton of damage from these DPs contesting these tackles.
Nice whip punish, yeah, but he still gets to get the armor right there. Good duck, and you're super minus, but not aware.
We call that the plus on whiff.
Plus on whiff, yeah. Still
Have I met Conan? No, I have not. I've seen him in person. He was at Comic-Con one year in like the Conan mobile. It was like the early 2010s, you know? I saw him driving around.
You know, Vasaraga is the one that doesn't really control the flow of the match, but up until now, Toro's been cornered. He's the one been in the corner. A1's one dominated.
Who's taller? We're the same height. Yeah, me and Conan are like 6'4".
He can just kind of sit and react to everything that Vasaraga wants to do.
Oh, right back at you.
Yeah.
That was the mistake that won A1 in the
Vasaraga.
The guard cancel with no guard cancel. Just gets a reversal raging strike.
Max told me I have AIDS.
Just out of range, did not get scooped.
Gets a far heavy, doesn't convert, and there's the chance for A1 Rocky to get the armor.
Uy, good reaction.
Jurassic Monkey, thank you. RPG Killer. Nilo the Otaku, thank you.
Full armor.
That was reaction to the reaction right there. I've got an answer for your answer you showed me last time, Totoro.
Another DP, here comes the throw. Frame kill into, no flame carpet. Oh, had the counterplay at the ready, spot dodged and was able to avoid the stomp, but unfortunate for Totoro not getting the punish.
Didn't have the full ultra armor right there. Was up no whiff right there with the 5-8.
Just harassed with this far medium, no conversion after the far heavy.
Just chilling in front of the front.
It's so crazy to see Percival doing the same ass Percival shit.
Nice use of the medium
50 meters.
Or doing that when this game came out.
Another one, yeah.
You know
like back in like 2020 or some shit.
Versus Totoro, especially as a character like Vasraga who doesn't have the best defensive options, it is so difficult to contest your way out.
I mean, how long does that flame carpet actually last?
A long time. It lasts forever until it does a certain amount of damage, I guess.
まあ、相手ベネッサでかなりパーリング手さばき技がいっぱい出てきてたんで、直にかけづらい場面だったんですけど、
Yo, Creeping Death, thank you.
いや本当ブライアントらしく
Yeah, he got flame carpet now. I saw that. I was like, what the hell is that shit on the floor? That's new.
いや、ムン吉かなりなんていうんだろう、クレバーな選択肢が多くて、
はい、そうですね、さばいてコンボ指導打って、さばいてコンボ指導打って投げて、
まあ意外とねエスケープしてちゃんと壁見ての避け角取ったりとか、はい、
うまかったですね。
Yo, Church, thanks again for the gift sub.
お手本としていいプレーをしてたと思うんですけど、まあプレーをよく耐えたなっていう印象ですね。
10年早いんだよ。プロが始めた時4枚いた相手チームも残るは2枚、半分まで来た。
もう半分になりました。
本当にこれで全くわからない。そして副将は闇よだれのジャッキーがいきます。対象には家臣高嵐が残る形。
まだ全然わかんないですよこれ。先ほどの試合見る限り闇よだれもかなり仕上がってきている印象が。
いや動き良かったですよね。置き蹴りを透かして確定を取ったりとか、しっかり回転系の技を打ったり。
お互い肘キャラということで。
Damn, chat, we really doing it.
らしい攻めができていた。
かなりベーシックな殴り合いが見れるんじゃないかと思います。
Almost 14,000 people watching between Twitch and YouTube right now. Jesus. We out here doing it.
そうですね。
はい、バーチャっぽい読み合い
Out of the blue. Jesus. Pump those numbers.
ステージはどこですかね。なんかシティな気もしますが。
そうですね。おっと、開閉ステージ。ここは特殊でリングアウトがあったり、
Jackie with his crazy eyes.
っていうね、そのラウンドごとに切り替わる特殊なステージ。フラントからアッパー、かなり太い選択肢。パンチサイドキックはガードしている。フラミンゴ構えてから
下パンはサバ狙ってましたね。
フラント当てて細かく攻めていくのは闇どれ。投げ抜けてノースピン。さあお互い肘の打ち合いからスイッチしてショーダウンは回復間に合う。
Somebody put in a quarter? What the hell?
よくロー打ちましたね。
Damn, thank you for the 50, Irvis. Holy shit. Dreams to watch you play Majora's Mask one day. That might happen eventually. Thank you, dude. Shadow, thanks for the 25. What do you think it would take for Nintendo? Hold on a second, it's loud. What do you think it would take for Nintendo to host the esports scene for their competitive games with cash prizes? It's insane how many pro players with these competitive Nintendo games never get a chance to be as big as the Evo players. It won't. It won't. Not the way Nintendo operates as a company. Straight up. Them playing Nintendo games as like an actual esport and having legit money behind it, it would take like hell freezing over. It would take the rapture. Yeah. It would take a lot. Like you have to get, what you would have to do, Splatoon though. You're not wrong. But how much money was actually put into Splatoon? Like, let's be real. Were their tours well funded? I don't know. You have to, I'm actually asking. Was the Splatoon tour in Japan well funded? $5 million or yen? So what, 5 million yen is like 50K? And that's probably a 50K prize pool for like everything. Considering that Nintendo is just valued at like $70 billion or something like that. Yeesh. Shows how much they're actually committed. So anyway, for Smash, I don't know, man. Here is the biggest thing with Smash. By the way, if you guys are on YouTube, leave a like on the video. Yeah, I keep forgetting to ask that. Thank you if you do. The problem with Smash Brothers is that Sakurai makes it, and Sakurai does not really look at his game as being like a competitive game. He almost never has. So maybe that could change, right? But even the way the game's creator operates is not necessarily super beneficial for the future of a Smash Brothers esports scene in some way, because he really doesn't see the game as being fun in that way, you know? And when asked about this in the past, he would say you should play like a different fighting game, you know? So I think that's the biggest thing stopping that from happening. Also, a lot of very crazy shit happened in the Smash community for like many years that Nintendo probably wants to distance themselves from with a 10-foot pole. And I don't mean the smell. Brain, thanks for the 3333. Not related to Evo. Even though you knowing the male vocalist is insane in E33 Red Noir songs, is Victor Borba from DMC Bury the Light? Oh yeah, it seems like it could have been him. Ben Starr sings in the song too? Cool. That song's amazing. That song is amazing. Couldn't believe how cool that fight was. Jesus, dude, big boy damage. That's duck. Thoughts on Kamiya saying he'd like to remaster DMC 1? Best case scenario. That is the best case scenario for a DMC 1 remake. It'd be crazy if all the tenure of Devil May Cry leaves the company, right? That made Devil May Cry cool again, to go back to the guy that first made Devil May Cry cool. Yeah, Kamiya. Yeah, he made Devil May Cry. I don't mean Matt Walker, I mean, shit. Name escapes me all of a sudden. CVS 2 director, DMC 5 director. Itsuno-san, yeah. Yeah, Itsuno. He left Capcom not that long ago. Yeah, Devil May Cry 3 is much different. 3, 4, and 5 are much different than 1 and 2. Damn, Irvis, thank you again for the 50, man. Holy shit. Thank you very much. Extra fries on me, well deserved from Albania. Thanks, man. Holy crap.
なんかもう、
いやでも気持ちを感じる試合ですよ、やっぱり。すごく。その勝ちたい気持ち、いやー、敗れたプヨ悔しそうだこれは。
プヨもね良かったんですけど、
内容はすごい良かったですよ。
ちょっと硬くなったのと、まあ一点読みがねはまらなかったというのはあれなんですけど。
いや
ー、下パンドラスマなんて一回もやってないですからね。
はい。攻めてましたね。
多分その甘えのさばき、甘えっていうか、まあさばきでダメージ取られるのを逆にダメージ源にしようとして
Virtual Fighter moving on.
と思うんですけど。
Where to next? We check out next. Third Strike's back. Yeah? I played DMC3, of course. My full playthrough is still on Twitch. We had some compilations of it before. Your Grimoire, thanks for the 5. Think there's a possibility of TVC coming back after NBC? That's a tough one. I don't know. I think the better chance of Capcom fighting games coming back outside of Tatsunoko versus Capcom is like the Street Fighter EX games. I can see those coming back. But Tatsunoko versus Capcom coming back in some way would be crazy. At least when you're getting the Marvel license, you know you're going to get a return. And they did. MVC Collection was like one of the best-selling collections of old Capcom games in a short period of time. It sold very well. So, TVC is not a guarantee that that'll sell. Because it did not sell when it came out. It's the unfortunate reality that Tatsunoko vs. Capcom wasn't, for a variety of reasons, not just the quality of the game, but like the system it came out on. TVC wasn't exactly put on a platform that allowed it to succeed. It was put on the Wii, you know? The game is really cool, and it upscales very well too, to be real. That game in Dolphin is kind of awesome. TVC is absolutely Marvel 3 gameplay-wise, yes. In fact, that was the biggest criticism of early Marvel vs. Capcom 3. When we first played Marvel 3, who is this not Seth Killian looking guy? When we first played Marvel 3, back in 2010, the biggest complaint of the game is that it felt not like Marvel vs. Capcom, it felt like Tatsunoko vs. Capcom 2 with Marvel characters. So they changed a lot of the game after that. In like the 8 months it took for the game to come out, a lot of stuff changed. So, yeah, I got videos of that version of the game. It has air dashing and shit. Hulk can air dash. It very much is TVC 2. And by the time the game came out, it was not TVC 2 anymore. Time says, been introducing younger friends to Marvel, and it was wonderful to see them play the collection, seeing how much fun they could have. They still resonate with new fans today. That's great. Dude, my daughter likes MVC1. It's weird. It was one of the first games she was kind of even trying, was like the game where she can play as Mega Man and stuff, and Spider-Man. Oh. Good dive kick confirmed. Holy shit. Jesus, that was good. Yo, Joltian, thank you, dude.
Are you ready?
さあ見ていきましょう。副賞時報戦です。あ、専門か。いや時報ですね。時報ですよね。リープ。
What? What happened to the Fexel update? That's a good question. What the fuck did happen to the Fexel update, dude? I was thinking that the other day. I looked up some footage of it. So it just randomly came across like my YouTube recommendations, and I was like, yeah, where the fuck did that shit go? It was like 2+ years ago. I think they dropped it, man. I think Arika got a little busy working on other games and shit. Fighting EX Layer was getting a massive update. It was getting a huge change, like a ton of mechanical differences and shit. And there was a couple videos made on it, and that was it. What's really crazy is that April Fool's video that we made, the reaction to Fighting EX Layer being like an April Fool's joke. That video got like a lot of viewership. Was probably, actually I don't even want to say probably, was definitely a very big contributing factor to them, for them turning that into a real game. Which was nuts. So it's crazy to me to think that Fexel was a thing that eventually even came out and really existed. I had some chats with Nishitani-san and stuff like that many years ago. 2018 or some shit. They sort of use that video to gauge whether or not they have an audience. Of people that even care. It's one of those things where it's like you just produce something and then show that people like it. Do people show up? Oh shit, people showed up, you know? That's where I feel like my, I feel like that's my stance in this industry. To show how much people care. Yeah, Arika's still making plenty of Tetris games and shit. Yeah, they've made a ton of those. They make a ton of mobile games and shit too. Oh, this is a fight. They have actual arcade machines. They wouldn't play for these older games. They wouldn't play on anything else. Especially for Street Fighter 3 Third Strike. The Japanese community for this game is exclusively on arcade hardware. And it still exists. God damn. Yeah, Arika made Tetris 99. They also made Pac-Man 99. You know? They made a lot of those games. Oof. That sucks. No punish either. Not deep enough of a dive kick. Oh man. We're getting to the point where they're gonna have to re-release Third Strike again in some way, dude. You know? We're getting to that point. Third Strike in the Street Fighter Anniversary Edition was not satiating enough, dude. Every 10 years they re-release Third Strike, approximately. Capcom Fighting Collection 3. I would almost prefer not that, you know? Because the enhancements made to Third Strike and Online Edition are genuinely good. The remastered audio, like all of that shit, I want that. I want it to be the same game, But I want it to be, like, better. You know? We have this version, dude. Yeah, I think Fighting Collection 3 is going to be a bunch of EX games. I think so too. Yeah, 40th anniversary will be around not that long from now, you know? There should be a 40th anniversary collection, in my opinion. Yo, some guy, thank you. Database, thanks for the 5. Is Third Strike considered to be WrestleMania X7 of fighting games, a magnum opus? Somewhat. Yes. It's also very separated from Street Fighter as an entire series. But yes, in general. Definitely has its own unique sort of like calling, you know? No other games in this series are really like Street Fighter 3 Third Strike, and no other ones since. But man, Street Fighter 6 devs could learn a lot from wake-up timings on Third Strike, dude. Chat, correct me if I'm wrong. SF6 obviously doesn't have throw protection on wake up the same way that Third Strike does, right? Third Strike avoided wake up throw shit or throw looping, because you can't throw people within a few frames of their wake up. So you're actually invulnerable to throws, but you're not invulnerable to strikes, right? So you have to hold the block. So the block is actually better, you know? In Street Fighter 6, you can be thrown on like the first fucking frame, right? So that would be nice in 6. I'd imagine it messes up a lot of other shit because 6 is a much different game. But I think they wanted that. I think they wanted the rock paper scissors element of wake ups in Street Fighter 6. I think they wanted that. Yeah, it's because of holding parry, exactly. Parry would have to go through changes. Evil Japan watch party. Yo, Time Lord, thanks for the 5. I want Marble Force so bad, and we could have anyone on the roster now look at UA3's roster. Oh yeah, I know. We felt that back in like 2018 when that game came out. We're like, dude, how the hell did this game get all these characters? Database, thanks again for the 5. Adventum Lara, thanks for the 22 months. Yeah, the entire balance of Street Fighter 6 revolves around throw loops being a thing. You know? Around the wake up being a rock, paper, scissors gas. Yo, Silfax, thank you. Yeah, we need to have a UMVC 3 Community Edition night. We need to. At some point. We've seen the Marvel 3 mod, Gene included. Dude, we've been making videos on those Marvel 3 mods since like 2020. $90, thank you. With your decision to post a variety of videos, has content creation become more difficult or focusing on certain games? You enjoy this more focusing content like COD and fighting games? Well, I think I realized that if you stick to like the same exact one thing, you're hoping that thing's good, you know? It was a problem when I was making videos and I was diversifying myself a bit, and I was excited about Soulcalibur 5, and then Soulcalibur 5 wasn't particularly well received. So people stopped giving a fuck, right? Even though I was like kind of interested. So to me, when I was making content and trying to diversify myself outside of just doing old school Call of Duty videos or old school Third Strike videos or Marvel 3 videos, I ultimately realized riding the train of that shit will only take you so far. So I would have to diversify and try other things. So my brain has changed because of that, and it also, dude, if I stuck around being a Call of Duty creator, I'd fucking hate myself. If I had to like play that shit all the time, I would just hate it. If I had to commit to just playing like Warzone all the time or some shit, man, I would not like it. So to me, my entire brain is conditioned around variety. It's conditioned the fact that I like to leave things and maybe not become experts at them, but come back and remind myself why they're good, you know? Because you kind of forget why something's good when you just play nothing but it. It just becomes a job, you know? And granted, I get it, this is my job, but I think it's also my job to enjoy myself. And I prioritized, I have to enjoy myself. I have to enjoy the things I'm doing for my job. So if I sit and just do the same one thing all the time and don't prioritize on the things that I'm like interested in or could become interested in, then it's gonna reflect in the content, right? It's gonna reflect in how I feel about the future of things. If I didn't do that, it would make me bitter, you know? It would legit make me bitter about certain things. You become like Ninja and you learn to hate Fortnite, you know? Yo, CNV, thanks for the 10, dude. Dr. Manhattan. I didn't roast Ninja, dude. No, he fucking hates Fortnite, dude. He can't stand it. I don't know much about him, but I know that he is the Fortnite guy and was the Fortnite guy. But having to be the Fortnite guy sort of like would drive anybody crazy. So, no, that's not a roast. It's just an acceptance of the situation, you know? He said it, I've seen him say it himself. Like, he hates this shit. Do you ever see a time where you stop streaming or creating content? No. Taking breaks, yes, or doing it less, absolutely. Absolutely. But this shit is mega challenging because you have to force yourself to be like constantly looking for things and being creative with how you approach things all the time. A bit different than the traditional like being an artist and just putting a pen to paper, which is where I started. But to me, it definitely satiates that itch of just like, I have to make shit. And if I don't make shit, if I don't stay relevant in some way via making things, then people are going to lose interest. So it's quite literally in my job description that I need to find a way to keep content engaging and creative, find a way to explore something that's been explored a billion times, but to do it in a unique and different way, you know, all that kind of shit. Yeah, I'm a variety streamer, but I'm also the shittiest variety streamer, bro. I'm the worst variety. I've said this many times. Absolutely a variety streamer and a variety fighting game player, but I'm the worst one because I only do the things that I want to do. Like, I don't know if you guys have actually seen people that are variety streamers, you know, and what they play, but it is a very diverse portfolio of nearly fucking everything, you know? And that's the thing, is that that extreme diversity of that portfolio is what keeps people engaged, you know? Like a lyric, yeah, exact lyric or co, you know? I'm soft variety. I'm variety in the ways that only I want to be, you know? Yeah, lyric and co are like the best examples of that. True variety. Dude, you cannot just sit some random RTS game in front of me and expect me to be happy about playing it. Like, and to be completely honest, like, I have like opinions on shit that don't exactly line up with being a good variety streamer, just in general. You know, I'll have some pretty harsh criticisms about certain games, but also praise them in some ways, which is not great for variety. Because you kind of have to be like lukewarm on everything, if not love it, to a certain degree, you know? I'm kind of critical, and I'm pretty coy, not coy, I would say I'm pretty earnest with the games that I enjoy and the things that I enjoy in games. For example, something happened at the end of Expedition 33 last night that, and it's not a spoiler, but that game was like probably one of my favorite games of all time. And because of a couple of things, it suddenly is not, you know? So we'll talk about it in the review. But yeah, like, because I just don't like that aspect when games do this shit, you know? Game of the year for sure, but is it one of my was it one of my goats? Not really anymore. So yeah, to me it's like, I'll be pretty honest that like I just don't like this kind of stuff in games, you know? I actually just don't like these kind of things in certain games and the way they do them. I just don't find it as fun, you know? And I'm not coming at it from a critical criticism journalistic perspective. This is me, you know? This is the stuff that I have criticisms on, you know? Oh dear, is it a story thing or a gameplay thing? Well, without having it be spoilers, literally both. literally both in the final 10% of the game. Which is unfortunate because those are the two things that carried me throughout the whole game and I loved it. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. Game is still, I can shortcut the review if you guys want, if you don't want me to talk about it. Because we'll probably talk about it after this. We'll give it a little bit. I think that game critically gets like a 9.5. But for me personally, it's lower. It's a 9. It went from being like an easy 10 out of 10 for like 90% of it. So now it's a 9 for me personally. But critically, I would rate it even higher. I'd rate it a 9.5. This usually doesn't happen, where my personal rating and my critical rating of a game, usually my personal rating for most games would be higher. Would be actually higher. But in this situation, it's reverse. I think it's an extremely high-quality game. Like, extremely high-quality game. But my personal feelings on it, after concluding it and sitting with it for a bit, it goes down. It's a 9. I ended up liking Lies of P more, personally speaking. Jesus. Kuma gets touched, he gets exploded. This game is so pretty. Or no, that game's so pretty. Oh, Expedition 33 is fucking gorgeous. It's so smart how good it looks. Oh god, you gotta parry it! He was gonna jump into Tatsu, it was over, dude. If you're gonna parry Fireball and Tatsu at the same time, who god knows the timing.
大そうですね。最近ダットより使ってたんですけど、号機も全然やっぱ錆びてない。全然動いてますね。はい。全然。これはカレーさんですね。あ、これがカレーさんの剣。さあサードといえばチュンリー対剣ですね。あ、違う違う。ゴーですね。ゴー機対剣。
攻撃剣は一般的に剣側が非常に有利なんですけども、ただ大会の一発勝負は全然わからないかな。そうです。はい。ワンミスで全然低く。
Ever played Dota? No, no, I haven't. We've played a Dota like. We played Smite too.
大工も非常にカレー剣動けてますね。ザビうまいですね。やっぱりこうザビシステム。さあただここはブロッキングが投げ。あ、やっぱそう読んでいます。読んでいます。しっかり。かかとは地上ぐらいでここはしっかり空中ブロッキングから。
Interesting, going for the corner carry, and then side switches. He didn't tech out. That was smart of the Ken. Chose not to tech off the ground because he would have teched backwards.
カレーの剣が一本取っていく。地上戦の破壊力はやっぱり剣の方が高いので、殴り合っちゃうとおそらく多いのが不利かな。うまくザビシステムでかわしていけるか。
ただカレー剣非常に落ち着いてますね。
Oh, double DP. Goddamn, look how much damage that combo did, chat. Akuma health. How much damage that fucking combo did. Shit, cool. Shit. Subarashi. Yeah, McDavie, I agree. And I figured out why. I legit figured out why. It took me 24 hours of sitting on the ending of Expedition 33, and I actually, it took me a long time to understand why I feel that way. And then I figured it out. So we'll talk about it. When there's eventually spoilers, I'll get into it. But yeah. Kind of bummed out. I won't lie. I couldn't stop thinking about it, and I was fucking upset. Like, I was kind of like bummed out. No, it's actually not that the ending is... No, the ending's not bad. The ending is not bad. It's a direction thing. Yeah, we're not talking about spoilers. This is a good fight. Ken versus Urian's a lot of fun. Ken's EX Fireball is so good in this game because it's fast enough to be a good neutral tool. It's fast enough to put like the fear of God into the opponent and just being like, hey, chill, I have this. And when they're ready for it, then you can actually start playing the game with them. It's very fun. Shit. Shit.
ここは何もさせずというところでしょうか。理想的なケン・ユリアの展開。さあ残りがオロとケン。おそらくアフロとハゲ側はケン同キャラはちょっとやっぱり運ゲーになりやすいっていうのを考えている可能性があって。かけてたオロを出すのもなかなか難しい状況。後ろに
そうですね。大将チュンリー対オロって基本的にはかなり厳しいカードになるので、
ここは宗像さんが刑務心ですね。刑務心が
オロが大将。 こは剣対剣この剣対剣はもう平凡流さん、ここはもう
これもしゃがみ中盤が基本的にはもう一番強い技なので、そこの振り合いつつどこでぶっ壊していくか。なるほどなるほど。
Ken versus Ken.
さあアフロとハゲが副将ですね。で彼らが中堅。
Yo, Nazani, thanks for the 5. Interested, you could also go through the Naruto Ultimate Ninja 5 Ultimates PS2, also CyberConnect. Bunch you haven't seen in that. They're way longer and better. Maybe, yeah. I still think there's an opportunity to do some of those at some point.
これも確定している。彼で素晴らしい。反応が素晴らしい。ここはゲージを下げくる。体力を生かしてラインは下げない。入れ替えてゲームもここを押していく。もう全然わかりません。はい。全然わかりません。さあこれ入って中盤。
Smooth. Where's the cross up? Deep. Deep MK. Very deep. Looks like he frame killed it too. Nice jump. Oof. You know what I realize? And it's hard for me to look at Third Strike without the eyes of somebody that knows how like the game works. This game's scrambly as fuck looking. You know? Feels like every game is like just narrowly dodging and weaving death. Even from the perspective of like players that are good and knowing what they're doing and all the tech that's involved, to even casual players. Because if there's one thing that like a casual viewer hates to watch in anything, is the exact same thing repeat over and over again. To have a game set up the same situation, the same beat, the same combo, the same thing that just repeats ad nauseum. Get you to the corner, do the throw loop, get you to this, see that, here we go. This game, without the perspective of knowing how it's played, I've tried this with my brain. This game is very scrambly. It's very much like all over the fucking place. Of just people trying to get a hit anywhere, and none of it's following any like consistent ebb and flow that a lot of modern fighting games do, you know? A lot of modern fighting games have this ebb and flow to them where it's like, oh, get me to the meta, you know? Bro, getting to the meta of Third Strike is really fucking hard. Like, it takes a lot to just get to like the meta of this shit and to be comfortable. It feels like many games nowadays, like you can very comfortably get to a point where you understand the meta very quick. To be honest, in many ways, it feels like the most Street Fighter-y. Feels very like, feels very scrappy as a game, you know? I don't like the whiff meter build aspect of the game. It's so annoying. Yeah, so that is a problem at like mid-level, you know? It definitely is an issue. And has historically been an issue. I'm not going to say it's perfect, because it's not, dude. But, yeah, you know? Yeah. It's definitely a game that is kind of like, not every single match feels the same, you know? Until you start playing Chun. And things can feel kind of samey with Chun, and things can feel kind of samey with, like, Yoon. Maybe to agree, Urian, they sort of get to their, like, their checkmate situation, and they fucking waste you, you know? Think we'll see anything similar this year what we saw at Evo Vegas this year in regards to the Third Strike tournament? Well, we're at Evo this year, I'm pretty sure it's Marvel 2, right? So it's gonna be a different game. Third Strike's not back at Evo this year, it'll be in a side tournament. Damn! That hits on one hit? Must be an Ibuki thing. Yeah, Ibuki, to me, Ibuki is a very much kind of like flowchart character, because she gets into these hit confirms and then it leads to like some option where she does kind of like Street Fighter 6 mix to you in some way, like a lot of shimmy shit. Whenever you see Ibuki gets in the flow, she really can fuck you up, but her getting there is kind of hard. Interesting. Are they keeping the Juggernaut glitch for Evo? Trust me. The Juggernaut glitch is good. It does not make the best players better. And there are already really good strategies and teams. Trust. Yeah, trust me. The Juggernaut glitch just allows him to be somewhat playable. I get it. You've watched Justin Wong be good at the best person at the game be good at the game, you know? But it would be very hard for even somebody like Jay to take on legit good players, like really good players, with that team. It would be a struggle. The Wazzler. Urbis, thank you. I had a friend who beat all the kids on King of Fighters 98 arcade. Only one hand, and that was the funniest shit I ever saw in an arcade. Kids were crying. Making children cry. The goal of the arcades. Thoughts on City of the Wolves and its longevity? I think City of the Wolves will have a wonderfully deep and long competitive longevity. But I use two very specific words there. Competitive longevity. I think it'll be just fine competitively. That game's fucking cool. The problem is the other side. That is not competitive. You know? And I don't even mean the money, I mean just the quality of the game itself. It's a good fucking game. It's a game designed like an old fighting game. It's amazing. The issue is that you're not going to be bringing in many new players. So it'll have the competitive longevity of a game like Under Night, you know? Where you're going to get a whole bunch of people that just love that shit, and they'll continue to play it. For sure. But is it a game that's to grab a bigger audience and stuff? It doesn't seem like it. Doesn't necessarily seem like it. But that's not to take away from the quality of the game because it's fucking amazing. However, chat, we have to remind everybody, gameplay in a fighting game is not the thing that brings in an audience. Saying this fighting game has amazing gameplay is not the thing that's going to grab a big audience and get tournaments stacked with people and all of this shit, you know? It's just not, it's not it. Fighting games sadly have to be a lot of stuff that goes right in a game for it to become big or last a while, you know? It's gotta be a lot of shit. And to be real, if there's one thing that is almost unanimously sick as shit in Fatal Fury is that the gameplay's amazing, dude. Gameplay's fucking amazing. And for me, it's got Rock and Terry and shit. It's amazing. It's awesome. But I'm not everybody, you know? I'm not everybody. Do you think kneecapping Modern hurt them not to be able to feint and break? No, dude, that did nothing. That... Looking at a game like Fatal Fury, and even if that game was easy as fuck to play, let's be honest. You're talking to a friend that knows very little about fighting games, and you're talking to them about Fatal Fury, and you show them a trailer of Fatal Fury, and you tell them, this game is so easy to play. It is the simplest, easiest, anybody can get into it, it's great. Do you think that's the thing that convinces them to buy Fatal Fury? For that game? No, dude, Fatal Fury is like made for hardcore fighting game nerds. Like that franchise, much less like its existence, is pretty much for people like me. And not even, like, I'm not even the hardcore mega SNK nerd. I'm not. Which is why they did all the extreme marketing they did to try to push it to be that game. And Verdict is not exactly out yet, but, you know. It feels like an enthusiast game, you know?
押し込んでいきたい。画面端をね、しっかり使っていきたいところ。おお EX 百列脚が非常に強い。
おそらく対策なんですかね。
動いたら当たるような形ですから。チームここは無理しないですね。攻めない。
時間を使っていく。
If there's a franchise that's probably going to try to lean into a direction of its gimmick being like digestible, like, cause to be real, dude, like fighting games need gimmicks. It needs like an idea that is crazy. It needs like a crazy ass idea. So in like Virtua Fighter, what's the crazy ass idea? Well, VF has the idea that it's like the true martial arts game, you know? It has a very marketable hook. And those cool martial arts things could be the thing that they show and focus the most on. The devs have even talked about it, you know? That's unblockable. That's unblockable. And to be and let's look at what is Fatal Fury. What is its gimmick? Like, what is Fatal Fury's big, crazy gimmick? That we're getting another Gauro. Like, that we're getting a sequel to Gauro 25 years later or some shit. You know? Like, that's pretty much it. Just Defend, all those mechanics were there before. Other games have had those. Like, that's it. It was almost like its guest characters were its biggest gimmick. You know? SPG is... But is SPG a marketable gimmick? You know? Like, what's the gimmick of Tekken? Like, it's pretty clear. It's like a crazy 3D fighting game, a huge variety of fighting styles, you know? Like, all that shit. There's at least a crazy gimmick behind it, a legacy. And sometimes a game's legacy is its gimmick, you know, to sell you. Sometimes characters are the gimmick. Sometimes wild-ass gameplay is the gimmick, you know? To be real, Fatal Fury didn't really have much. Its biggest gimmick that was to try to, like, get people on board with it was its guest characters for the most part. And you could say maybe it's visuals, but, you know, its visuals are nice. I love them. I love the way that game looks, dude. No, 2XKO has a good gimmick. I'll be real. 2XKO, what is 2XKO's, like, marketable gimmick? What is it? It's a League of Legends fighting game, dude. Like, it's something that people have been asking for and talking about forever. The League characters in a fighting game seems so... That makes sense. What was Dragon Ball Fighter's gimmick? Dude, Dragon Ball Fighter's was the Dragon Ball game we had been asking for since the 90s, which was not like an arena-style 3D game. No. People have been wanting a 2D Capcom-style Dragon Ball game for like 20 years. And we finally got it. And it literally was a Marvel vs. Capcom Dragon Ball game. It was like, holy shit. So that was its big gimmick. Like, that was crazy. Soulcalibur as like a game in general, it's pretty much Tekken. You have all these characters that have all of these, you know, what's it called? All of these styles, all these real world styles, and now they collide, but instead of just fisticuffs, they have weapons. They have big swords and big axes and all this shit. The problem with Soulcalibur is that even Soulcalibur's gimmick over time ran out, you know? That didn't last them forever. It sort of went away. Samurai Showdown had a pretty smart approach where its gimmick worked, which was, hey, remember this? Remember this with a bunch of gore, you know? And that's Samurai Showdown sold well because, dude, that game has a really marketable gimmick. It does. It looks like that old game your dad played, but it also is bloody and we're going to embrace death and shit. It does something that you don't see all the time in fighting games, which is like, oh, really anime, like artistically looking characters with blood everywhere, draining blood all over the place. Oh my god. Not Mortal Kombat gore, but at least something that is like, that's a good gimmick, you know? That's a good marketable gimmick for a game. I think that's the thing that like you can immediately feel like, what is the appeal of this? And to be real, even games like Hunter x Hunter that are coming out, what's the gimmick? Dude, the gimmick is that it's Hunter x Hunter. There's multiple gimmicks in that game. The gimmick is that it's Hunter x Hunter. It's a fighting game based on a big anime property, okay? But it also is a Marvel vs. Capcom-like. So it also is going after, like, it's got two gimmicks. It's going after the fighting game people that love Marvel vs. Capcom, but it's also based on an anime property that has a whole bunch of inherent fans. So will that game be successful? It's hard to say, but it at least has a couple of very easily mentionable things that are marketable about it. You know what I mean? They're good gimmicks. It has a foundation to be sold, you know? What about Guilty Gear? That's the most fascinating one. Because Guilty Gear never was actually successful until Strive. But Strive is like... Strive's gimmick, one of the biggest aspects of Strive and its gimmick is that you're stuck at home. Most fighting games online suck. This one doesn't. People are excited and they're playing it. Like, sometimes the gimmick of something can not just be related to the game, but the situation. Hi, I was here. The situation that we're in. And yeah, that's not the only reason why Guilty Gear Strive was appealing. Its aesthetic has always been interesting, but they've had that forever. Its redesigning of characters, I thought, it has the best character redesigns I've seen in a long time, bro. So, like, many of those things were good, you know? And then the game also had a bunch of crazy gimmicks in it, too. So again, it's like, I think its perfect place, right time is definitely like a really marketable aspect of what made that game successful. What allowed it to become successful. It was a gimmick, you know? Chat, how many... There has been moments like that. Where it's like, based on the situation, this game is so appealing. You know? Where it isn't even just the game itself that is great. It's like, because of the surrounding... Like, what's happening, like the timing of something, it turns it into like the greatest thing ever, you know? There are examples in fighting games, Among Us, you know? Just as a fucking Among Us. Ain't no way that game would have become nearly as big as it was if it wasn't for people being stuck at home and shit. Shit like that, you know? But it's kind of like a, well, maybe it could, but maybe it couldn't. Like, there's a lot of that kind of shit. So anyway, all I'm saying is that sometimes, like, a game comes out and its initial concept doesn't really have like a very marketable gimmick. It doesn't have something that is like, obviously, hey, describe this in a few words. Go. Marvel and Capcom characters are fighting. We get to play it. Describe this game in a few words. Go. It's literally video games the game. You can play as, like, characters from everything and fight each other. It's good to see Hayao back, you know? What's the gimmick of this game? It's a true-to-life, realistic martial arts game, you know? It's like, describe the game without describing, like, the characters in it, right? It's like, describe the thing that we're playing without specifically saying what it is or which characters are in it, you know? You can describe legacy and shit like that. That's also a gimmick, you know? They're doing the Street Fighter 6 faces, yeah. This is a great matchup. Holy shit. What a matchup. Yeah, dude, a solid nightmare. I completely agree, dude. Like, Strive could have played like a sequel to Xrd, like mechanically, and it would have sold just as fine. And to be honest, like, I got a lot of shit for this, and I think the game, don't get me wrong, I'm not criticizing Strive because I've learned to like that game for what it is. But yes, I personally got a lot of shit from the community and stuff just saying that they're kind of Street Fighter V and Guilty Gear at a very early level when we were first playing the game, you know? This is way before the betas even happened. I'm like, it's kind of like Street Fighter V but Guilty Gear. A lot of similarities here. Damn. And yeah, that was pretty much true. It was pretty much like the way the game was, and they changed it a lot over time. They definitely did. But you know, the complexity of a fighting game and how difficult it is all depends on how much you give a shit. Like, to be completely honest, man, how complicated something is, like, to be real, the RC system in Strive is much more complicated and harder to manage than a game like even Xrd. Like, wrapping your head around all of its uses and shit, like blue and yellow and red and all that, it's way, I like it way more because it actually really expands the RC system in a really cool way. But bro, like that, you didn't have to worry about that shit before. You did not. So, I don't know, to me it's like, how complex something is, I look at, dude, motherfucker, I look at Smash Brothers movement and shit, like this is just a perfect example. I look at Smash Brothers, and that game with its movement and its high level, and all of its absolutely insane, like, engineering of angles and shit, and it daunts the fuck out of me, right? It looks so hard. It looks insane. I'm just like, even on newer Smash Brothers games, I'm like, bro, what the fuck? And it's the most casual-friendly game ever. And I strictly play it at a casual level. Strictly do. Damn. That might be it. See, that's why this matchup sucks, is that Hugo's so big that up fireball covers a lot of options. Angled up fireball, like, at that mid-range, he just has to, like, block. And you can't jump, you know? You just have to, like, hold it. Even if you parry it, Urian can, like, dash under and shit. Yeah, that's the problem with being big Hugo. Let's see. Grand Blues on Grand Finals?
Oh, so close to the wall bounce.
Seals it again.
Winners Finals.
Run away, right? He's afraid. 100 meter afraid of that EXTP we saw it last time. Not again.
Block on the overhead. Space out, not to be punishable.
Not again.
Too many screens.
Another round that you have, right? 100 meter for Kasasagi here. GG, and just like that, he walked him from corner to corner over and blocked.
So another example of, like,
still my turn again. Shimmy.
Why do I think you could have kept Guilty Gear mostly like a similar game that just, like, looked better and had good netcode and came out at the right time? So Dragon Ball FighterZ got announced, and it's a game that greatly expands what the fighting game community is. It greatly expands the amount of people that are interested in competitive fighting games or just interested in playing fighting games in general, right? Dragon Ball FighterZ is like a nexus moment for fighting game fans, right? Regardless of how you feel about it, it definitely is. When Dragon Ball FighterZ is announced, before people can even play it, there is an interesting thing that happens. Nobody knows who the fuck Arc System Works is, right? Nobody knows who they are. And Dragon Ball FighterZ is announced, and people are like, dude, how does this game look so good? It's so sick. What the fuck is going on? And then I tell them, hey, it's actually made by these guys. They've been making these games for a long time. They have this little game called Guilty Gear Xrd. It's sick, you know? You should check it out. And revealing that, hey, bro, like, if you want to get a heads up for Dragon Ball, check out Guilty Gear Xrd. You'd probably, like, you'll get an idea of what their games are like. And no shit, like, Xrd sales boosted a ton, not because of me, but because, like, people had something to be interested in general. So they wanted to get ready for that, and a ton of people got introduced to Guilty Gear that way and found that Xrd's actually like a super cool game. So yes, there was definitely a period of time before Dragon Ball was out in 2017 to 2018, when folks were like looking to get into this and they thought it was so cool, but they didn't want to wait. Give me something that is available now. And yeah, Xrd kind of blew up for a little bit. Sales were way higher. A ton of people were playing the game in general, you know? And dude, that's like the most casual audience possible to a big, complicated-ass anime game, you know? But what did they have? They had a reason to invest. They had a reason to get in and try it. They were excited about something in the future. And they were like, bro, yeah, I'm going to get in. And they ended up loving that game. Like, I know so many fucking people that, like, thank me for getting them into fighting games. And they're like, which game do you love the most? And they're like, Xrd. I'm like, really? Why do you associate me with getting you into Xrd? And they talk about that shit happened before Dragon Ball came out. And that you would, like, prop this game up as being super cool. And it's like, this is like your first game? And they're like, yeah, I love it. Wow, holy shit, man. So it's like, yeah, it like the mechanical depth of the game didn't scare them. They just thought things were so cool in the game, or were excited for something and just willing to learn. They were just willing to keep playing, you know? It just looked cool, dude. So that's like, to me, like, if you're gonna play an instrument of some kind, you don't expect us to become like a rock star. You're going to enjoy, like, the process of learning how to do it, and you acknowledge that it's hard. And I genuinely disagree that we're just going to shortcut people to the meat of the game, and that ends up being, like, a good, positive thing for the game. It almost, like, isn't, man. Like, so, that's just a big personal take. I like keeping fighting games like real games. Just keeping them games that have interesting amounts of depth, knowing that, hey, you know what? There's a crazy amount of depth to real-life sports, right? But the amount of people that are watching this shit and the amount of people that are, like, enjoying a basketball game have no fucking clue what triangle offense is. Have no fucking clue about all of the shit that's going through every single player's head, of the strategies that they were building to win or come across that victory on that day. They're just going like, yeah, basketball fun, shoot ball in hoop, you know? And that's the way that the very, very, very large majority of people that watch fighting games and play fighting games also engage with them too. They just see the gimmick and they're like, sick! Gimmick's fucking dope! Ball goes in hoop! Marvel fights Capcom! Anyway. It doesn't apply to, like, for everything. Yeah, some people will be like, man, I can't get into fighting games because I don't have the dexterity for it. You know, and it's like, yeah, I could see then you're probably looking for something that will allow that to happen. But bro, like, Smash Brothers exists. Like, I can't even imagine these kids speedrunning Arthritis on a fucking GameCube controller. Like, that blows my mind. How much APM is in a game like Smash. And they're like, this is normal to them, and I'm just like, fuck me, dude. This looks fucking crazy. And that's even for, like, new Smash Brothers, you know? That's like even in Smash Ultimate.
And looking good. And the thing about this game too is why it's so frustrating is, like, he's not dropping very high execution techniques.
Anyway.
Yeah, it's
Welcome back to the stage of history.
VF? What were we looking at? 3S? VF? VF. Yeah. Like, the example of this, of just, like, let's just take something that is, like, established and fun and cool, like fighting games, and let's try to, like, really adjust this to be more interesting for a casual audience. Like, take the NFL. Like, why would you ever, like, let's just change the rules of the NFL so that it can be more engaging and interesting. People are not enough scoring, you know, there's not enough this, there's not enough that. We got to do something, right? NFL needs more engagement. So sometimes we have, like, less than 10-point games on each side. That's not exciting. Well, motherfucker, they literally did that. They literally had the XFL. They actually tried to do that, and it didn't work. Probably for a variety of reasons, but it didn't work. It was not nearly as interesting as they thought it was going to be. And the whole point was that, like, yeah, we're just gonna make scoring snappier, like shortcut to this, shortcut to that, you know? Like, why would we want to? No. Like, what?
許さなかったですね。そうですね。壁が思ったよりちょっと近くにありましたね。そう逆にね、作用してしまいましたね。
So anyway,
近すぎて入らなかったみたいな。
I just don't agree with like taking away the complexity and like fun that really engages people that enjoy these things and expect everybody to enjoy these things. Let's just reach it out for everybody, you know? Let's just let everybody engage in this shit, you know? It's like, no. Like, people go to the movies and they have they don't give a fuck and have no clue about filmmaking. People listen to music and they have zero clue except that it's a banger. And they have no idea the craft and shit that goes into it. The whole point of, like, art and entertainment is that you're gonna have this engagement at, like, a really high level of people that love this shit and really, like, talk about this shit, and then all of a sudden everybody else is just, like, hanging out and looking at shit. And they just like it. It's just neat, you know? I like the ninja guy, you know? I like this character. I like that. To me, all that really comes across of is just an aspect to just make things more marketable. You know, just to make things more marketable. And I think there's ways to do that within gameplay without compromising what makes the games really fun. What has made the games really fun. Oh god, we have a weird audio desync. Hold on a second. Pray to God, chat. Hold on. Tekken 8's approach with the heat system made it more marketable. Yes, until it didn't, you know? Like, literally until it didn't. Yeah, no, that's what I mean, is that, like, NFL rules now are different from when it started 100%. Like, the legality of how things actually operate in those games will change. It's the exact same of, like, how people say, like, dude, old school basketball, guys were getting their asses kicked, right? Back in, like, the 80s and 90s shit. It was fucking tough. To me, that's, like, literally adjacent to fighting games, where there just wasn't as much rules. Things were not designed as smartly back in the day, like really intrinsically designed to like account for most situations. It's the exact same shit back in the day, where like, yeah, like these dudes were kind of beating each other's ass on the court, and they weren't getting called on it. But obviously, like, the times have changed. Fighting games have changed. They're more designed. They're going to take for account the situations that have happened, you know? Yeah, the goaltending rule that Corey Gaming talks about is really smart, yeah. So yeah, that happens. That definitely happens, but it is also, you know, a thing that has to be like regulated. Games need to be interesting. Things don't need to get to a point where it's like fascinating, you know? Maybe rock, paper, scissors isn't enough. Maybe choosing one of 3 isn't that interesting. Maybe choosing one of 4 is a little bit better. Having one more option is a little bit better, you know? Yeah, Dennis Rodman, Hack-a-Shack, like all that shit, you know?
で明日につなげるためにはもうどちらも次の試合何としても勝たなきゃいけないので、はい。もうここが本当に
So anyway, I think especially for fighting games, there's ways to make them more appealing, without like attacking the key foundation of what makes those games fun and enjoyable. What has historically made them fun and enjoyable. And it's through other means. It's through like marketability, it's through characters, it's through other gimmicks, you know? And we're sort of seeing the opposite effect of it right now, where now we have a game that doesn't really have a ton of gimmicks and is just like a really great game, which is Fatal Fury. But it doesn't have any obvious marketability. Like, very little of it is like inherently super appealing to people, but it has that base, right? It has that core, which is like, fuck, the game is great. The game is fucking awesome. But it just doesn't seem to have like much else, you know?
そうですね、去年は、はい。ね、去年はちょっと一旦見送って、はい、そうですね。一旦お休みいただいて、今回は、はい、505.
And then you start to realize that, like, for the majority of things that you enjoy, or the majority of things that have become very popular, it's usually the games that hit every note, right? That try to hit every single note, where the gameplay's crazy and engaging enough and really fun, the visuals are wild and they look great, it has all these amazing characters and shit. If those three things line up, nowadays online is important, right? Online is also important. But if it has, like, characters, gameplay, visuals, you're mostly fucking fine, dude. People will come up with excuses to buy the game even if it sucks. like straight up. And even if it has, like, characters and visuals, people will find an excuse in their head to drop $60 on it. My dude, Jump Force and Dragon Ball Sparking Zero exist. So, I don't know what to tell you. And for people like me that, like, looked at those games from the very beginning and I'm like, I'm sure these games have their audiences, and I'm sure they will be very happy. It is not for me. Like, it is not for me. This ain't my thing. Trust me. And this is like, this is the difference between what I see and like a general audience sees in terms of like, they look at Sparking Zero or Jump Force and they see Dragon Ball Fighters, right? They see that and I'm like, no, no, no. These are very different things. These are very different things. Different demographics though. You would think so, but Dragon Ball appealed to that exact, Dragon Ball Fighters appealed to that exact same audience and turned them into fighting game players. Like, straight up. They became fighting game players. Because what was it? It was a fighting game. It was like a legit, honest to God, made by people that know what they're doing, fucking fighting game. With a lot of crazy bullshit in it, don't get me wrong. But it was like a fucking fighting game. If you get somebody into Sparking Zero, are you turning that person into a fighting game player? Probably not, dude. Just be real. They become like a big Jump Force guy? Probably not. The game is really not designed to bring you to evolve as a player to that point. Pretty much involved for you to play that game and games like it.
まあステージ結構重要かもしれませんね。そうですね。はい。まあ加えて回廊ステージとかだったりすると、もう本当ウルフ有利までありますね。そうですね。はい。やっぱバーチャファイターはその。
I think Fatal Fury doesn't have appeal. We've talked about it a ton. We've talked about it ad nauseum.
どこを選ぶか、どこを選ばれるか。
I'm a casual. What engages the most in Street Fighter 6 and Tekken, for example, are the good training systems and the AI enemies, etc. Yeah. Well, most like fighting games want to get you to populate their matchmaking servers, right? They want to get you online to match up with other people. So in traditional fighting games, they're going to try to get you to a point where you really understand how to play the game at least. But then there's levels above that, to the point where, yeah, now you get this, but do you get that? Okay, now you get that, but do you get this? And you think, the wonderful thing about fighting games is that you think, like legit fighting games that are designed well, you think you know them. You think you get it. And then you start playing people and you realize you don't know shit. Like, you feel like you've got a full grasp of the situation and you realize, like, at some point that game goes, you don't know shit. Oh, wow. Okay. So this goes deeper than just a rock, paper, scissors? You know? Like, that's what makes actual fighting games really fucking great. Yo, Moonflare, thank you, dude. On the wall? Oof. Yeah, Smash Brothers is literally that, dude. Like, Smash Brothers is what I'm describing. You want to know why Smash Brothers is the way why Smash Brothers is also that way? Because it's made by a fucking fighting game fan. It's made by an old school as fuck fighting game dude, competitive fighting game dude. His name is Sakurai. Guy that hung out and played old KOF games and Virtua Fighter and shit. Literally, like. So he puts that shit into his games. Make sure they have enough depth to be like enjoyed, and then you level up and you get better and you get better. It isn't just spamming like my B attack beats the A attack. That's just how it works, you know? Yeah, the fact that there's such a massive divide in Smash casual to competitive is great. Why would and like you start to think of like if there's another Smash game, would Sakurai add more depth to the high level or try to close the gap? Dude, I don't think he would. I think he would try to make the high level more interesting so that there's a reason to close the gap, right? Like that to me, like that's just a more interesting design philosophy of just let's actually make the high level more interesting so that people will be inclined to make that jump, you know? And to be honest, he kind of did that from Smash 4 to Smash Ultimate. Like he kind of did that. Smash Ultimate is just a much better game, relatively speaking, at like high level than Smash 4 is outside of like character balance, you know? Yeah, bridge the gap, don't remove it. Like, let's help people cross the bridge. Let's not just like remove the canyon. Yeah, the input delay is always going to be a problem. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. So this is why, I mean, we were talking about this, like this all started from like the Guilty Gear Strive conversation. Why did Strive become popular? Is it necessarily because of its mechanics that allowed it to become popular? And I'm like, I genuinely don't think so, man. I do not think, I think you could have released a game that was just as, without removing the depth of those characters, and still have it be like ridiculously fun. And a lot of people would have gotten into it. I think many things went into the contribution of that game being successful, you know? Because to be real, Strive also was mechanically much deeper in many ways. Like I said, the RC system is much more interesting, much deeper, much more application than you could even do in a game like Xrd or the games before. It's so much better. Why is this guy's name Korean Max? What's going on here? Why is this dude's name Korean Max? What's going on here? That's his team name? What's going on here? Bye-bye! Because Ganachi is Swedish? Where's Ganachi? Where the hell is Ganachi? It isn't dismissing the fact that like some people do want fighting games to be easier, you know? Some people do not want that depth, right? Do not want that extra amount of depth to games and just want them. I can't do this because it is too complex, too complicated, too hard, you know? But again, I think there's ways of approaching that without removing that depth, you know? I think there's a way to do that without like having a compromise to how characters sort of play. Like, name me some easy fighting games. It's like, that's a great question. Every single fucking one. Every single fighting game is relatively easy to play if you're playing against somebody else of your own skill level. The problem with fighting games is that you need to engage with that game at an early release window. You need to play that game with other people that have the chance to be just as bad or as new as you. If you do not have the learning process, right? If you do not have the process of evolving with other people around you, and you just feel like you're just getting wasted and you don't know why, yeah, that I drop off hard too. Everybody drops off. That's normal. That's absolutely normal. Unless there's something I absolutely deeply love about that game and I'm going to commit and learn, then I'm just gonna not come back probably. So that's a normal process, you know? To be real, like every fighting game can be easy to play. As long as you're just running into other people that are in the same skill bracket as you, which is now something we're learning more, and also equally challenging for developers, because in some situations like Fatal Fury, it's like, dude, it's already a game that's mostly appealing to a bunch of old heads and people that have played a shit ton of this stuff. So how are you going to learn against the majority of those people? I remember watching people try to stream that game, and they're like, dude, why does it feel like these motherfuckers have been playing the game for 6 years when it just came out? And it's like, well, because we've played KOF and we know how this shit works. We know how to get to break combos and stuff. We've been doing them in the majority of games that's been coming out since then. And I felt the exact same way about a different game, chat. I played 2XKO, and I'm like, motherfucker, dude, why do I feel like this is session 2 of a beta, and these people are in season 3? What the fuck is going on? I have felt the exact same way about some fighting games too, and it sort of made me drop off kind of hard. I was like, I don't know, I feel like there's not enough in here that makes me really want to play. There's no character. It's like, dude, I don't really know if there's much that's gonna grab me right now. I'll just wait till there is, and maybe I'll want to deal with getting my ass kicked for a year. Yeah, Virtua Fighter has a weird learning curve for you, so you're not wrong. Virtua Fighter does have a weird learning curve when it also could be the easiest game to understand. I think the issue is that Virtua Fighter does a very rough job at communicating the triangle. Does a very rough job at communicating sidestep, guard, and strike, and why they work the way they do. Like that information is not, you pretty much have to rely on the community to communicate that stuff, like, reliably. Which is, if you understood that my sidestep just beats everything, like pretty much does, most of the time, holy shit. Now that I know that, you know, holy shit. Yeah, we watched a bit of the Andy Fatal Fury gameplay. He looks cool. I don't like his super, though. I think it's kind of weak, but I think he looks cool. Why is VF wildly more popular in Japan than the US? That's a question that goes all the way back to the 90s, dude. Like, this goes all the way back to like Virtua Fighter 3. This franchise has always been pretty much like the biggest for a very long time, for like a 15-year span. It was like the biggest thing in Japan. It's just the nature of it, you know. Yeah, it's to do with arcades, a lot of shit. The fact that the games are engaging as fuck too, you know. You notice that like not a lot of Japanese players, or at least most Japanese fighting game players, old school ones, most of them don't like slow games. In general, they like games that like really engage the shit out of you. I like games that really have like a lot of action in them, just in general. And Virtua Fighter literally is that. It's a game where like if you're not pressing buttons against somebody, you're actually at disadvantage.
さあここは派生を出さずに一発目止めていたと側面の展開さあここしっかりつないでいくレイジキックとさあデラージュ後が非常にいい
Like XR, not just like XR, like Guilty Gear in general, you know? The Guilty Gear entire series.
そのあたりねフォローして暴れていてで、いわゆる効果カウンターだとそこのレイジキックまでつながるのではい、そこをうまく使えてる感じがしますねそうですねここまでおそらく試合を見てプランを考えていくところかもしれないですねそうですねはい
Anime fighters, you know? All that kind of shit. Games that just really engage the fuck out of you, they're fast as hell.
そして確定反撃まで追い打ちさあリコジャンが逆転の展開ミドルキックをすかす3発目特殊上段攻撃のため被弾と
Strive didn't need the simplification thing, that's the thing. I mean, I agree. It was definitely picking up on Street Fighter's influence at the time. And it isn't just like a Guilty Gear thing, it was also happening to Mortal Kombat. Like these games were just becoming Street Fighter 5 likes. And I'm like, what is like turning Guilty Gear into a strike throw game was the big one. Where I was like, whoa, so we have big whiff throw animations and it's all about the throw now? Like the throw is so important. Throws aren't nearly that important in the majority of like old anime games, you know? Yeah, Stripe does have really cool combos, because the majority of their combos are like Guilty Gear style, for sure.
ジャンプ系を見せるがここもブロックさあ冷たいガードそしてレスポンス
I'll try Hunter x Hunter. I'll give it a shot. I want to touch some buttons in the game and see what it feels like.
最初残すのみとはい追い詰められましたねこれ追い詰められましたねそしてリコジャンの動きが切れてますねそうですねなんか試合重ねるごとにどんどんそうですね動きが良くなっていってますねはいさあヒゲマティまたしてもノルマは5枚さあブラッド対リオンと
Am I done with E33 after review? No. I want to go back and play more. I do. After I beat it, I kind of didn't. After I beat it, I kind of did. But after sitting on it for about 24 hours now, yeah, I want to go back and do the super bosses. And I actually want to grind and become as powerful as I can be.
ね、全く無駄のないリオン展開を見せてくれていると言いますか。そうですね、素晴らしいですね。すごく強いですね。はい。
I've only fought like a couple of really big bosses and that's it.
はい、よろしくお願いします。よろしくお願いします。さあ、追い詰められたのはビッグワールド大立伝大将ヒゲマティのブラッド。行きましょう。さあ、とりわけここまで目立つのはリコジャンの距離感、そして攻撃。さあ、ここもうまく相手の下段に対してのアンサー。さあ、壁を利用する。
Damn, that ground bounce.
さあこれでいいですね。これがね、ノーマルヒットで食らう分には全然いい。さあここピーストクラー。素晴らしいサケキャン打撃ですね。そうですね。いい暴れでした。はい。
Do you think it was the right call to nerf Miles Stendhal? I think the I think Stendhal is a symptom. It's not the disease. Stendhal is just a symptom, bro. I think we all know what the disease is with Act 3. Stendhal is actually not the problem. It's just like the thing that is imbalanced because the disease is painter power. And how you get it. Like just giving you this insanely powerful ability where you don't even have to like really work for it. I think that is the problem. I think that is a greatly big issue in terms of how the entire game is presented as a game. When you introduce that element and it's just like, suddenly I'm a god? Like, what? Did FF7 have that issue? I don't buy the FF7 thing, because in FF7 you're full committing, bro. You have to raise like 17 fucking chickens. You got to get them all to fuck. You got to get them all to fuck different colors. You got to go race them in between. You got to do all this extra bullshit. It's going to take you like 15 to 20 hours on the first time to do it. You got to commit. I'm going to become powerful, and I'm going to be fucking powerful, dude. It's going to be great. I really wish there was like a super boss that introduced painter power to you in Expedition 33 that gave you that drop. And it was like the best drop in the game. But after that boss, there's like plenty of other things you could do, you know? I really wish that was the case. You know what I wish it was? Who's the bitch in the water? Who is the bitch in the water? That's not Gold. Sprung. 100%, dude. I feel like Sprung should have dropped that pick, though. I really do. I feel like he was the one that should have dropped that. Where you could have leveled up a whole bunch and like maxed out quad 9 damage. And then you fight that guy. And then it's a big hard fight, and now you get it. And now there's even bigger, harder guys to fight, but now that you have it, oh, get ready. Yeah, Sprung dropped Cheater. It's very good. The game is on rails or linear as far as player power progression? No, one part of the game has a very crazy power progression moment. And in that moment, you just get something. No matter what. You just get this. And it's game changing. Yeah, that's what I mean. It feels like uncapping your damage should have been something a very difficult fight would have dropped to introduce you to even more difficult fights. That was not teabagging, chat. That was fuzzying the wake up. Fuzzying the wake up mid or the wake up low. Glossary fuzzy guard. Let me get some water. Hold on a second.さあというわけでファーストラウンド15ブロック、1位抜けはシードチーム真夜中のサーカス、そして2位抜け、コリアンマックスとなりました。おめでとうございます。はい、おめでとうございます。はい、はい、この後はインターバルですね。はい、再開は17時40分頃となっております。プレーオフの様子、それまで3回まで、しばらくお待ちいただきたいと思います。はい、ありがとうございました。はい、ありがとうございました。I guess we just get into it. Hold on a second. Beep. Beep. How many days Evo Japan? Only one more day. Only one more day. So yeah, let's just quickly discuss it. Gonna do a quick Expedition 33 review. and I certainly want to talk about it. There is not going to be any inherent spoilers. I might get into some moderately spoilery stuff at the end of this, so no spoiler warning yet. So yeah, so I was talking about it. I got into it from initially a sponsored stream, and I'll be real, throughout the majority of the game, there was a period of time about like, I'd say 40 hours in, and I'm like, dude, this might be one of the best games I've ever played. like no shit. I kind of had a moment where that game was so good and was doing so much for me in so many ways, where I'm like, this might legit be one of the greatest games I've ever played. It's certainly game of the year, that's for sure. But let's talk about why I was feeling that way. So narratively, the story's got a shit ton of intrigue, right? To be honest, like the majority of the narrative is told extremely indirectly through a lot of like quotes and misdirect story. It's like you're practically, I feel like we were playing through a Dark Souls story in terms of how indirect they're trying to tell us this narrative. Instead, characters were saying stuff, you know? Characters were literally saying things. So they keep what is effectively the actual exposition until a very, 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 very late point in the game. To me, that made it very captivating. All it really did was you have this big looming thing on the horizon. We have our goal. We have our team. We have the teams that come before us. The narrative aspect of learning what happened to the other teams as we get up to the top of the world is so sick. Like, this is such a cool idea. I love it. You know, and seeing what happened to them, what they went through, how far did they get? Like, it's so those parts of the game is just incredible to me, of just realizing that, like, yeah, like nearly 100 years or something like that of people trying to, like, yeah, literally get to the top of Mount Everest. How far did they get? That mystery and that shit is just, it really did it for me story wise. And then sort of like it very much drip feeds you beats of what the story actually is until you get like an obvious like big moment where you really get it hit on the head. You know what I mean? So I think narratively speaking, throughout the majority of the game, I loved it, man. I absolutely, I just loved the characters. I couldn't believe how well written the characters were. I couldn't believe how it felt, all of the expeditions and the world and everything in it just 100% was like lived in. It felt like a really real world with all these characters that had history and shit. A really, really high amount of character depth. Just like these characters feel like real people. Their dialogue is also insanely well written. The way characters talk to each other is insanely well written. So I can't even talk more highly about like the narrative for the majority of my experience. However, and I don't want to talk about any negatives yet, it is one of the things that is my biggest criticism. So, moving on to other stuff I loved. For a game that's made by like a relatively small development team, it's gorgeous. You know, I get it. It's been said many times. More than 30 people worked on the game. And I'm like, my dude, I was in a development studio where a bunch of people were working on Killer Instinct, right? And I was there with all the devs that were putting that game together, and it was like 40 people maximum. And I look at the credits of KI, and it goes on for years. And it's like, huh, there's a lot of other aspects of the game that goes into making a game, you know? Expedition 33 is kind of the same way, where clearly it was made by a very tight-knit crew of people. And their choices are what got put into the game, and they got expanded on because they had help from third-party developers, or, you know, all these other legal aspects, or publishing, or all that kind of, the people that helped you book the music rooms, and the people that provided the places to record, like all that shit goes in the credits. Yeah, it's a lot of shit that goes into making anything, you know what I mean? But the fact that such a small crew of people with such like a vision were really able to execute that vision is crazy to me. And the fact that it visually comes together that well throughout, like, I think the whole game, like, if there's one thing I do not have any criticisms on is, like, I think there's some weirdness in terms of the way characters talk, and there's some weirdness in the way the characters' like faces move around every once in a while. I'm with you, but the very large majority of time, it's gorgeous. The way characters' faces emote is mind-blowing. How much they're able to communicate without characters saying anything. I love it, man, and I love how much this game takes time with its moments where we do not need to directly explain this shit to you. We do not need to sit here and explain to you what's happening. I can look in this dude's eyes and I know exactly what they're going through. I love it, dude. I love it. To me, Expedition 33 feels like a game that's like made by adults that is just trying to make a game for adults. You know? Feels like a game that we don't have to worry about all of the crazy corporate oversight that is us having to expand our demographic and really give it this side or that side and try to get this audience. We got to get the younger teen girl audience. We got to get the mid 20s to 25 boys. We also got to try to do something for the 7 to 8 year olds. Like, no, dude, it very much feels like this is just the way our game is. You just either going to like it or you're not going to like it. So it's like, oh, okay. Yeah, it very much feels like that kind of a game. You know what I mean? And I think they did an extremely good job in executing that. I think it's just a perfect example of that. Just the tone and feel of the game is so on point. Or it's like, dude, and I just could not be enamored more. Dude, this game loves me and I love it. That was my relationship with it throughout the majority of it, man. I just could not believe how good it was. So anyway, outside of that, what else do we need to say that's more singing praise? Like, if you haven't gotten the memo yet, this is a game that you should be buying 100%. It's absolutely a game that you should be playing. You should be buying, even if you're not into the traditional standard turn-based JRPG style game. I think you should still be buying it. And as a complete self-admittance of the fraud that I am, I have not completed a turn-based RPG since Final Fantasy X. I have not. The only other time I ever beat a turn-based RPG since Final Fantasy X was Expedition 33. It was the first time. Every other game I've played since then, I've tried to play Final Fantasy 12 to a degree, even that maybe that counts. Tried to play Final Fantasy 13, some other games. I have that style of game and its like genre, I definitely like grew out of it, you know? So to me, 10 was the last time I actually completed a new game. And I would go back and play the ones that I like, you know, don't get me wrong, but this is legit the first time. So why is it the first time? Well, gameplay wise, the game just does it for me. And I made the observation very early on. I'm like, I'm playing a turn-based RPG Souls-like. You know, like the way I'm actually engaging with the enemies is the same way as a Souls-like. I just don't control the analog stick to move around them. That's it. I'm still choosing all the attacks I have and choosing the right like timing of those attacks and shit. But when I'm actually like dodging damage and moving around them or trying to like avoid damage from them, I'm pretty much engaging it like it's a friggin' Souls-like. So, many of the fights became like ridiculously engaging and cool. And then they introduced stuff like jumping and gradients and it isn't just parrying. It isn't just dodging. Now it's like all these other things you have to look out for. And then you get this big ass attack sequence of just like whack, whack, jump, dodge. Everybody comes in, boom. And then you just like throw down it. Oh my God, dude. Like the feelings of that shit happening in a clutch moment. And I'm like, cinema, bro. Shit is 100% cinema. I just loved it. So like gameplay wise, the game really did it for me. And they sprinkle in a lot of nice variety too. There's a lot of like goofy gestural stuff and funny like platforming things that aren't specifically unjank, but they're fun. You know, they're good. And they spice up the game in terms of what it provides and what it's doing. And so you don't have to just be, you know, only doing parrying, only doing that, only doing this. And then obviously the music, and it's going to win best soundtrack of the year. It just is for a dude that was like randomly picked up off SoundCloud. Friggin' soundtrack of a generation, man. Like, I can't believe it. It truly comes across as just like the artistic vision of the game directly lined up with what the music is, you know, and how the music is going to portray that artistic vision of the game directly lines up. So much of the game feels like, and quite literally is an art experience, right? It feels like Expedition 33 is an art house game without it having the big bloat of a corporate structure or all of this shit to make it a reality. It feels like, what is it, A33, that film distribution company that makes like kind of like art housey, pretty much independent stuff. A24, thank you. It's like an A24 if they produced like this, where it's like relatively meager budget things with good vision. They just let people be creative. You're going to make us money by allowing you to be creative shit. That's what A33, that's what this feels like. It feels like a game that is just allowed to be itself without a worry of slop and oversight. So, and you feel that, man. Like, you definitely feel that. Like, dude, I'm like, how did this game get made? Like, how did they do so much with it with such little like corporate blowback? And it kind of shows you what people can get done even with a small period of time. It's like, that's crazy to me. That's just crazy to me. So anyway, visually on board, loved the story, loved the gameplay, loved the music, right? Just so much of it. Give the game a 9 out of 10. Did he say 9 out of 10? That doesn't make any sense. Why did he say 9 out of 10? Everything he's describing is like it's the GOATest game of GOAT and GOATins. What's going on? So without getting into spoilers, I will talk about why the game goes down an entire point from being what is effectively the GOAT to a really, really, really good game. Without spoilers, there is an absolutely massive gameplay change that happens near the finality of the game. And we'll just call it, and this is somewhat of a spoiler, but it's a 3-act story, so there is Act 3. In the final parts of the game, there are elements introduced to the player that I don't think are particularly well handled, and it's in the form of pictos, and it's how the game is played from that point forward. To me, the way I engaged with this game and its combat, and I played it on expert. I'm not gloating or bloating about it. All I'm saying is that I was like on the line for a lot of fights, and I felt like I was on the brink of death throughout so many of these battles throughout this game, you know? And until the very like last chunk of it, there's a part of the game where that just goes away for the most part, where like the way that I engaged with this game was so cool. And then it just stopped. And that's when the game introduces a picto, an ability that every character can get. Mind you, many people would use the example, and it's called a painter picto. I was just trying to be as vague as possible. Many people say, but Max, Knights of the Round exists in Final Fantasy VII, my dude. Like, you can go become the most powerful bitch ever, and then just watch a 2-minute cutscene, and then mime that shit. And then mime that shit, and then mime that shit, and then you're barely even engaged. You're not even playing the game like you normally do. You're not wrong. You're absolutely not wrong. However, in Final Fantasy VII, I got to go find a chicken. I got to go learn about other chickens. I got to go talk to a guy about those chickens, why I need those chickens to eventually talk to each other. I eventually got to learn from that guy that I got to get a nut for those chickens to talk to each other, and those chickens got to make a green chicken. And then that green chicken, I got to go race that chicken. I got to make him proud. And then I got to go find another chicken across the world that looks at another chicken with a funny eye, and then get a new nut for that chicken, and then get that chicken to go race against the other chicken, and then take both chickens and make a new chicken baby. And then that new chicken baby is going to go to another chicken baby. And then I got to make that one do another one that's a great one, and then race those ones so that it become better and better and better. And then they're going to make this one, and I have a chance at just getting an ultra mega chicken. And then once I get the ultra mega chicken, I'm going to take that ultra mega chicken to a crazy cave, and those crazy caves are going to make me the most powerful character in the world. 10 plus hours has transpired, and I have committed myself to becoming ultra powerful at the end of this chicken story. I have committed a ton of time and research and knowledge to earning what is effectively the ultimate power, the power of a god. My biggest criticism in the way that Expedition 33 introduces the power of the god to the player is that it's just given to you. And you don't even have a choice. It's just put in your inventory once you reach a certain part of the game. And I genuinely feel like it should have been earned. I genuinely feel this should have been behind some super boss somewhere, because getting access to that power is at a severe detriment of several other parts of the game. And the power shift is like the game's not even ready for it, to the point where I have to be warned about it. And I'm like, nah, don't worry about that. We just do this in all games, guys. This is fine. Ignoring the pleas of everybody watching. And then I go into some crazy ass boss fight, some huge narrative thing that happens. I get up there and I'm like, damn, we're up here. This is nuts. Holy shit. Okay, let's fight this boss. Whoa, they're dead. Ah, shit. And then I have to go back and go like watch the cutscene, play the fight without even attacking, just to see them hitting me, you know? And I'm like, oh, that felt rough. And then I'll go fight like a couple other bosses and just boom, they're just dead. Shit. That boss fight might have been cool, but I used my brain, you know, I destroyed them. The big kicker to me was the final area, where the final area as almost like they don't consider you to be this like strong. And I have never grinded in this game, dude. I have never grinded. So the fact, here's what's crazy. I think this is intentional. And this is where my second biggest criticism is story and characters. I think towards the end of the game, what the story is becomes clear to the player, and it becomes a very artistic way of explaining the story. This isn't a spoiler. This isn't a spoiler, but the use of that picto is directly tied to the thematic elements that the game is presenting at the time, and pretty much putting it into the player's hands. Without saying that it is a choice, it is thematically a choice that you have to use this ultra power. Why do I think that's intentional from the developers? Because it very much lines up with the way the game concludes. Very much lines up with why the game concludes a certain way. If you're going to give me the power to be like a god, I'm just going to go waste everything with this power. And to me, that comes at a detriment of like the game pacing and what the game was gameplay wise for 90% of the game, where all of a sudden I'm using my wits to attack these situations, to use this combination on this and this and this and this and this and this. And now I use this combination to do this, 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 and this. And all of a sudden, I don't even really get to play much of the game anymore. It's like, oh no, I don't get to play much of the game anymore. So to me, the gameplay aspect of that part of the game is rough. And there's a thing that happens in the end of the game where what is and what has happened to the majority of your, what seems to be the story isn't nearly as important. You know, what seems to be the really interesting and cool thing about the game, I'm trying to be as vague as possible, maybe isn't the most like critical. And you get that idea, you know, throughout most of the game. So without getting further and talking about spoilers directly, which I'll talk about spoilers, I give the game a 9 out of 10 because of it. And I have to respect it, where I personally say the game's a 9 out of 10, but man, my critical review is actually higher. It's a 9.5. I still think this is game of the year material, 100%. But in many situations, my personal rating of a game is usually higher than the critical rating. It's opposite here. No kidding. I deeply respect the developers for committing to this vision and conclusion and some of these choices, and how I talked about this as an art house game. It absolutely has an art house as fuck final act. It certainly is. But what is art? It is something that is not going to appeal to everyone. It is something that will not resonate with everyone the same way. As much as I can critically respect them for executing the game in that way, which is why I give it a higher rating than I personally do, it might not have hit for me the ways that I wanted it to, because of this weird imbalance compared to what the first like 50 hours of the game was. So, but again, I don't think that's bad. It's like, I don't get that. I don't give the game a critical rating, but it's just like, for me personally, it's a 9. And critically, I give it like a 9.5, you know, which is where the majority of the reviews have kind of like hovered for the game. So let's just get into it. I can't stop thinking about after I beat it. Me too. Spoiler time, really quick. I don't want to make this last forever. Spoilers. I had 24 hours. I'm going to drink something. Hold on a second. I had 24 hours to evaluate why I felt the way I did. Could not figure it out, dude. I'm like, why isn't this doing it for me? What is going on? And yes, for anybody that doesn't know, this is a spoiler warning. The end of the game proposes you a question. And it's the question of not as much the allegiance of characters, just like their ideologies. And which side would you want to see, or which side do you side with? By the way, I think people are absolutely fucking crazy because I chose one character in the end that I was sympathizing with that character. Dude, I just wanted to see where that goes. I'm not choosing which one follows my belief system, my dude. I'm choosing one because it's like, I don't know what happens if I pick this. I'm going to pick that shit. I'm picking the M word character here, dude. So to me, here's where a bit of the disconnect is for me personally. I really dig the initial story of the game, right? The aspect of the expeditioners, the themes of the game, Tomorrow Comes, for those that come after, like this entire aspect of building like a better future for those that are behind us, because we have no choice. We have to build this better tomorrow for them. Like, I love that theme of the game. It's so powerful. It's so cool. At some point in the story, that shit is just not important anymore. It's not. To the point where it's like the majority of us, when you go watch, I've watched like story compilations of Expedition 33, and dude, 99% of the video is talking about Descendre family relationships, Descendre family drama and guilt and grief and their aristocratic elements compared to other sects and shit, SECTS. And I'm just like, so what about Gustav? Like, so wait a minute, what about all of that shit at the beginning of the game that was so interesting and cool? Fuck the mission, unfuck the mission. You know, what I was really hoping was that was going to come back around, you know? I was really hoping that certain characters, especially like Mael, were going to go through a growth of some kind. But she doesn't. Like, no matter what you choose, she doesn't. It's forced upon her, dude. In the end, if you make her choice, she just chooses to live in crazy world. Or if you make the choice against her, she gets forced into being like pushed out of the situation. So she doesn't, it's just deal with the grief. Just deal with it. Don't grow from it. You're just like forced, and it's either a wonderland and I sit here in my fantasy matrix, or I am forced out of the situation by the guy that is literally tormented. And so I deeply didn't sympathize with, that's real life. No, it is. Don't get me wrong. Absolutely is. But I am playing a narrative, right? I am playing a game that at some point I do want this stuff to like tie together. And I truly feel that I wanted Mael to come to something that like Expedition 33 changed her. Like her living in that world. I wish the end of the game really leaned on that, where like so much of her has changed because of living there. Instead, it's more presented that the allure of living in this place is because you're dealing with grief, right? It did. It absolutely did. But it's mostly her dealing with the fact that your real life sucks. There's nothing for you in the real life. This place is a grief coping. Like it's a mechanism to deal with your grief. That is the big story that kicks in the final act, right? The whole point of the final act is that it goes from this expedition to this thing about building for a better tomorrow and dealing with grief for all these characters, but it really goes about the escapism of this family to cope, right? So, and it changes her technically for the worse. I wanted her to go through something where she like learned shit, where it's like, by me living in the painting, I have a new realization that will allow me to grow as a person. And it doesn't. It technically is only bad. Grief is only bad. It can only, she technically becomes just the next paintress. So I and that's, and again, to respect the game, they make that choice that at this point in the game, the original themes that are kind of there aren't going to be nearly as prevalent and powerful. Dude, I would have genuinely liked to have a moment just in the end, like just in the absolute end of the game, where she doesn't have to just see all of her friends fade away, or her make-believe friends fade away. She could have just had a line of dialogue that is like, tomorrow comes, that like her real life has been affected and she's able to move on because she understands that like what happened to me in there with that expedition with all those people trying to fight the paintress has changed me in some way. And it doesn't. She just has to hold that grief, bro. Just hold that shit. So to me, it doesn't come back around. We have a bittersweet ending. We have a really sad, bittersweet ending and a really dark, happy ending that doesn't really. And it also, I think the reason that this criticism exists for me as well, I don't like multiple choice endings. I just don't. And it's a me thing. That's definitely a me thing. While I will not criticize the game on a critical level, I deeply do not like multiple choice endings. I wish the game just like settled on being one thing. And there's a reason why. So much of the game is me just asking questions, constantly asking questions. Game proposing something, tease you with a question. 50 hours of just questions. Oh my God, I'm just so many questions. Boom, big reveal. Damn. At the end of that big reveal, this is the best game I've ever fucking played, dude. I can't believe it. This is at the end of that big reveal, I stopped playing. I went to bed knowing I am playing the best goddamn video game I've played in so long. I can't believe this shit. But as soon as the weird gameplay shit started happening in Act 3, and as soon as narratively so much of the game was questions, here's a reveal, and now, okay, so what is actually going to happen? It's another question. Which one do you pick? And I'm like, oh, man. There's another question? I feel like because so much of the game was just like not direct storytelling and so much like loose interpretation that now I have to interpret the feelings of Mael versus the feelings of this other fictional dude that's being tortured. And none of it feels good. It's just all to get me to feel bad. Not saying it's a bad question, but I've just been so inundated with mystery the entire time that I was just like, I was kind of ready, and I get what's happening. It's not that it was like a mystery that I have to dig into lore to understand what's happening. No, we get it. Like, it lays it out for me, but it lays it out in a way that is like, man, I kind of wish some of the elements that were at the beginning of the game came back in some way. Some of the stuff that was about the adventure came back in some way, which is where there's a bit of disconnect with me, because it feels very different, you know? It feels very different as a game towards the end than it does through like 75, 80% the adventure. And it's not even saying that that part of the story isn't interesting. It's very interesting. No shit. Like, I think the narrative that they set up with the grief of the family and how realistic the family is super interesting. My issue is that none of them are as interesting as the Expedition 33 people. I'm just not sympathizing with these rich god fucks that don't care about the life they're creating. And then you have all these people that have lived actual existences and lives and struggle and are fighting for their struggle. They're fighting for the people that live below them with no idea that they are created or painted or whatever. Like, and that aspect of the game is literally painted over. It's literally like, nope. No, this is actually the big story. So to me, the big family drama reveal wasn't nearly as cool of like all the other shit, which is why I wanted it to somehow really continue. And it's not like it completely goes away, but it definitely is like the more interesting aspect of the game, you know? So I've been thinking about this a lot over the past 24 hours, like a whole bunch. And I don't think it severely detriments the experience as a whole. But I just went from a point thinking this is like the greatest goddamn game I've ever played. This is like one of the greatest games I've ever played. I can't believe it. I'm like, this bitch might be top 5. And it goes for a very artistic ending. It goes for something that is untraditional and matches grief. It matches, you don't get the conclusion you want. You don't get this. And some people are like, Max, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth exists. All it does is make us hold that grief. It doesn't give us this. It doesn't give us that. It literally takes away our moment of emotional satisfaction and reinterprets it as grief, you stupid shit. That game does the exact same thing. You're not wrong. You are 100% correct, my dude. But there's a part 3. So it's very different. We know there's something after, and this is the end of this story. Like, this is the end of this story. So for me personally, I can't wait to see what they do next. It's clear that Clair Obscur, which is like light and dark, is going to be where the developers move forward, right? Is where the developers are going to take this franchise. Clair Obscur is their Final Fantasy, and they're going to have these games that really ride the line of like emotional darkness and light and put them right next to each other, because that's a great thematic element. It's just a great element to work with in a story, of just like the darkest parts and the lightest parts working within each other, within stories. I don't know if I want any more games about painter stuff. I don't. I want it to be, I hope if they do make games in the future, it is not going to be about painters or anything. I think this works alone in itself, and they've created enough mystery and not answered every question in the painter world about writers and musicians and shit. I don't know if I want that. I think I would personally like them just to try something different within the same storytelling style, within this aspect of like light and dark. Let's keep that way, you know? So anyway, I still loved it. I got to go back and play more. I didn't do much of the optional content. I did some super bosses, but I very much want to play more of the game. But I've been sitting on it for a while and trying to figure out why I felt the way I did. And, you know, so much of it was great, and I respect the ending, but I don't know if it just hit for me in the ways I really wanted it to. The end, chat. That's the end. Not trying to piss anybody off.
Coming out in spring, but he said, well, it's already spring. So he didn't say playable, but he said the trailer. When's it going to be playable? Let's see. All right, let's watch. They might announce
Oh, there's a trailer. Show me Tifa in Granblue. Let's go. Come on. That's not Tifa. Maybe it's God Tifa? God Lord Tifa? This character definitely looks like she's already been in the game. Or maybe are they starting to look kind of samey? Different moves, that's for sure. She was in a trailer before. I see. She's a big deal in the Granblue mobile game? Like a really big deal? Like 2 big deals? She's doing cool shit. Cool.
はい、ありがとうございます。
There we go.
新キャラクターガレオンですね。今月5月28日配信
So
予定となっており
we
ます。
have confirmation now on the 28th. What day is today? 11, 10?
Today's the 10th.
10, okay.
So less than 3 weeks.
トレーラーでちょっと察したという方もいらっしゃるかなと思うんですけど、ガレオン、多彩な投げ技を持ってまして、投げキャラに近いバトルスタイルにしてます。
He said her playstyle, she's almost like a grappler.
Oh.
We did see a lot of throws.
Huh.
We did see a lot of command grabs.
Okay. He didn't say grappler. He said almost like a grappler. He throw-based character, so grappler.
That's interesting.
Oh, wow. Can you cut, Hanzo, can you cut to the monitor? They're showing info up there.
Galleon thrives.
So, Galleon thrives.
Galleon thrives at close to mid-range combat, using a captivating selection of command throws to keep her foes on edge. By summoning meteorites to restrict movement and launching foes into the air with Seizum, she can force foes to go on the defensive before throwing them back into the ground.
She didn't look like a grappler.
Damn,
I saw some command grabs, but you're talking about a command grab character with fireballs and a Seismo, basically?
Yeah, I don't know what that thing on the ground. She put like puddles on the ground.
Yeah.
One was like small, one was like huge. You saw like Festiva run into it and then go into that alternate dimension or something. But I don't know. We have another slide. Oh,
yeah. I want to see what they do here.
What do they need to change? I thought it was pretty good compared to Strive at least.
Ranged max system
Like the
rework, huh?
It's when you're like
What are
master
they-
and grandmaster. It's
What? You
like,
need one more in the middle there.
yeah, maybe. It's just like, oh, hang on.
Versus ranks will be updated to use numeric point system instead of 5 diamonds.
Oh, good. Get those diamonds out of here.
Okay.
Criteria other than the match outcomes will be factored in points gained. Huh? Criteria
Less
other than
obtuse.
match outcomes. Are we talking about like winning 2-0 or like doing a super move or something?
Maybe.
Based on the wins and losses, but that will be changed to numeric.
I don't know what that means.
Winning with super should give you more ranked points, my dude.
Yeah, like a perfect, I guess.
Yeah, maybe
Probably
something
get more
like
points.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I guess the one problem right now too is
Beating
like, if you're,
somebody
you know,
with a super risky move should 100% give you more rank points.
Yeah, I guess you're right. This is
Fuck yeah.
a couple changes here.
Absolutely. Beat somebody with a level 3 critical art, beat somebody with an SPG, beat somebody with your final dimension slash. That should be a thing that gives you more ranked points.
Popular character or a master
Hell
popular
yeah.
character versus a grandmaster and an unpopular one with more points, but you get points for beating
Yeah, winning with throw should give you less
It's a bit of
points.
an awkward situation.
Yes.
ちょっと遊びやすくなるというか、そのランクマッチ特有のプレッシャーの強さみたいなのが緩和されるかなと思ってますんで。
So that's their motivation for doing this, which I think is a good idea. But people don't like playing rank match because of the pressure.
Yeah.
So like in this game as a diamond, you can clearly see if you lose a diamond or whatever. So they're putting this in. So it's like even if you lose, you can gain more points depending on how it is. So they're trying to lower the pressure on rank so more people play, so that there's easier for people to get matches, which makes sense. Because for this game, a lot of people play in the lobby or casual. So rank's kind of hard to find people to play against.
Gotcha.
And the valuation and the details will be, we'll let you know later
And
on.
I wonder, that probably only affects up until Master, I would assume.
Yeah.
I would assume Master, Grandmaster's the same.
Ooh, more event support stuff.
Did I watch the new DMC anime? My emphatic response to that is hell no.
What's ES Taikai?
They've been handing out these kind of, not quite plaques, but sort of these like sheets, posters at various sorts of events of different characters.
I'm sure it was great.
And yeah, this is a new
number 9.
Sanathon one.
It says number 9 is going to be available in June. Oh, event support, that's what it is. Yes, so if you go on their website and apply for event support, this is the number 9. They're going to give it out from June.
Anybody who wants to take part in it, who wants to lead a tournament, please look at our page designated for that.
Next one.
はい、じゃあ最後ですね。アッ
The
プ
update.
デートの
Okay.
28日の前日
This is the day before Galleon comes
Ah,
out.
yeah. Yeah, they like to do these showcase streams every now and then. They got Totoro on this time.
Yo, Adip, thank you for the 10 gift subs, dude.
Shout out to Twitch, by the way. Thank
Yo,
you.
Database, thank you.
It's been very hard to get Japanese
Said an Expedition 33 up there with Breaking Bad and The Sopranos in terms of peak entertainment media. Yeah, I think so. I think it really is. It's good, dude. Super good.
Or is that just
And it's video gamey as fuck, you know? KY, thanks for the 10.
They haven't said anything yet, but I wonder.
Ending of this pretty abstract.
Yeah, it's
Which FF game did you said was the first? I don't think the ending was that abstract. To be completely honest, I think it was pretty straightforward. It wasn't like I was watching the end of 2001: A Space Odyssey, dude.
Yeah, it felt like it shouldn't have been
You know?
It should have been like a 1.5.
Or even the end of a Souls game. Like, that's pretty fucking abstract.
Cosplay. I don't know
Like, your character just walks up to a thing, lights on fire, and the credits roll. It's like, that's pretty abstract. Like, no, to me, it's pretty straightforward. It sort of like settles its issues in a very solid way.
That's it. This is your
It settles the story. The story is over.
Galleon, they have this official cosplay girl. I don't know if that's her, Miko. I'm not sure. But every time they do an event, it's her. They pay her to come out there and be the cosplayer.
That's amazing.
I mean, she cosplays a couple of different characters.
Okay.
She cosplays
It's not really like in a crazy ambiguous ending, yeah. I don't think it is.
Oh, no, just the person who does the cosplay for Galleon also does Namai. I'm not sure if it's necessarily her.
But that's super hype.
Is that it?
The official cosplayer there.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's really cool about the Japanese culture.
Yo,
too.
Gator,
Like,
don't play no
cosplayers,
shh.
even
And
just
Moonflare,
watching
thanks for
cosplay
the
contests,
dudes
they're
and gift
so
subs.
legit,
Appreciate it.
And like they're famous.
Requiem,
They're
El
like celebrities
Scorcho,
here, so
Frost Type, Sub Wolfa, God of Cats, Cousin, Wet Fire, Gods and Madmen,
Yeah, I think that's
Das Oliver, 16 Eric, Thunderhorse, Ryu the Hunter, Toku 3D, Applemon, and I Best Evie James. Thanks, dudes.
We have a good update coming. You saw the developer. There's no drama at all, right? The scene's very healthy right now.
Yeah.
Rambler's in a good spot.
Great competition.
Yeah.
I mean, there were 481 competitors here, so really, how was?
So Grand Blue finished up. That was the Grand Blue announcement. Yeah, we know about the VF Direct. We know about it. Yeah, the exposition is abstract as fuck. Dude. That's the part I liked. Yeah, to be honest, the majority of the game and its exposition and how it presents that information to you is insanely abstract. And that's the part I like the most. Wait a minute. This is just a video now. Shit. Hold on a second. It's not even live, dude. This is a fake-ass live fake-ass video. Hold on a second. What's playing out? These guys are peacing out. They're waving bye-bye. Day 2 main stage segment. I'm guessing Guilty Gear Finals are up at 30 minutes from now? 30 minutes from now? Thanks again, Adip, for the 10 gift subs, dude. Yeah. What are you guys playing? Street Fighter? T-Hawk is fighting T-Hawk over here? What the hell's going on? Tekken should be up next. Cool. Hold on a second. Hold up. Damn, 5:11 at 7 a.m. So I didn't get to watch this.
Oh,
who's that?
Is there another cosplayer?
Well, we get the New Japan Rock Howard match.
Yeah.
That would be fire.
Playable characters in Battle Dance, the Fate of Fury, City of the Wolves. 皆さん拍手でお迎えください. Please welcome Salvatore.
What the? Let's go. Hey, no way, brother.
Because of course he would. He likes fighting games and shit, dude.
Twitter that he had a show in Japan. He has made his
Of course
way
he
to
would.
Evo Japan itself. Oh, Salvatore Ganache.
He looks like he's from the game.
Currently top ranked on the leaderboard.
Oh, snap. Words from you to start with?
That's true. Chris G is number 1 on leaderboard with Salvatore.
Hello, Evo Japan.
That's right.
How are you feeling?
Evo Japan, 皆さんお元気ですか?
Wow.
That's really cool. So how do you feel about the Evo Japan, the atmosphere, the air in this at Evo Japan? How do you feel?
Feels amazing. If I can feel the love is there.
The love is
Love
there.
is
Love is
もう素晴らしいです。もう
That's all
愛
you
を
need,
ラブを感じております。この
He
空
trying to
間
set
に愛
Maximilian
が
in
溢れているということなんですけれども、
I was gonna say, like, yo, they brought Max
それ
out.
では決勝戦に出場する選手の皆さんに
It's
メ
not
ッセージをいただきたいと思います。Could you give a shout out, any message to the players who will be competing after this?
Pick me.
I think you should pick Salvatore.
I knew it, bro.
勝ちたいならサルバトーレを
You
選
should
んだ
pick
方がいい
Ganachi.
です。
Yo, it's
という
crazy
ことなんで
because
すけれども、かっこいいですね。
Salvatore is a super knowledge check heavy character.
Yes,
If
yes,
you don't know how to
yes,
fight
yes.
him, he actually smokes you.
Message to your
100%.
fans.
I've had some pretty embarrassing matches on ranked.
All we
against
need
them.
is love.
Yo,
All we need is love.
His
baby.
far,
Let 'em know.
his
Let 'em
far
know.
stance C, far stance C is so good.
He gave his glasses away to a Ganachi cosplayer at the venue.
But you're always missing.
Yeah.
それでは最後にサルバトーレさん、えなこさん、
It's like a Kuma standing heavy kick.
I did see like one FGC dude was like, I took a picture with a Ganachi cosplayer, not realizing it was actually Salvador Ganachi.
Man, he's so like.
Oh, wait a minute.
I'll say, bro, it's so
You
symmetrical.
know?
You see
Is
that,
that
bro?
symmetrical?
He's so symmetrical when he sit down like that, man.
He is symmetrical as hell.
Yeah, the pose? Oh my god.
Oh, this is hard
He
right
has
here.
practice.
This is
He's
actually
practiced.
fire, yeah.
Oh,
Yo, easy there, big fella.
I know, bro. You gonna accidentally hit the nether region.
Ganachi said that somebody wanted a picture and he said, I'm not the real Ganachi though. I'm not the real
Game we
one.
play back in Norway.
Oh man, Salvatore Ganachi. Super sick to see him out here. I guess it was a special guest cosplayer, you know, cosplaying as himself.
Dude, that is all time.
Oh,
right
he's
there.
doing the kick move?
Whoa. Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
that's the pose after the hitting gear.
Yeah. Falls that.
Dude, he's got to stop. He's got to do the trailer with Terry, man, where he's going, get down. To my group.
What's happening?
The other shot.
He's doing the breakdance.
Oh yeah,
he did the breakdance. So he did the level one.
Wild, bro.
Dude, the cameraman failed.
Oh, that's crazy.
Oh, deal.
Bro, the cameraman straight failed.
He's like, yeah, I know you're top tier.
Bro, he be walking on stage like my daughter be walking off on stage like during a recital and she don't know where to go.
Yeah,
He literally did the handstand and the move.
Shout out to Salvatore Ganachi, bro. Being out here at Evo Japan.
Yes.
In Tokyo. And Tokyo, big site, of course.
Does it matter, really?
Yeah, but it seemed like he stopped.
Oh, was he right behind you?
Is he behind you?
Oh, no.
Transition.
Okay.
I was ready for the
Man,
transition.
The transition is there.
I'm not prepared for the. Hold on a second.
All right, but
Where
yeah,
are my notes
not
at?
only was he at WrestleMania,
Yo,
but we got Salvatore in the
Salvatore.
building.
What's up, brother?
Oh my God.
What's good?
How you doing? I love you.
How you doing? I'm Hell Pockets.
What's good? What's good? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
You want to sit right
Yeah,
here?
you can sit right here. Look at that.
Yeah, boy.
Salvatore Ganachi, ladies
How
and
you
gentlemen.
doing? Oh, I'm doing fantastic.
Hell yeah.
Sorry.
No, you good. You good.
He's such a normal guy. Like, he's such like a completely normal dude.
Yo,
What's that fragrance right there, bro?
I was like,
What's the
ooh, look
fragrance?
at that.
Put us on game.
How are you guys doing? Are we on?
Fantastic.
We're live right now to the world. And
What if somebody said, what is this, yo, video games from another dimension?
I mean, we're doing fantastic. Everyone's been loving playing Fatal Fury State of Wolves. You, as a character, have been risen so much in popularity because you're so cool in the game.
Facts.
Well, thank you. You are cool, amazing as well.
Oh, thank you.
I watch you a lot.
Really?
Yeah, man.
Wow. I know I'm not the Maximilian, but, you know, I'll wear a tracksuit.
Mr. Dude is number one.
Yes.
Oh, shit.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate
shit.
that.
Mr. Dude.
No, but it's been amazing, and I'm happy to be here and feel all the love. And at the end of the day, all we need is love.
That's facts.
All we need
Absolutely,
is
man.
love. That's so cool.
When did you start playing fighting games?
Well, it was a long time ago. I'm old now.
Oh,
you see.
we're all dusty here. It's okay.
We're getting
But
there.
I'm still playing it, yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
It
We're all
was,
season.
Till the hands fall off.
Yeah, when we had the opportunity at some friend's house, you know, that's how we started.
Yes,
how
sir.
I started.
That's how it always starts.
You know, and then I'm like, I need to have this, and then that's how it evolved.
Yeah,
awesome.
It's been great, man.
Hey,
It's been great.
that is everybody's story, bro. I'm telling you.
100%, 100%. You can see the hardcore fan. We can feel the love.
We can
that
feel the
you
love.
brought to Fatal Fury, 100%.
Do you know the #1 player on the leaderboard right now is a Salvatore main?
Yeah.
Sorry?
The #1 player in the world on online rank is a Salvatore main. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing news.
That's amazing news. That is really good news. He's so happy he doesn't suck in the game.
Tracksuit worthy, honestly. He might be tracksuit worthy.
Maybe he has a future.
Maybe he has a future.
He's pretty. I was gonna say he's pretty good. He's had a past as well, so you know.
Yeah,
He's got some demons, you know.
Yeah, former Evo champion after all. So yeah, he might go very far.
Yeah.
He
as a
definitely
character.
But not here, in this one, no.
No, he's unfortunately not here at Evo Japan. Yeah.
Nah,
that's what I'm saying.
He's at home defending his
if
crown.
anyone plays
You know?
Salvatore here, it would be, you know, direct win.
Yeah.
Direct win. You're in the building. You give them the aura bump if they play the character.
I will do whatever they need if they pick me.
Do whatever they need.
So he's a super fun character. I think
There was a lot of
people are
Ganachi cosplay at Evo Japan, dude.
He has a lot of
Like a
tricks,
lot.
And the hidden gear super is like something that everyone vibes with.
Oh yeah, 100% my man.
Yeah.
As long as I'm not getting hit by it.
The thing is, I'm really happy with what the SNK team managed to do with this character because it's like the most complicated, one of them, the most complicated fighters, but you cannot just, it's like me, there's many layers to peel.
Absolutely. Yeah, 100%.
Like an onion.
Yes.
And then you come inside and you're like, I found it, and you feel happy, and then you master it, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy that.
Is that a
people started to
native
catch
English
up with
speaker,
it as
chat?
well.
Shut up.
Like, I'm really excited about that.
Hey, I think it's just super cool as well that like all the moves are things you've done, whether it be in music videos or performances or whatever. Like they really captured your essence super well, I think.
For sure, man. I'm impressed.
That's a Shrek
It's really
reference?
sick. And also, it's crazy. Like,
Is that a Shrek
I don't know.
reference?
Still, to this day, when I'm watching it, I'm like, is this for real? Or
Yeah, right? Like this is an
what is
actual
going on?
timeline?
Yeah.
Like what's happening?
Adep, thank you.
Said it in the video. I want to be in the video game, right? So here it is.
Yeah, I don't know. It's crazy still. And now I'm here and I'm like seeing people.
This goes on for 15 minutes.
Yeah, the cosplays. I had a tear in my eye.
Okay, it was the onion. They were getting deep. They were getting deep into the onion. The tear came out.
I think I saw at least 3 to 4 cosplays of you.
Oh yeah.
And they was hitting the moves perfect, though. They were studying.
Yeah, they were doing the dash.
Oh, that's great. I need to walk around a little bit and check. Like,
They probably still out here,
I was gonna say, I'm sure you'll see even more by the end of the weekend, 100%.
I thought you were about to do some wild stuff, like just all you come out on stage at the same time, like, yo, what's going on?
No, I actually took a picture of the cosplay.
We should do
that. Oh,
Yeah,
you got that?
I took a picture of the cosplay.
Oh yeah, he's gonna bust it out right now.
Yeah, I want to show you because I was like, wow, that was such a really, really good cosplay right here.
That's a sick idea though, like a picture of him with all the cosplayers.
Dude,
I hope it's him. I hope it's actually
This one
him.
right here. He was wearing a mask.
I actually thought it was him, like with a mask on.
That looks more
I
like
didn't
me
actually
than
think it was.
Yeah, look at that. He was wearing a mask. Right?
Amazing.
Look at that. That was. See that?
I legitimately
Zoom in further.
I legitimately thought it was him incognito, like he put a mask on of himself. Like
So good. It was so good.
Really cool stuff.
I will try to meet them afterwards and.
Yeah, you would make their day if you met them.
I'm sure, man. I'm sure.
You know what'd be cool if you took a picture of him and they're like, oh yeah, I love your cosplay too, and he didn't notice it was you. That would have been so good.
Have you experienced that today at all? Like a player taking a picture with you and thinking of your cosplayer?
On the way in, they were like, oh, can I take a picture with you? I'm saying, yeah, but I'm not the real Salvatore, just so you know.
And they said, forget about it.
That's too good, man. That's too good. That's just a testament to the accuracy of the actual cosplayers here, right?
Yeah.
That's good, man.
They're amazing, all of them. I love them all.
Yeah, the love is what we need, 100%, man. And yeah, I believe we're going to get the top 6 started as well in a little while. I'm excited to see that. Yeah, top 6. Does anybody got anything else to
I got
ask,
the most
my
important question that everybody in the SNK fandom wants to know. Favorite SNK character?
Ooh. Besides yourself. Because like,
I mean,
we
that's
understand,
we
understand you an SNK character now.
That's true.
Garcia.
Oh, Robert.
Robert Garcia, wow.
Garcia.
Wow.
Now, Robert Garcia is godlike, too.
That's funny that he said that because that was one of Chris's characters, too.
Yeah,
The guy that plays you that's at the top of the league.
One of the OG Showdos.
And like every KOF, man.
That's wild. That's wild.
That's great.
Oh, okay. It seems like Mother Base wants us to pose for the camera. Which camera are we posing at, Mother Base? Cam 3. Cam 3 right here. Just pose, bro.
Not even in the shot. It's cool.
Yeah. Hey, yo.
What is with this cameraman? Why is the cameraman ignoring everybody else? What is going on?
Oh, man, yeah. So that's been a great time, man. It's been a great time here at Evo Japan, bro. Thank you for joining us as well. Blessing Evo Japan.
I'm excited to be here with you guys, really.
Yeah, hopefully, I hope you enjoy just Evo Japan. I mean, we are an amazing community, and when you talk about love, we are full of love. This is literally the whole community. Everyone is invited to this party of fighting games.
There's a different kind of love in fighting games, you know?
Yeah.
It's not toxic.
It's not toxic.
It's pure.
It's pure. Pure love.
That's what I love. Yeah.
It's not toxic, it's pure.
Honestly, I think so. Most definitely,
Keep it up.
man.
Yes, we will.
Don't get dragged into this negative.
Of course.
Positivity always wins.
I'm always about positivity right here, baby.
Right here, bro. Bringing the vibes. That's what I'm talking about. Good stuff, man.
No.
Pure. Yeah, this isn't a League of Legends event. I would have said that. If I was up there, I would have said that. Yeah, we're not a League of Legends event. We're okay.
Hey,
he's out trying to watch.
More than welcome to kick it with us on the couch during it if you want. But most definitely.
That's pretty funny. That is pretty funny, chat. It's funny. It's cool that he went there, you know? It's cool that he was like, I saw that he was like in town from his YouTube channel, and he was already doing a show in Japan. So he ended up going to Evo Japan. That's really cool. Are we winding down? Is our ass winding down? Are we literally winding down here? Hold on. Street Fighter is in probably top. I don't recognize anybody in Street Fighter. Yeah, VHS Darkstalkers footage. Street Fighter's in top 1,000. Yeah, was that knee? It is! Oh shit, let's watch Tekken. Damn. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of old games. That's the thing with Evo, is that there's main tournaments and there's a ton of side tournaments. So like every classic game that has been played competitively for the most part usually has some kind of an event for it, some kind of prize pool. He gets up disgusting. Does KI have a scene over in Japan? A relatively small one, you know? A small one. Even when it was like a big game that was still like going. It was small. But there were several really good KI Japanese players. They made top 8 in Evo. When it was at Evo. Shit. Yeah, Domu, the Cinder player. Yeah. He did the bomb loops on Evo main stage. It was pretty sick.
幅ですよ。
だからその前情報として、ある程度2を待つからみたいな情報は誰しもどのプレイヤーも持ってると思うんですけど、
現に今ね最初のね1セット目ってさ結構ボタンを気持ちよく押させてもらってたじゃないですか。次の1セット目のもうね暴力性。
If you're a fighting game player, you have to know Japanese. I can translate what all the commentators are saying. So if you're a fighting game player, you have to know Japanese. So stupid. I can translate what all the commentators are saying. So stupid. It's so fucking dumb. Stop laughing at that shit. Quit it.
お互いの意思をどう錯綜するのか楽しみであります。身内読みもあるでしょう。はい。
Is this it?
やっぱりその身内読みプラス、まあ玉隠しというか隠し玉。
Jesus. He's actually a fighting game character. Oh Jesus. He doesn't just talk shit. Oh Jesus. Look at him go. Oh no. Oh no.
以前ね、チクリンがそうやっぱこう負けた後気持ちの切り替えがね、もうすごい苦手だった時期があって、結構ね悩んでた時期もあったんですけども、そこはねもう
What do we got? Guilty Gear Strib is in top 8. We could watch Strib. There's two Tekken streams. Justin's over here talking.
Evo Japan 2025, and you know, I want to walk around.
Yeah, Rangchu was playing.
Talk about some of the booths. Obviously, one of my favorite is Arcade Shock. The reason why is because they are deep in the modding business.
Here, hold on a second. Let's watch Rangchu. All the promos happening.
どうなんでしょう。ただ避けやすいからリリにしている。明確にその横移動を駆使するというところがあると思うんですが。
Can I stand on my hands? Dude. Of course I can stand on my hands.
ピッチャーに対してはそうですね、両パンもありますし、スロータッパーでもいいしと。ここはランチが1ラウンド選手。
チクリもねプレッシャーをかけているんですが、ランチがそれ以上に受けて立っている印象。これ早い展開、総称から
走って
あえての走り見せ。
だいぶ走ってから打ちましたね。さあ減点からプレッシャー
Yes, we're in losers round 3. Soon that's not going to be okay to say. Can't say they're in losers. Can't say that.
熊高所がこれ暴れ潰しですかね。そうですね。さあただ壁強になっている。これはチャンスレイジ状態だが。
シクリンの回復可能ゲージもまだまだ残っている。
Not winners round 3.
ラピッド2択。
動けないキングヒール。
レアピッチャー。横抜けている。これスカ角かと思いきやですけどね。
Failed winners. Failed winners sounds much harsher than losers, dude. Is it legit a situation where you're like, yeah, I'm in losers, and somebody's like, don't say that about yourself. Don't say that about yourself. Mental health. Oh, sorry. I'm not winning. That's actually a Conan joke? Shut up. Awaiting success, round 3. Damn, dude, this video feed is eating shit.
ベアメンコやはり攻めの起点。
有利からのホーミング、有利から連続ヒット。避けている。
2発とも当たりませんでした。
Oh my god, is that Matterhorn? Oh shit.
難しいですよ。敵攻め選択。いやここはベアバタフライで切り返す。耐え切りました。まずはクマのヒートをなくしてから自分がヒート。いやこれもう反応なのか読みなのか見てから。コンボ落としてますよ。
Why did that combo drop?
投げケール逆ワンツー。 シャガパンもう一回このカウンター
Counter hit.
チアフルボールアップが入ります。
Counter hit.
明確にパンダがいわゆるランチのパンダのホーミングの回数がやっぱ圧倒的に増えたってことはやはりその横移動ノイズになってますよね。
なんかちょこちょこ横移動で避けて技を打つみたいなやつで避け切れてるシーンがあったのでランチがもう怖いですよね。ね、ホーミングが増えてくると今度は発生の速い技に潰されたりするので、
そうなんですよね。
読み合いが回っております。
そこでいわゆる投げを選択し連続で選択して、最終的にはカウンターで通ったんですが、あれ自身も正直横に
Just a cute bear.
決して言えないので、
打つ側も肝を冷やしてますよね。
たまらずここは
クライブですか。ファイナルファンタジーとのコラボキャラクタークライブローズフィールドの登場であります。リーチでクマに負けてないっていうところはあると思うんですが、中距離戦なんでしょうか。
やっぱりパンダに勝つには召喚獣ってことじゃないですかね。
なるほど。猛獣に勝つには。
Y'all talk about Doom Dark Ages yet? No. What is there to talk about? The reviews? The reviews are good? Clib! Oh, Chikrin using Clib? Oh shit.
返し技の切り返しもありますが、近距離の小回りという点ではそれほど便利なキャラクターという印象はございません。
ただしそれはヒート以外の話なので、ヒートになれば密着でも。
How long was the time between Final Fantasy XVI's release and Clive showing up in Tekken? It was like a year and a half, right? It was a long time. Well, it was not about, it's a year and a half. It was over a year. Because Final Fantasy XVI came out like the middle of 2023, and Clive was the end of 2024. No. 16 hasn't even been out for 2 years yet. I hope Ben Starr plays Tekken's next character too. Whoever the hell that Tekken's next character is, I hope it's also played by Ben. Damn. Yeah, Tifa's gonna be in Tekken. It's gonna be played by Ben. Nailed it. The beach ball is still there.
ここは技を打ちながら体力を回復する。だいぶ体力が回復できました。この下段先ほどから匂わせた壁を入れ替えてベアメンコ。横に避けてる。ちょっとこれは周りが壁に張り付かず。レイジャーツの読み合いが。ここはしっかりとヒット確認からチクリンが連続ヒットで取り返す。右シャガパンからスタート。トーチスイープ非常に強い下段技。
Nice punish. I think it's hard to punish.
見逃さねえなハンチ。これですね、この技。そしてしゃがみ状態に移行する。まだヒートも残ってますが、押し込んでいるのはチクリン。川倉が見えました。ダウンをつけて。さあクライブの攻めが止まらないが、やはりここで投げ白ゲージがなくなる。体力ももりっと回復。横移動で避けている。しゃがんでいる。素晴らしい冷静な判断。
Garuda. Toyton.
先ほどの2位もそうなんですけども、チクリンも時折見せる高速立ちしゃがみ。はい。受け側もプレッシャーになってるはず。
ライブ、火力も高いキャラクターであります。
Make another Soulcalibur game and put Kazan in it so Ben could be in Soulcalibur. It could happen. What the fuck is a hot dog?
あトルガルをめでます。
ステージは変更になりますが、キャラはそのまま。やはりアンチはパンダに手応え。
I think we somehow fabricated the best Ben Star soundbite. I think we did it. Of all the sound bites that Ben has, I like ours the most because it's small and to the point. Jin, what the fuck is a hot dog?
ダメージが下がったとはいえこのヘリです。これは
Damn, the bear bully.
もう一回投げる。ここは今意図的にガードしていきましたね。いやもうその先ほど負けたラウンドがその下段攻撃中心で、それに対してランチュがね回答を見せてなかったんですが、ここはしっかりとしゃがんでくる。これは沖縄選択。さあ暴れ潰しをやってからランチが暴れ潰しに当たる確率が低い。暴れ潰しを打ってるときは暴れずに、暴れ潰しを打ってないときに暴れる。これはでかい。
Not orbital.
ヒートまで行きますよ。これは一気に試合決定づけに来ましたね。壁まで行きますよ。これの2択。そうですよね。しゃがみからのね。
And the Evo feed is dropping so many frames. It's struggling, dude. They got this shit running on like a MacBook Pro from 2012.
まだまだ打ちます。さあお返しとばかりにジャンステを使っていくのはランチュのパンダ。フェアメンコ当たっている。これがつながるんです。ここで避けてるというかはヒートスマッシュで迎撃。さあただチクリンもボタンを押し負けません。ここのチアフルボールアップ通さず。
The Bumble Bear. Will you be participating in the Punishing Grey Raven DMC collab? Absolutely. I don't know what that is, but you better believe it, man. Emphatically there, 1000%. I can't wait. The YouTube stream is fine? Interesting.
暴れる暴れないの判断。チクリンのボタンを押す回数が増えてるんですが、それだけランチも守りを要求されているんですが、守り切っているランチ。いやーまずい。これはコンボ指導です。あえての出し切り。ヒートからいつもの
Yeah, this is the 50 FPS feed.
ここはヒートスマッシュダメ出しですね。冷静に勝利をしました。
Yeah, I heard about the overheating PS5s at Evo. I think a message is being sent to Sony that they got to control their systems. The PS5 was overheating, the controller was overheating, and then the PlayStation tried to steal people's wallets. And they stopped it before it left the premises. Several PlayStations are trying to steal people's wallets. And now I hear the PlayStation's in prison. Thunderhorse, thanks for the 5. Fan since 2013. Discovered you through KI. Want to know if you think Power Rangers Battle Through Grid would fit in a slot at Evo these days? A slot? Like an official slot? Oh no, man. Oh no. Oh dear, no. But would it have side tournaments? It always does. I think there's a side tournament Power Rangers thing going down at this. You know? There's always side tournaments.
そういうところになってるんですよ。本来ランチが選択した技も、いや普通に見てからさばかれるような技なんですが、散々中段を見せてきて、あえて最速で出す。
That ain't on yet. 3S is on. Hold on a second.
この読み合いの重なり方、おそらくエボをご覧の方々は少し
抜けれるんですけど、で結構ところがそんなにシンプルじゃないんで今よく抜けましたね。路線慣れてんのかなっていう。かなりリスクを軽減してうまく。
Why was I timed out? Dude, don't risk it. Oh my god. You literally could talk again. Don't risk it, bro. What are you doing? If you ask who banned me or why was I timed out, dude, you're, oh man, that was not a smart question. You literally could talk again, and now you're about to get it removed. That's like going to jail overnight for something or whatever. And then you're getting out of jail and you look at the guard and they're like, why did you let me out? Why did you put me in here? Why?
ただ2マックスですね。チュンリーが包翼線を当てればといったところか。ああ、経からしっかり。
しゃがみで発見包翼ですからね。相当痛い。
手の塊。しゃがみだとね、ダメージが増えますんで、サードストライクは。
少し、まあ、1.25 倍ですから。はい。しゃがみぐらいですとダメージが減ります。
Why was I not banned?
まあ一発当たっちまうと終わりの状況ですので、
ただ中央で包翼線が漏れた場合も、そこからヤギョ玉ループに行けるので、チュンリーもこれは逆に包翼あんまり使いたくないですよね。空中くらいもできるキャラなんで、だから通常技だけで追っ払いたいってなってますね。これはもう無理して今も入れてないみたいな。ここは無理しないか。どうなる？大事。発動して、いやー出ました。三角飛びから逃げ中継、完璧な立ち回りでしたね。
軽減して立ち回りました。
ただ投げに対しての、ちゃんと EX で返してたところ素晴らしかったですね。
そうですね。犬チュンリーが勝利です。そして
You see that Overwatch character in this old game, dude? That's crazy.
次の下がシードになっているの。
That girl that was wearing blue? She's like an Overwatch character. Did you guys see that? She beat up that old man. Did you guys see that? Yeah, like Widowmaker? She looked like Widowmaker in like a blue dress. In some old game from 1999. Fight for the future. Proud of her. I'm proud of her.
一個一個の技出しとかにもすごい気合を感じるというか、素敵な技を出してきます。
このゲームやっぱりチュンリーが強いって言われてるカードなんですけれども、土壇場の状況で中足小翼見せれないよっていう状況、心理状態で戦わなきゃいけないチュンリー側も大変ですよね。
Moonflare, thank you again for the 5 dudes on YouTube. Appreciate it.
でもやっぱり今のオロとかになってしまうと、あの体力差になる。
I was born in 1999. Shut up!
決めるとオロが
さあそれでは大貫さん、天野ゲーム博物館の元深谷と、大井川の光を、先にやるようですね。
投げ Yuki's up.
そうですね、2戦目ですね、こちらがユンドキャラと。
もうこれはね、強い方が勝つ。
始まりました。まあ、画面左側が、天野ゲーム博物館の元深谷、そして右側が大井川の光となっております。さあ先にどっちが発動するか。まあ、やはり中鉄さんと幻影人がこのプレーオフ一発勝負で食らったら勝ちですよ。
Thank you again, Moonflare.
食らわせたら勝ちですからね。ペリーが軽快に攻めていく。回収に近づいてゲージを回収。ここで発動してきます。
Oh yeah, it's not Yuki. Who the hell? It looked like him with the glasses on. Shit. Yoon versus Yoon. This fight sucks. Sadly, the mirror matches between the best characters in Third Strike. That's rough.
このタッチライバー使っている。中足絶唱。
一瞬の無敵入りましたかね。今。
しゃがみ10番大パン。まだまだわからないこのユンドキャラ戦。ペリーが発動していくが壊し絶唱しのいでいる。カミヤンここで発動。相手の動きはしっかり見て。
Skedaddle, skedoodle, I control neutral.
大幅あったので、突っ込むのかなというところを冷静に判断して相手の動きよく見ておりました。もう
お互い中鉄やってやんぞのこのいいですね。
攻めます。中鉄さんでゲージが溜まって前方転進確実なダメージをここで選択。さ
あコマンド投げ強いですよ。うわこれは投げ無敵中が
バックジャンプ大パンでここもしっかりケア。
お互い貯めたい。
先に溜まるのはペリーのユンだが体力リードしているのは神谷のユンです。
ただこれ絶対ダメージを取りたいですね。
そうですね。
うわうまい。中段見えづらい。
だいぶ体力がペリー側が巻き返し。
Somebody was like, I like playing Third Strike, but it really lacks in the, you know, competitive viewership department.
Oh, wait, excuse me?
All right. Oh my God. Okay, go for the throw. Nice. Back up. He's not dead yet. Do we go for the cross up Tatsu?
He goes for the universal overhead, then backs away, dashes up in danger!
Oh my God, no! Okay.
Oh my God!
How did he do that?
He went past the SA3! He went for the roundhouse! He jumped over completely!
Do you understand? That is a worthless button. That button is so worthless, but he was able to make it useful.
Not a good competitive viewership game. Bad competitive viewership game. Not great. Hard to watch, they say. Lacking. No moments. So hard to watch. Worthless button.
ユリアン・チュンリーもなかなかいい勝負なんで、そうですね、我々も先ほど死闘をくぐり抜けてユリアン・チュンリーを大貫さんが制して、なんとかどうにかこうにか、トーナメントベスト8に勝ち進みましたが、本当にチュンリー側も最強キャラなんですがケアしなければいけないところが結構多いと、はい、さあどうなるか見ていきましょう。犬チュンリー対カミラの
Damn, this stage is so gold and so is that man.
基本的にチュンリー側を追うことができなくて、ただ放置しとくと攻力戦が溜まってしまう、はい、お互いそのゲージを貯めたいキャラなんですけれども、ユリアンが増えてとするキャラ、代表キャラが
It begins! It begins! I blocked the 50-50. You're fine. It begins!
そうですね。あとチュンリーの得意が東翼戦なんですけれども、ユリアンのヘッドバットが出した瞬間に空中に
Do you have your favorite mirror and matchup in Third Strike? Bro, chat. Third Strike heads. What's the best mirror match in Third Strike? I'd argue it's Ken versus Ken. Yep. Chat, spot on, dude. First answers is Ken. Yep. Because it is. They're exciting as shit, dude. Every time there's a Ken versus Ken, I go, Dudley Mirror is a close second. Makoto, probably a close third. Urian mirrors kind of suck because they have to build meter against each other. Chun mirrors kind of suck. They're just trying to like hit low forward. You know?
しかも犬チュンリーも画面味のエイジスリー危ないので、ちゃんと三角取りで投げて。
I might as well have Sajam just ruin most of it right away. My man said you haven't seen it, but let me tell you what happened.
Spoiler.
This dude's soul, like.
Yeah, I was telling Steve that bike into Tommy's concrete in the anime.
Insane.
You gotta watch it. You gotta watch it, Steve.
Oh my God! And I asked the question. It's like, so it's not wood? He's like concrete.
Concrete, bro.
Jeez, we saw this girl first announced like. So wait a minute, she's the chick from. She's the chick from Cyberpunk, right? No? Fuck. These characters have been delayed a lot. She's the anime chick. Okay.
Keep it on the
All right.
I got the player here, and she's.
Oh.
I don't wanna. If you haven't seen her super yet, don't watch it.
Oh,
don't look. It's so cool.
That dude Sajam spoiled the super too. He came in the back.
No, you already saw it.
No, I had not.
No,
I literally left.
What I said was the super is really sick. You gotta watch it. And then you came back to me. He's like, dude, I got the play. What's her name? Annika? Yeah, she's
That's what I said. That's what
you're like, she's sick or super sick. That's true facts right here.
Damn, I'm 90% off, chat, as usual.
90% off? Wait, that's a steal. What else is gonna be
That's
in
pretty
this?
good.
Is this like with the season passes? This game has 1 million characters. If you haven't picked up Strive yet, would recommend.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Big recommend.
Especially 90% off. Come on now.
Ridiculous.
90% off. That's
yeah,
crazy.
This game's sick. And Unica is super cool. I can't wait for her to come out. Like the what's it called? The character design is just super fun. And I think the way her
Did they show a trailer for her or no?
I didn't get the player, but I saw like some of her normals looked a little stubby, like they didn't have much range to got like to the hard slash. I think it was, but.
So let's all get heated up too. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Ken up there.
Yeah, big
the
Ken.
go. yeah, her normals are like, she has extensions off of all of them. So like her /5H doesn't reach sometimes, but you can do /.
Nothing's on. They haven't uploaded anything to YouTube yet. Not yet.
A player too.
Yeah, her and Elena had a long line.
Oh, it's a tiny teaser, just her intro. Oh, okay. Whatever. I'll try her, dude. It would be cool if I like her more than Elfelt, right? Again, chat. When Guilty Gear gets their ranked update, their actual ranked mode, we were figuring out which character do I want to play, and no kidding, I was gonna play Elfelt. I was gonna play her. I actually really like the way she plays, so it'll be funny if that changes and it changes to her, because she has this like big ass crazy sword and shit. I'd actually like to play with the character for a few days, you know? Strib.
Dude, it's the song. Every time you hear it, it's hard not to get hyped.
It's literally, it's impossible.
Every time I hear him say strike back, I'm like, that's me, bro. I gotta do that. We got a sick top 8 for those of you who didn't see the quals that were earlier. They're super, super good matches that we saw. Gobo Venom, 9th place. The Go Arc World Tour finalist, Hoop Squad Zone, unsigned. Red Ditto, Chipotle's strongest warrior.
With all the guac.
He is Chipotle.
Hold on, chat. Third strike.
お互いのレベルの高さが感じられますね。投げ上げのプレー。鉄さん、これはガードさして、これで崩れたら壊し食らってしまう。
ペリーの破壊力で。
そうですね。
Yeah, Capcom Fighting Collection is next week, bros. CBS 2. Let's go. And to be honest, if they're using the EO version in ranked, I'm playing P Groove straight up. If they end up using EO, I'm definitely playing P Groove, dude. I'm just gonna parry the shit out of that game.
ブロッキングの効果って切れちゃうんで、波動拳の入力をしながら歩いて前って入れなきゃいけないんですよ。そこがめちゃくちゃ難しいんですよね。
And I watch Edge Runners? No. Definitely not. Isn't Fighting Collection and Doom on the same day? Don't tell me that. What is that? No. Don't tell me that shit. Don't say that shit to me. Don't tell me that Doom and Fighting Collection 2 are on the exact same day. That's literally impossible for them to do that. Don't you dare.
我々のね、そうですね、手元にちょっとブロック3ブロックのちょっと今のトーナメントが、この後がちょっと
in between right now. Oh guys, we got new Elena footage. Check it out. Elena. Exclusive Elena footage. Hide your friends, hide your wife.
しかし8ガードすると投げしか入らないのが悲しいところなんですが、まあ全然 OK でしょう。
おい低いだろ、低すぎだろ。
さあリンクス。さあエミロダイヤシのこれが当たって、さあヒーリング打つでしょう。ダメージもこれで5秒以上かな。リケナンが入る。さすがリケナンが入る。おお、サイモンソンセミハリ。投げ上がりした。
さあ、いや白い。
ただしこれでガルのゲージも切れた。これは打っていいでしょう。ライドホーンキックが
こ自分でトリックをこれはトリックジャンプスラバーいってない X 様
The collection is the 16th, Doom is the 15th. Good! With the 13th early access in the premium edition? Oh, shit. So wait, Doom is the 13th? I'll have to play that. That'll be the first streaming date of it, so I'll definitely have to play that. Play that then. Play then that?
苦しい展開が続いています。なんとか流れを持ってきたい。おっと KG が使っておっとちゃんと
13th for the extra expensive edition. Right, so that'll be the first time it's streamable, so I gotta be on that shit. We have to be on that shit.
うわバスター選手のタイミング要撃が決まってさあこれ1本取りたい時間もないぞがガードが硬すぎるうわっと原用が決まって時間ない削りが決まって苦しいバスターこれで3人抜き
バスター選手やり込みの成果が出てますねかなり技が当たんないですね
これは苦しいです
What characters do you want to return in VF6? I want everybody but Lion and Shundi. I want Lion to get replaced. I want Shundi to get replaced. He needs to die. And then there needs to be a different guy. And Lion, they just forget about him. They left him in an Uber. That's all. That's all I'm saying. CVS2 in the collection is EO only in ranked Cobra. You can play all the versions in player matches.
しかしデカーバリに対してしっかり打撃でタクをかけているバスター選手うわーきついいい PPP が若干壁がうまいこれはコンボ難しいが体力は若干壁いやーしっかりしてる投げが決まってこのラウンド取りたいおっとおっなんか何も出なかった技が苦しい
Damn. These dudes are poking.
これはでかい削り合いを制したのはチャモーズまずは1本制し選手投げタクが
VF6 is better character designs. I like the game. They look so boring it hurts. My dude, the characters in this game were designed in the year 2003. You understand that, right? The game, these characters came out in a game in 2005. Right? Is the initial like arcade release of Virtua Fighter 5. The character designs are literally from the early 2000s. So it took them years to make the game, right? Yeah. So they're like from 2002, 2003. They're 22-year-old looking characters. At the time, they were cool looking. They were very cool looking. Lei Fei and Go and Brad were all pretty cool looking. But in the defense of your opinion, Virtua Fighter character designs started aging with Tekken 3. Right? Virtua Fighter character designs started to age literally with Tekken 3. And Tekken 3 had cooler looking characters than Virtua Fighter did all of a sudden. So, you know, to be real, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. It's just that there hasn't been that many opportunities for Virtua Fighter to reinvent its characters because they haven't had a game for 20 fucking years.
ただレイフェイ側は結構嫌なキャラクターの組み合わせではありますよね。
Don't worry, everyone's gonna be wearing fucking like what are those stupid shoes called? I was late. Everybody's gonna be wearing Jinkos and Tims in the next Virtua Fighter. Don't worry, man. Jackie's gonna show up with Jinkos and Tims. It's gonna be very fashionable. Bunch of multicolored jackets and shit. Some bitch is gonna wear a turtleneck. Trust me. Everybody's Akira's gonna wear Air Force Ones.
なんとかおっとノーマルで崩れるようになっておりますこの先からこの最強のさばきが高嵐になぜかあれを読んでまあ
Yeah, we already know what Akira looks like in the new Virtua Fighter. He looks fucking awesome. He looks like literally a modern-day wandering samurai. Like, it's pretty cool. Putting a hat on that bitch was a good idea. So to be honest, I'll give him credit. You know, they know how to make cool-looking characters.
そこそこいい体力減らされてしまいます冷静な
Let's just give him some Vans. Some, when Air Force One on one foot and a Van on the other foot. Some Vans on the other foot, you know? Appeal to all the audiences.
大幅強化されておりますとしかししゃがんでますねと高嵐がコマンドミスですねコンボは高い
What we really need is the new Virtua Fighter characters. Like, one of the new Virtua Fighter characters shops at Costco, so he has nothing but Kirkland products all over him. He's like carrying like a bunch of like Kirkland food, you know? Kirkland Select socks and shoes and shit. Really modernize this shit. Let's go. He eats a Costco hot dog.
コンボが若干難しいがしかしここは完走しておっと側首に対して対策が決まっていますあとはしっかりおっとなかなかこれ減りますよこれは
Don't give him ideas.
あらコンボなかなか初めて見たコンボでしたがうまく成功はしませんでしたさあ来ましたね大将戦
What the fuck is a hot dog? You haven't had Costco pizza in so long, I miss it. Here's what's crazy. That Costco pizza you haven't had so long tastes the exact same as it did from so long ago. You know what's even crazier? It costs the same. That's the even crazier part. Is that it never changed price. That's what's crazy, dude. That fucking hot dog and that drink is $1.50. It still is. Like, Jesus, man. I don't have the combo pizza, no. In the current year, no. No, it is. Prices on that menu have not changed. Other things have changed, right? Other things in the store have changed price. But their pizza and shit, and like their parfait, their ice cream and the hot dog are all like priced like they're in the 90s. When the executive that made that choice was being confronted by other business people, the owner executive was being told that it's devaluing their other products and shit. And when confronted about changing the price of the hot dog and the other stuff on the menu, he told them, if you change the price of the hot dog combo, I'll fucking kill you. So it never changed. Yeah, he recently is no longer the he actually peaced out recently. But luckily, you know, the people that are actually in charge of Costco now, I watched an interview on it. The people that are in charge of Costco now is a guy that started off as a bagger, right? Just a dude that worked the floor. So you have somebody that understands, was not immediately built into like opulence, you know, wasn't taken from some other company. No, like the new guy has worked there for like 30 years or some shit and started as just like a generic dude. Started from the actual bottom, so nothing's changing.
あの暴れが全部通ってる。
いや、総飛脚、暴れのチョイスも最高でしたね。最後の総飛脚じゃなければ負けていた。
Yeah, their first job wasn't a manager or a supervisor, you know.
素晴らしい。これが我らが
代表ですね。
代表 MGG の代表、チャーボーズレイフェイ。
これは泣けますね。
素晴らしいプレーが。
いやー、すごいですね。
Cool.
いや、すごかった、面白かったですね、今のは。
はい、もう大変いいカードでしたね。
いや、このカードね、相当このカード。
Let's go check out Streva.
I mean, like, we saw him try to throw the bomb out, try to get the aim assist going, but, like, anything like that is so difficult because of how high chip is. You really have to rely on the
Contra, thank you, dude.
Wall and getting him knocked down first before you establish that shot game. But looks like Poke is calling the TOs to the stage. Might try to fix something up real quick.
Yeah, he's doing a
Bro, you go to Costco,
this guy's cheating, bro.
And you go to the drink fountain, and it's just nothing but water. And guess how much a bottle of water costs?
Oh, he did? All right, my bad. The thing is, too, is that as
guess how much a bottle of water costs at Costco?
Like, even if you set up once, the minute you break the
Still
wall
to this
or
day.
you, like space happens, chip is really, really hard to intercept. You're just kind of RPSing with your dashing 5Ks and 2Ks and like you tried 6S,
cents.
Obviously, which someone immediately
Still.
adjusted to with dashing 2K to intercept as well.
25
It's
cents.
very, very hard. The way characters like Chip or Milia or fast characters in fighting games make you
I bought one the other day. I was thirsty.
Swing at the air, right?
And I threw a quarter in the machine and I got a full-ass bottle of water. I was like,
so you kind of have to swing at the air, like Bart Simpson it. You just like start swinging at
All
the air,
right.
hoping that they run into it.
Disgusting.
And that leaves you open for them to whip punish you, right?
Yep,
so
absolutely.
it's sort of the game plan is like, it feels dumb to
am
swing.
I getting paid by them?
But you have to.
No, I like to platform.
All it takes is one time. I mean, like,
I like to platform.
You get a knockdown, and he really does get to play.
Unscummery.
Big gambles where he's like, look, I don't even
You
want
know,
to try and guess, and that's why
I sound like I'm sponsored by In-N-Out and Costco the way I talk about them, but I talk about them in such a positive way because, like, when you go to In-N-Out, your base pay is $30, like $30+. Managers at In-N-Out are making like supervisors and managers are making over $100,000 a year at In-N-Out, a burger place. Same thing for like people working the floor at the back of a Costco. They're making 90 to 100 grand.
So yeah, I mean, he really restricts you
for jobs that would be considered, you know, valueless to billionaire shitlords that literally keep our functioning society alive. And they're like insanely valuable. You know, it's true. It's actually true. These places have like amazing products and shit and that are well priced, and they treat people well. Sorry, bro. I'll always platform that shit. It'll sound like I'm sucking their balls off stream, because to be real, I am. To be real, it makes me want to shop there. Makes me want to just prop them up on a pedestal. Like, these people are this shit is great. Wow. You got a company that doesn't have to be a greedy shitlord. I love balls.
It's like really, really hard for a character like that to set up versus somebody like Chip. Oh, no concentration here.
Oh, that was so good.
Yeah, you're right. Oh,
backdash BRC didn't get the hit combo. And there it is again. All right. Okay. Okay.
Pro labor max base. Dude, I work too much retail in my life to not be pro labor. It was the hardest job of my life. Was working retail.
Other side.
I had other jobs that had a lot more responsibility,
Positive bonus here.
I would not go back and work retail, like even if you had to pay me a bunch of money. And those people that do that shit are paid significantly less. Significantly less.
But another meter available, so if you get hit here, it's going to be immediate RC to try to keep it burst safe. And
yeah, retail sucks. It really does.
Okay.
So I have the biggest sympathy for people that are working food service and retail. The biggest sympathy.
Yeah, he might not break
I am on their side. Do not give them any shit.
Oh, twist.
Man, Ski Mask get pulled down. The Slump God is here.
Yo. Oh, that's bars.
Yeah, Summit was trying not to block. The plan was like, I don't want to block because then I'm going to have to...
You worked Black Friday at Fry's Electronics? Yeah, dude.
But didn't get afforded that opportunity.
Yeah, dude.
Now, Summit, you already know.
Stand H. He knew you was going to run in. Big damage.
And again, that's what Poker's kind of forced into, right? Because he's trying to beat Chip to the punch in the neutral.
Oh my God.
Well, chip combos look pretty cool.
Wall to wall, and the super on the wall break as well for the extra bit of damage.
Well, chip combos look pretty cool now.
Perfect 2-0.
You see the wrist flick right there? That was nasty.
Man's a ninja, bro. That man is a ninja. That's why those
Is Fry's still around? No, I wish they were.
Man,
I went to Fry's a lot.
With the Chip Xanath, and Polka definitely looking like he's trying to get his composure together here. He's like, damn, son, I have no breathing room.
Bro, my man is like, I cannot get this dude up off of me.
They went away like almost 10 years ago now.
But we talked about it, right? That was going to be the name of the game. It's going to be up to Polka to search for some answers. And this is one that I've seen a little bit from him online, rocking the Leo.
It's all about Micro Center, yeah, but there's not as many Micro Centers, at least in Southern California. There's one in like OC. That's kind of far.
Yeah, this is the fight back character. You have better defensive options, right? Obviously, and a little bit more.
Fry's officially closed in 2021. Yeah, but the signs were on the wall for years, dude.
To deal with stuff like that, you know, it's a little bit nice. And that you have a DP as well, which can work out, and he almost got the pickup off of it.
All right, gets the S5 ball, the backdash BRC once again.
And again, this is looking any different from the Happy Chaos matchup.
Okay.
Finally.
Side switch. There we go. Gets the wall. Calls out the burst, though.
Yeah, good timing on the burst right there. And I love that, using the cling off the rope to get out of there off the alpha. And unfortunate here.
Strive rush.
Take the wall break, and he chooses to because he has a meter for the hard knockdown.
Wind it up. Reset back to neutral. Now he's going to see he's going to get this bonus. Let's see what he's going to do with the pressure. 5K to close the distance. YRC to stop the pressure. Here comes Amir.
I thought he was going to flash kick it off. But once again, another throw.
Doesn't want to take the risk. I like the deflect shield. Yes, he has meter to send it. That should be enough to get the kill here.
Oh my goodness, and he DPs the dust attempt.
Yo.
Summit on set point off that. Polka could do nothing but smirk in disappointment.
Oh, look at that 6P.
Oh, and he DPs on the plus frames on that. Now he's cornered already. Off the rope. Oh, but he got the side swap off it. This is actually pretty fortunate here for Polka, although, man, his poke timing has just not worked out so far.
Yeah. Summit being real brave with the offense. My man is just going in. He knows
I thought that was a reset for a second.
So he's going to keep the pressure up. Even though he knows if he does get a hit, it's not going to be nice.
And even when the successful flash kicks have come, he hasn't been able to get any momentum off that, right? So because of that, Summit is just feeling free to go in.
Oh my God, Summit burst.
Yeah, he survived it this time.
Oh, I think he was trying to bait out a flash kick or something there. Not quite enough to kill. Just goes for the air dash and blocks the gold burst. One more. He gets counter hit on the flash kick.
There's another chance at life here, but Summit still just a pixel away. Trying to grip him up.
He dropped it.
Polka missed the charge. I think that was supposed to be a confirmed 6K flash kick.
I think it was supposed to be in a flash kick, yeah.
For Samito Chip, just like that, 3-0.
And the way that Summit was making him play, the pace, he was not ready to deal with at all. And even though he was still readily challenging after the switch with Leo with the flash kick, it really didn't do much to deter Summit. He literally was like, I don't care. I'll answer back with one of my own. I don't care, especially 100%. That big drop in the corner where he woke up, and I literally thought it was over after that, but wake up uppercut from Summit, you can't deter my man. He literally just did not get off the gas at any point toward that set.
Nah, he's going to send it, brother. Like, he's gonna wake up DP, doesn't work, he's going to burst, he's going to fly at you. He's one of those guys that's down to, he knows how to ball.
Yeah.
He knows how to ball.
He's got a deep bag, and he's not afraid to get into it, for
sure. He knows, bro. Look, if you playing with Chip, you know you live by it, you die by it. That life bar says everything, dude, and you know you can't get hit.
And that's one of the things, up against Chip players like that, you really got to hit him in the mouth to make them hesitate, right? And he never got that. He was always, like, barely getting scratched anytime he actually got hit by his opponent. So great stuff from Summit.
Yeah, if they don't ever pop, like the chip player's just gonna run at you.
Yeah, straight up.
This is how it goes. You have to find that kind of like that moment to slow him down, and he just couldn't do it. Even with the close, kind of trying to play dash 2Ks, dash 5Ks, things that like tighten things up, and Summit just played around it too well.
Yeah, you have to plant the seeds of like, if you take a reckless approach, you will die quickly. And those seeds never got planted, man. Summit was just too good.
One thing I will say, though, he definitely started getting the hang of it. He was backdashing up close because he noticed Summit was literally running up doing 5K, trying to bait out with the 2D, just trying to get him to do something.
Street Fighter 6 top 16 is also looking crazy.
Really able to convert, so that's kind of how it goes.
So what we're on over here?
Yeah.
This is like an Evo Japan watch party and a watch party. Damn, this watch party thing got pretty popular, didn't it? Shit. Shit, bro. Damn. Started a revolution. Holy shit.
これは完全にゲーのペース。さあ、龍騎士走り切るか。いいから。疾風陣来客。見事なリーサル。これでトップ8。
We're in top 16 Street Fighter right now? Sovereign, thank you.
いや、素晴らしい。見事ですね。いや、ニャンピアキも相当いい動きをしていましたが。
Top 24. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Well, we're not going to get the top 8s, chat. Top 8s will be tomorrow. When does Evo start tomorrow, chat room? When do we got to get up? We're doing the 6-hour, excuse me, 6-hour cook today.
Daru is, no matter the version of the game, he's always been like, yeah, Ino's sick. You just got to get better.
And this is one of the things. Look, not just his success. Just
6 p.m. or so. Virtual Fighter Direct is Sunday morning.
You always have a fan in me. I tell you that right now.
Yeah. I always find it extremely impressive when there's multiple.
Yeah, Daru made it to top 8.
At an event and he's playing Ino and all of them. I'm like, bro, how do you do that? My hands get way too confused doing stuff like that.
One thing about him as well is like against other Ino players, I think you can kind of mash on their pressure. You know, you can 5K, you can mash 6P, you can mash 5P on hit, right? But the way Daru pressures, you just can't get out of his stuff the same way. Precisely. He just has like a read about how to use hover dash and how to apply offense that's better than other Ino players. He just doesn't die to that in the same way as often.
He really does a great job of knowing your instances where it's like, oh, you want to hit here, you think it's coming here, the 2K, the pressure, the stroke, the big tree. He really does keep you on your toes 95% of the time. So if you're not consciously interrupting his pressure, you're probably going to be in trouble.
Daru and his beloved wife.
Ditto did not play the video game in that first game. He didn't. He was just wrong in neutral interactions, and then defense caught up to him, and just the timing from.
Look what character loyalty can do for you, chat. Right?
That's an old man Guilty Gear air throw right there.
Look what character loyalty can do for you.
He air threw with H. He didn't even air throw with D right there. He hit H in the game.
Skywalker, thank you.
You're right.
He's lucky she's good in most games, you know.
Oh yeah, he builds the tension with a positive bonus. Red Ditto trying to hold on for dear life in this round.
Awful burst.
Yo, easy Bard. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. Thank you for sticking around.
Display. Looking like a Kami dive kick. Like I'll call it how I see. Awful burst. I don't know about that one, Chief.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Well, he gets the air hit off of it. I mean, suddenly a winnable round.
Yeah, and he doesn't go for the wall splat here. He's just trying to keep it locked down in the corner, and he's gonna get the round.
Wonderful burst. Best burst I've ever seen in my life. Looking like a Kami dive kick. I'm loving what I'm seeing right here. The decision making from Red Ditto.
She's not like top 5. Yeah, that was just still good.
Incredible.
Usually
still good.
They help when the opponent is getting rocked. I'm getting rocked right now.
Dude, stroke the big tree completely with the far S, not able to make anything happen from her. Here comes Daru Ino though.
He's got some tension.
One of the problems with playing this character Ino too is that Red Ditto has his burst back. He hasn't even lost this round, and he's that's a big. Yeah, struggle of playing a character like this who has, cross up mid-screen with the guard crush sword, rough spot there. We saw the tech from Daru. And yeah, he committed his air actions there, so it was kind of hard for Ditto to like sneak out of that interaction from Daru. When you're up meter in this game, any interaction like that lets you act first, force a response, and then RC, and then deal with what they did. So
yeah, and more than that, it was very weird to get safe jumps on in this game, the way it works. So yeah, that's probably why we ended up seeing it connect.
But also just, Ino's air dash, right? You commit to a button too early, you're probably going to get clipped anyway. If you do it early enough, is going to kill out whatever. But that's what the thing we were talking about, Daro. You know, you have to interrupt those strings. You have to make them second guess it.
This is such a bad spot for Ditto. When he got wall broken there, he didn't have meter, doesn't have burst. Yeah, Daro was in such a good spot. He broke the wall. Ditto has no burst, no meter, right? And so he just dashed in and did 6P immediately because he knows that if he loses any interaction, then Daro's going to have 50 meter. He's going to have advantage to go for like HCL into mix like immediately. So he kind of felt forced onto a response. When the response didn't work, he basically gambled around.
Yeah, second perfect Daro's gone on Renditto in this set too. I do not remember the last time somebody's took convincing dubs on Renditto like this.
It's Eno, man. These things just happen. Like it's one of those things. This character just does that to you sometimes. Oh, missed too far from the rec up. Oh, 6P, and he's second. He's got, wow, that's huge damage actually. And he gets the corner here. This is going to be, it's going to be so hard for Daro to win this there because it's sword toss into mix, into sword toss, into can you survive the mix, into all right, you're out.
Yeah, exactly. That wasn't stopping anytime soon.
All it took was one time. That was crazy. Red Ditto got like the one good exchange, and then the next scramble spelled out good in his favor. Red Ditto in the corner though. Daro, you know, on the offense gets a throw. Flawless to push him back out.
Yeah, Red Ditto wasn't ready to immediately take advantage of that push out though, right? So allowed Daro once again to apply the pressure.
He's really struggled to deal with this offense so far. He hasn't challenged a lot of like the hover stuff either. I mean, so much of what Daro has done has been tight, and this is going to be the round here just like that. So set point, Daro, very, very quickly trying to 3-0 the Arc World Tour champion.
Man, that'd be a convincing victory. We might see those veteran specialists in that winner's finals.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be a tough matchup for Ditto too. This is the one that I was expecting.
Found the interrupt.
It's so tough to slow this character down, especially there's nobody else who plays like this. The delay on that, there was like 3 pump fakes into the jump D to bait the throw.
That was ridiculous. Definitely drew the foul on that one. That's an and one if I ever seen it.
You saw the sword like, damn, you got it.
Xeno's floating dash limit to Morgan's very similar, yes.
That stroke into the throw, one more gas.
Goes up forward.
Ditto block on the burst, and that's the punish. It missed it a little bit, but still worked out. Daro, 3-0. Winners, finals, just like that. In the pajama pants?
I was going to say the PJs, man, comfy, bruh. But yeah, you talked about it, right? The way he structures his offense just rarely ever leaves any gaps. And then in the instance right there when he knows that the burst is the last-ditch effort that you're going to do, also structure it right there to where he's going to land, block it, punish. Amazing play from Daro.
And against other Eno players, you can challenge and like 6P and 5P and all that stuff. We saw Red Ditto was just so overwhelmed, right? It's so easy for that to happen to you because when you fight someone like Daro, the way he pressures is just so different, and like the delays he puts in
that was the champion, by the way.
He has like such an understanding
that
of
was like the world champion.
Not only the offense of the character, but the defense
of Arc World Tour.
Right? So when he knows how you want to defend, he can put in little traps to try to bait you into things, and then you just fall over.
Yeah, and he fishes for really big counter hits. And you saw it a lot in the corner after the knockdown. He knows that in the corner, that's where you really going to start trying to interrupt and stop them, or even use your burst. And you saw what happened. He was prepared to.
So yeah, chat, tune in. Tune in tomorrow because at around 6 o'clock, if we're expecting announcements and all that kind of stuff.
Exactly. It kind of goes back to
6 o'clock-ish tomorrow, we're going to start getting things, you know. And the fact that there is a VF Direct the day after Evo, it's kind of interesting to me. I'm almost wondering if there's going to be a VF trailer at Evo.
First interaction, and then
I almost wonder. A little sus. Yeah, that seems a little convenient that there's a Virtua Fighter Direct like a few hours after Evo.
He's going to be fighting the.
To be completely honest. So for anybody that wants to tune in, stay around, you know. Tomorrow I'll start streaming a bit earlier than usual. We'll watch a whole bunch of top 8s. We'll hang out. Should be fun. Which game is the most fun to watch at the moment, in my opinion?
How things go, and then winner that's going to fight Poka. So a lot of the Happy Chaos gamers going to be.
I don't know. So to me, I'm weird with fighting game competitive viewership and stuff. I really get into the games that I'm currently playing, you know. I like watching a lot of old games and shit. I like a lot of variety. But does any individual game really do it for me? Like where I just have to watch? Not as much. I am more invested into the games that I'm currently playing a lot of, which is why I wish I saw City of the Wolves, because I'm like trying to get better, you know. I like watching the game played and seeing more situations to make me more familiar with how the game works. That kind of shit, you know.
I've been hurt from.
But to me, if there's a game I can always watch, KI and Marvel.
Looks significantly cooler in Strive.
KI, Third Strike, Marvel.
Like, oh, man,
you pretty much always watch them.
Exert design for Sin is like
Speaking of Third Strike,
kiss.
That's Alex versus fucking Dudley, bro. I'm gonna shut up. Got Alex versus Dudley over here. Yeah, City of the Wolves was on day 1.
アレックスが強キャラに見えてしまうんですけれども、決して強くはないと言われているキャラです。
でも端に乗ってっちゃえばね、トリガーもやっぱり受けるし、うまい。
Wow, that was smart as shit. Oh, why? Sometimes it works.
神奈川のトリラットリーはもうかなり勢いよく攻めていくタイプなので。
さあ中継でダウン奪ったが、いや。
Nope. That does not have a lot of hits done. Bro, can Alex even punish that shit? I don't know.
防御力が非常に高いアレックスなので、
テルノスケでも攻めるの
そうですね。よく
Oh, beautiful. That sucks.
独特なリズムで試合を構築してくるので、かなりやる方は攻めづらいんじゃないかなとは思いますが、トリがしっかり取り返しますから。
This is a spoiler-free review. My Expedition 33 review is spoiler-free to a certain point, and then I say it's not spoilers. I'm sorry, it is spoilers, and it is very much unsafe. But I talk about the game for like 15 minutes or so before I get to the spoiler part. Wait, just wait for me to make the YouTube video on it. Just wait.
うわ、今直ではいかず。下段を挟んだことにより、うわ、投げは誘って。
大ショートスイングが決まってトリとなっている。
Ashcrow, thank you, dude.
この展開の速さで、今のテルノスケの
Is it already on YouTube? No, no, no. I just talked about it earlier tonight for Expedition 33. We just discussed it like about an hour ago, maybe-ish. So, yeah, we had a big chat. If you guys want to know my personal review on it, it's a 9 out of 10. It's a 9 out of 10.
右上やっていくんですかね。BM ジローと今やってますジョイボックス。これはBM ジローは基本的に東京ベースですが、
Is Alex any good in third strike? He's fine, but he's not particularly like great. He's good.
今度はユッキーじゃないですか。
But is he like high tier or anywhere close to top tier? No. He's like comfortably mid. Is it my game of the year? Yes. Yes, it is. It beats out Kazan for my game of the year. Yo, Shuji, thank you. In Japan right now, living it up in Tokyo. Is it too late for it? Do we enjoy Evo in person? I've been having fun watching the stream. If you're in Japan, I don't know if you can get tickets anymore. I don't know if they have walk-on... So Shuji, if you are in Japan and you have access to go to this place, go to their website and see if Finals Day, which is the day you should go, if they have Finals Day tickets, if there's a way for you just to enjoy Finals Day. I don't know. I actually have no clue how it works. Where do you usually play Third Strike online? Right nowadays, it's on Fightcade. It's the best place. And the game runs the best there. Well, remember Family Fun Arcade? We were literally talking about it earlier today on stream. Is Wilds completely out of contention for me Game of the Year wise? Oh, absolutely. Yes. I liked Wilds a lot, but I was 100%. I did not get that game did not give me my Monster Hunter fix. Did not. So much so that I went back and I played an ancient Monster Hunter game. Played an old ass one. So no, unfortunately, Monster Hunter Wilds did not really give me my big Monster Hunter fix that I wanted. It's not Game of the Year contender for me. It might be up there, but it would be at the lower end. I wouldn't even put it above Kazan. I would put Kazan over it for me personally. Yeah. What happened? I don't know. Combat's great, but something about like the world in the game just didn't do it for me as much as the other ones. Have I fought Arch-Tempered Ray Dao? I had other stuff I wanted to play or watch or do, you know? I'd say my desire to immediately jump in and earn new gear in Wilds isn't a huge priority for me. Yeah, things it can be hard. Don't get me wrong. Hard is nice, but it's like I also got a whole bunch of really fun hard fights when we did MHGU, and I had a lot of fun. And I was kind of like, I got to a point where we got to like, you know, the hardest rank in MHGU and stuff, and I was enjoying it, but I was also like, got a little burned out. We played so much of that game. We put like 60 hours into MHGU. So at that point I got a little burned out. A little burned out.
さあ続いてどこのトーナメント見ていくのか右側がまだちょっと見れていない状態ですので右側は多分やってると思うんだよね、ここから
Will I play CBS2 ranked? Of course. Of course. I'll play Rock, Ken, Sakura. I can play a lot of characters in that game. Kyo. I have to think about a few more. Terry. You can play Yori. Who else can we play? I don't play many Street Fighter characters in that game. Funny enough. Oh, Geese. Yamazaki? I gotta relearn Yamazaki on my hands. I play a lot of SNK characters in CVS2, dude. Best beginner's groove is C groove. For sure. If you want to upgrade from that a little bit and play more of an SNK game, you play N groove. N groove's very fun. That's the one I've played the most. I'll be playing P groove. N groove is fun because if you're used to Capcom games, it gives you the ability to run. And running is really fun in CVS2. It's good too.
抜けたチームは本当に安心していると思います。すべての、まあ、7チームが抜けていて残りの1チームをこちら争っていくわけなんですが。
Yeah, K groove is probably. What is K groove and N groove? Is K groove just a better N groove, chat? Like straight up? What does K groove get that N groove doesn't? Or vice versa? They both have run. They both have roll. Wait a minute. K groove has roll, right? You can roll in K groove. I haven't played a lot of K. N has roll. I don't think K has roll. That's the big difference, yeah. There's no roll canceling in K groove. It has short hops. You can't just defend an N groove. So yeah, N groove you can roll, K groove you can just defend. That's the difference. Yo, Ashcrow, thank you, dude. Appreciate it.
もうエボといえばですから、世界で一番優勝経験が多いジャスティン。
余談ですが、先ほどエレナ戦はちょっと僕拝見させてもらったんですけれども、
K is like Samurai Showdown and Gauro to a degree.
対応するんじゃないか。
It's a little bit of both. S groove is functionally the worst, yes. The aspect ratio is incorrect. I was on, yeah, it's a little stretched.
そうですね。醜い表裏をできれば可能性もある。
これですね。これで2択ですクイック。
さあどうする？
Yeah, I should definitely learn K groove, dude. You do like the hardest hitting supers in the whole game, and you build your super crazy quick. Problem is with P groove, you can it took so long to build your super. And when you're fired up in K groove, you also do more damage.
自分で取られてばっかじゃねえぞ。
あれもちょっと取られた方としてもちょっとびっくりしたんじゃないですか。くだまりかな。
Oh, dude, pay attention. I'm so tired. Sorry.
オニヤンバでダウンを取っていきます。
相手の人間さえも信じましたね。はい。あえてだい。
Nice jump out.
逃げる。まあこれはラウンド落としたとしても傾斜2本なんですが、ただ砲力がたまれば。おっと抜けてるぞ。
Wow.
これこのアウトで君に来てるじゃん。
Hell of a reaction, Justin. Wow. We're watching day 3 with Yo Video Games. I don't think so. Kenny's out of town.
これは宗像3ラウンド目を迎えます。
使わしたのはでかいですが、 中央でね先ほどみたいに食らってしまうと、やっぱループしてしまうので。
CVS Switch rivals in the future? I don't know about that. It could happen, but super high level competitive CVS 2 is can be a little rough. You know, can take a very long time too. Vega Blanca Sagat is a big aspect of that game. And they're not exactly the most engaging characters to watch. Especially Vega. A lot of timeouts.
体力リードはジャスティン。半分以上減らしている状態です。持続台形、これはガードになっている。さあ、1回砲翼戦が入ればもう1ターンで終わりが見えるジャスティン。
いや、うまいな。宗像でも1回。
このチャンスがどうなる？
This could be death.
挟み込むぞ。
This could be death. Because you can set it up 3 times. Hard knockdown. Didn't do it. Why didn't he do it? Crazy, dude.
投げ抜けにしっかりと投げられたら終わりなんで今。
3連勝で決勝まで準決勝までたどり着いた。
Can he send me pics of the new Nomura Sephiroth art up there at PAX? No, that rat bastard.
宗像のオロがまずは決勝のコマに進みました。
That bastard didn't send me shit.
タミーチュンリー、宗像オロ、ザビゴーキ、ケームケン、アフロユリアン。
なるほど。
That bastard Kenny?
いやー、名勝負でしたね。
ジャスティンすごかったな。あれ崩すか。
実はクーペレーションカップでジャスティンって相当久しぶりなんじゃないですか。
I did see the Overwatch Street Fighter collab. I'm planning on becoming a competitive Overwatch player. I'm not going to stream anymore. I'm going to give up this content creation horse shit. I'm going for the big bucks.
わからないですからね。出ないと思うんですよね。とてつもない強さだなという感じですが。
でもやっぱジャスティンとかはそのエボ本家の時にサードがメインだった時にもうめちゃくちゃやってたんでやっぱ覚えてますよね。
さあそしておそらくブロックを分けて進めていったんでしょう。ここからは逆サイドのブロック進めていくのかなと思いますので、先ほどお話した BM ジロー、ジョイボックス沖縄チーム、そして、大阪2チーム、九州、名古屋、
これ裏でやってんですか、
埼玉、かなりいろいろな地域が、右のブロックも。
これはどうなんですかね。
さあどうなんでしょう。
I'm going after that one big gorilla player, XQC, whatever his name is. Going after him. I'm gonna find his playing some big gorilla or some shit. Going for the crown. Winston, yeah, that's it. I know the lore.
そうですね、本当に素晴らしいです。ダッドリー来てチュンリー来て、バチが当たったかと思いきやチュンリーもしっかり倒しましたね。
しかもジャスティンも完璧な立ち回りで、
No drop frames. Chat, you still here? Confirm. Chat, confirm. Are you still alive? Chat, check 1 2. Chat, check 1 2. Chat, check 1 2. Chat, check. Check. Are you still here? Are you still here? Confirm. We're still here. All right. The refresh has happened. Damn, dude, these fools are still going at it. At like fucking Psychic Force. Or some shit. Psychic Force. Damn, Vanessa versus Wolf. This is cool.
しっかりスクリューフックで見たくかけていく。
あれ受け身取れないんじゃないですかね。
流れは出前の流れが続いているのか。
Damn, I can hear the crowd. I love it.
強気ですね。走っていきますね。
開幕膝とかいう、また2回目開幕膝、ゴンムとのタクが先ほどから通っていきます。お、下パン暴れしてとしっかり片っ端です。 割り込んでいく。うわカットアッパーに対して遠くから、あとこれはベネッサの最近の強い技です。しっかりハッと角度。おおしかし
助かりましたよ。
これはなんとかフォローして1対1。
ベネッサ肩すごいですね。肩が。
What's wrong with that girl? What the hell? You never seen Tron?
なんか背負ってるみたいな。
Come on.
うまい。
Not new Tron, old Tron.
しっかり壁を使ったコンボが決まって、ローでここからのタックも
大学ですね。
太い出前選手。体力残るが、うわ削りも軽キャン前 P 出前選手、これはあるのか。下パン高橋ですか。前ケージでさばきを潰しまくって、
何ですかこれ、全部当たってますよ。
素晴らしい。
God damn.
会場が盛り上がっております。
God damn.
全部うまくいきましたね。
You coaching Tyler one anytime soon? Yeah, I'll show him how to play League.
だからそう思わせてくれるプレーを出前選手はしております。あるのか出前。
さばきに打撃3回ぐらい当てて固めて投げて、最後下段だけですからね。
Hold on a second. There we go.
In the old game, it's the same.
Let me get some water, Chad. Hold on a second.
You want to talk about you having a flashback when you said bull bash? I was like, we back at the house. I'm getting counter hit by Kizzy, and I'm dead. That's what I thought when I heard bull bash.
When you like up back air dash or something, and then you just see him doing the animation for a bull bash, you're like, I'm dead. Bro.
Yeah, like,
I'm actually dead.
Oh,
that's like the flux where you just hit the pause and you're like, all right, restart the match. Like I understand. I'm dead. All right.
Air thrown dead.
Back from the top.
That's how it happens. Yeah, we saw Tiger Pop obviously had a good run over there at Arc World Tour Finals, and his opponent was also qualified, although had that tough group where Red Ditto was cooking everybody, and Tutumo was the person that made it out in losers. That was Group D at Arc World Tour Finals. But Tiger Pop had a good run, played a lot of ABBA there as well.
Indeed.
Who is, I think, a very, like, polarizing character. She wins hard and loses hard, right? She's one of those.
I gotta say, I'm not too familiar with ABBA. I've only fought her like very few handful of times, and I don't know many ABBA players, so this is gonna be news for me.
I think they did a great job really capturing the essence of the character, like translating it into stride, because as Sajam said, very feast or famine, and that's how she's always been, right? When she's got the install in, you gotta run for dear life. It's so scary, like you don't know what's about to happen. But yeah, without that, she's got some strong tools, but you really gotta be on point as a player to make it work.
I just walk in on a double Happy Chaos.
Yeah, but we're gonna start.
Shit, dude.
Happy Chaos Mirror.
This game is cooked.
The pink
Did I just walk in on a double Happy Chaos, bro? Fucking in the year 2025.
I do like the gold gun. I think it's pretty good. It's color 10, I think.
Yeah.
It's a good one. And it's color 6.
Tiger Pop?
Yeah, on the other side. Although I think Tiger Pop usually plays golden guns, but he must have got stolen, Problem with playing the mirror.
Ooh. And now we're scratching and clawing right now, looking to establish something significant, and then catches them back down to the 2K after he escaped the bullet. Can't escape everything. Slump God status.
Yep.
Yeah, this is a bad spot to be. Little 2K stagger, a couple of slumps. The thing is because Happy Chaos' defense is pretty weak, stuff like this, you know, I think it makes sense. Wow, tried to get tricky on him.
The FD pushes him outside the dust range as well. That was so clean. But all that defense. Oh, finally, the back throw incident.
Wait, Tiger Pop, they have a chance to cook here. Oh, but the 2P match and a burst. Down to Clown.
Everybody right here, they are believing in themselves.
He really wants this round. He was willing to spend it. He's got a pixel, and he spent that burst, bro. You better be careful.
Yeah,
you better win this round.
If you can get Sonic, oh, that's gonna be a baited the burst. Baited the burst. Oh my, wait.
And the super faster. I think he's gonna hit him. Oh! An actual shootout.
Yeah,
an actual shootout. An actual shootout.
High noon. Let's take 10 paces from each other, turn around and shoot.
Oh, that's a DPS diff right there if I've ever seen one.
Facts.
Let me get him. Let me get him.
Yes, the mug as well is getting locked down in the corner here. Sonicon letting Tiger Pop get out.
Yeah, and this time taking the wall slump and then breaking the wall with it after getting the resources back. Mix on the roll.
I like how they both did 5K and the initial start thinking they were going to both dash on BRC.
Yeah, and after that BRC, I think he was trying to sneak a throw in, right? But not going to happen. Too active already on the big S.
Yeah, Tiger Pop, they were just too prepared.
It's high noon.
Wow, that was tricky. Oh, drop opportunity with the tap dust right there. It all worked out.
I know you're rocking the blue outfit, but you ain't have to crip walk on him, Tiger Pop.
Tiger Pop's like, my bad, my bad.
Dodger blue.
Yeah, facts.
Otani fan spotted. Dude, here Otani's every single billboard. It's like it's flossing.
Every turn around and he's there.
Every hat in Japan is a Dodger hat because of
that's
Otani,
what
bro.
I'm saying. I feel like I'm back home. I'm
legitimately.
Last time I was here in Japan for the Dodger home opener.
Oh my God.
And I was telling him, bro, I got to the airport. I've never seen this many Latinos in Japan in my life.
They were asking Steve for help. They're like, you've been to Japan before? Tell us where the Tokyo Dome is, brother. We gotta go.
Yeah, when I was last coming to Japan, my Uber driver was like, I'm going to watch the Dodgers in Japan. I've never been.
That's so fire, bro. But either way, back to the game. Sonicon and Tiger Pop. BRC to slow him down and tried to sneak something in, but got thrown, whatever it was.
That's a good burst timing, although a very scary burst. This is a winnable round, though. Yeah, that's going to be the good.
Tiger Pop will literally have a pixel and be like, we bursted. I'm winning this round.
And I love the way he switched up his sequencing after the burst here, because last time when Sonic still had the burst available, he tried to bait it out hard body, right? This time he just went in. He was like, yeah, nah, I know you think I'm going to bait it. Not this time.
Yeah, I think it's smart to just commit sometimes, right?
Absolutely.
You gotta bait the burst, but sometimes you gotta just send it and see if they're down. Sonicon just staying onto that burst, and I think it's a smart idea. Now Tiger Pop, they are mixing here.
Yeah. Which way did he go? Nice backdash, dodged the bullet.
Ooh, fast RC low.
Oh my God, that stall. I didn't even see him cross under.
Burst gets built on the last little bit here, but it's a long road here for Sonicon.
Absolutely, man. He had to because he doesn't have a heart left.
Let's put Happy Chaos in Tekken.
Although Happy Chaos, the way this mirror goes, right, is whoever's in
I
control
think he'll
has
fit.
so much advantage because the defense for this character is not great. What a catch on that 6S, and yeah, just the curse available means that steady aim shot gonna be there.
Let's put him in Tekken.
A little quicker on the draw.
Great stuff from Tiger Pop.
Do you hate Tekken?
Talked about having the ab in the back pocket, but he's opting for the mirror, and it's working.
We need to show everybody real pain.
Literally.
Oh, what a bait. Although loses concentration and doesn't get the wall break there, although now has bullets, concentration.
That boy ain't right.
Everything locked and loaded, pulls up long range roll.
The Steph Curry range on the roll, are you serious?
For three.
Oh my. Then the close quarters combat version, Tiger Pop.
Behind the back, through the legs, off the grandma's roof.
Oh, not grandma's roof. When the ball rolls down and goes in, and you're like, that was out, bro. You're like, nah, it still counts.
Nope, hit the gutter, still in. Oh no.
In the front mix.
Sonicon's getting his opportunity now to apply some pressure. Make Tiger Pop's life a living hell here. Get the X-Pac, get a positive bonus, the hard knockdown and all that.
Okay. Gets a positive bonus. Okay, YRC just trying to steal the turn back.
Happy Chaos isn't that popular anymore. It's just these two players. How unfortunate for the top 8 to be them fighting each other.
Literally save.
How unfortunate.
Bro, multiple showdowns at high noon.
Legit, man.
All right, no burst that time. Tiger Pop down to hold on to it.
Feel like we're about to hear a Will Smith song in the back in a minute.
Yo, Wiki Wiki Wow?
Yeah.
Wiki Wiki Wow.
There's 4 Happy Chaoses in top 8. What the fuck?
It's horrible.
And now again, on big bait on the throne. That's a huge reward for Tiger Pop. Builds to the 50% tension as well, so you know what's coming next.
Yeah, this is a gas for the round here. If the wall
That's a lot.
It's going to be a big problem. And there's the mix on the
Character does not seem falling off if there's like 3 to 4 in top 8.
What a decision on the combo routing. Tiger Pop so smart, moving on in the bracket, 3-0 just like that.
Yeah, I feel like every time I watch Guilty Gear, there's a lot of Happy Chaos. There's always a lot.
He got the burst back was the moment he got wall splat. Nothing available to do about it. Incredible choice from Tiger Pop.
Yeah, that
Excuse me.
Like,
yeah, it was a good call
on you. Excuse me.
Double mix or
Jesus
double,
Christ.
Side swap on that, and it comboed back into the wall. Like that was clean.
Tiger Pop, man, they're off to the races here. Always repping Oni as well. Going to be moving on to losers quarterfinals. And that's round 1 of top 8 in the books.
Yeah. First one.
I had one left in me. Fuck.
Like it's been some good ones so far. So Sonicon and Left in 7th place.
合同開催という形で、今回はポジションパンと同時開催ということで、 まあサード勢としてはですね、なかなかこうエボに参加する機会っていうのは
そうなんですよね。
少なかったんですけれども、
やっぱりアメリカに行かないと参加できなかったので、過去にはね。
まあここ数年はエボジャパンというその大会があることで、サード勢もエボに
3 matches left in Street Fighter 6?
近いプレイヤーたちが多くなってきましたね。はい。
Bitch, they're on break.
さあそれではですね、明日のスケジュールを
Bitch,
確認していくんですが、
they're on break.
お願いします。明日はですね、サブステージ、JP という名前になるんですかね。サブステージ JP で、
So that is tomorrow?
3サードストライクキューブレーションカップファイナルズ。
Co-op Cup is Co-op Cup Finals is like tomorrow?
そして13時30分からバーチャルファイター5
sense of this.
ビートライブカップファイナルズとなっております。まあこれは大貫さんもバーチャルファイターの方も
10 a.m. tomorrow Japan time, which would make a lot of sense that that's around like I think that's the first game, right? Are we saying that like Third Strike is like the first finals tomorrow, so that would be like 6ish our time?
おそらく明日は太平さんがですねこの席に座って実況解説すると思いますので。
Oh, it's the same time as Tekken 8. Well, fuck.
さあそれではちょっと短い時間でしたが、
そうですね、一瞬でしたね。
私実況解説徳田と
大貫がお送りしました。
明日もまたよろしくお願いします。
ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございます。
Oh, they're closing. Shit, they're closing. Yeah, they're announcing where they're going. We'll see them tomorrow.
Maybe, he was talking up to himself. Yeah, he was in his mind palace. He was like, "Damn, I'm so good. Nobody could top that one." And Steve was
like, "But I'm trying to give you props, bro."
He was flying across the screen. You look like you when they.
Damn, that was a very fast 6.5 hours.
That was you just like coming in.
That's what Evo's gonna be like, chat.
The jawline of a warrior.
So for anybody that doesn't know, we are doing this for American Evo. Last year we did it too. I pretty much go to Evo with Yo Video Games, right? And we have a big room that's above the Evo Hall, and I stream from it and do a very similar thing as this, where we just like browse all of the broadcasts that's happening at Evo, you know, when it happens in August or so. I did that last year and it worked out very good. And then on the finals day, we have a big outdoor arena thing on the floor that people can show up to and stuff. And we also just have a big watch party for finals day. Professional yap session, 100%. But what the idea is that in my head, watching Evo is kind of weird because there's like a billion streams of Evo. So for the average viewer, unless you just want to watch Street Fighter, maybe not everybody just wants to watch one fighting game. People kind of want a curation. So that's where my idea was, because we did these at home for a while. And the reason they got so popular is I think because I'm sort of like curating the Evo experience for people live. Kind of like a guided, hey, we're just going to watch this, we're just going to watch that, we're going to talk, we're going to hang out, we're going to talk about things in the past, talk about new shit, you know, get excited for trailers, all that kind of stuff. So we just did that live. And it went very well. It went very well. So, yeah, we're going to be back at Evo this year doing it again. So, I'll be streaming Evo for like 6 to 9 hours every single day. Oof. And then on finals day, we'll be there for a lot. We'll be there for a lot. And then we'll just be there all day until the end.
Street Fighter 6. It's time.
Last year was so much fun. Can't wait. Thank you. Trying to provide a fun, somewhat unique viewing experience, you know, while also just bringing in as many eyes as possible. Will the frog return? That's a great question. Well, I stream on YouTube as well for Evo, so that completely depends on bandwidth. And the thing is, at Evo, we had a very specific amount of upload that we had to work with, and upload and download bandwidth is not just a free commodity that we had to work. So whether or not we will be able to stream on YouTube as well completely depends on our bandwidth. So
Oh, nice block in the hoof this time.
I would like to say yes, maybe, but also maybe not. Also maybe not.
What a find. Red Dead has been very good about intercepting stuff like that so far in this set, actually.
It's a very classic take on a dealing with pressure too and Guilty Gear. You 6 feet.
It's kind of funny to see people go to Evo in person to watch someone else watching the event on site. Well, you have to think about it where if you're just going into the finals arena, you're just like sitting around in the finals arena, just watching something. Like you get a bit of the commentary and all that kind of stuff in the house mics and shit. So if you go to our stage where we're doing it, you get to hang out with us. And we get to interact with the audience and hang out with them, all react together. You know, the community gets to react and enjoy the same things together. You can be in a room of a whole bunch of folks that, you know, are all enjoying the same thing. We're all there for the same reason, but you kind of get to be in the same spot of, you know, people that usually hang around in the chat and enjoy all the same stuff and watch the same stuff and are all familiar with the same shit. You get to hang out with the community, you know? It's pretty much a live version of your video games.
Right at the beginning, right out of the gate.
He is a sin. Oh, nice. Confirmed. Look at the damage, by the way.
Damn.
Two-piece. Far slash counter hit confirmed. Timer and barrel. That time, the timing on that from...
Don't forget the honey sticks. Oh, brother. I ate so many. Dude, I was literally drinking honey sticks. Chad, you have to eat honey so you don't lose your voice. It protects your throat from you getting, you damaging your voice from using it so much. And after 3 days of talking for like straight for pretty much 24 hours, you literally have to just, these little honey sticks, and I just eat honey as much as I possibly can.
He guard crushed left, right at him out of the wake up super.
That was what a 6P. Ridiculous. Actually timing the jump with the explosion, I'm about it. I see you.
And Wilder saw here for the pressure. Tap dust block correctly. 2PRC.
Save money, bring a jar and a spoon. I'll tell you, being in front of a big live audience and just suddenly spooning globs of honey doesn't have the optics of just, you know, maybe not the same. Make some Winnie the Pooh noises and shit. Make some angry bear noises.
Definitely taking the wind out of the sails, man. Neutral jump, hit him with the Ginsu, the knives.
And to be completely honest as well, honey is sticky as fuck. Like, that is arguably some of the stickiest shit in human existence on planet goddamn Earth. Scooping that shit out and just eating the honey out of a jar, that shit's gonna get everywhere. That shit's, my beard is gonna be sticky. My shit, like, no, dude. If it's in a stick, the only place it's going is in my goddamn mouth. So, I'm going to say there's a logistics and optics issue with just a jar of honey and me spoon feeding myself.
You gotta be kidding me, Gerardo. Oh, nah. The Clash DP, you were ready for that?
Let me tell you guys a secret.
Please,
He's a Sin player. He was mashing back plus H in case RTL hit to go the other direction to the corner, and he got 6H on the Clash cancel.
And it works out to perfection. You gotta be kidding me.
We play a little Sin in these parts.
Oh,
yeah, just
break down Sage
a big fucking jar, like a gallon of honey, and I use my hand. Yeah.
That's what's about to happen in the streets.
Also, let's just think about this for a second. Like an entire tablespoon full of honey, way too much fucking honey, dude. I'm gonna pass out. That's a lot of goddamn sugar injection at one. That's a shit ton. That will not taste good or be enjoyable. Like, to be real. Have you ever had like a spoonful of honey? That's way too fucking much honey, dude. It's a lot. I need this in small distribution sizes, okay? I need this in like, I just need a little taste to a little taste. I need to coat my throat, not like coat my innards. It's not, I'm not looking to become a goddamn Winnie the Pooh character at the end of this shit. I'm gonna become honey.
Yeah, playing around the burst, and Churara doesn't give it away for free.
Love the little hezzy right there. Just
I do have to stream for upwards of like 8 to 12 hours a day at times. 6 to 12, depending on how many things are happening.
6P, what a good reaction from Red Ditto.
Ready to get the throw. Sword gotta wait for the explosion, yeah. Keeping up the pressure, slides in, sneaks in the throw. Red Ditto staying alive.
That's evildoer stuff, man. The throw there is just impossible to deal with. Like, who's going to be ready for that?
Wow, 2S to stop the approach right there for Churara. And now
So it'll last all day instead of 4 hours. Yeah, exactly. I gotta make that shit. We gotta live. We gotta be alive.
Coverage of the backdash as well. Was super ready for it. Oh, a little too sly.
Little stagger on the throw.
Because, dude, at the end of Evo, my God, man, I'm fucking fried. After being on and like big yap streaming in that environment for 3 days, and especially the finals day where we actually have like no shit a studio audience of everybody there too, as well as you guys at home. Holy shit, bro. I was just, wife, please just bring me Starbucks, keep me alive. Just do shit to keep me alive. Whatever it's gonna take right now.
When you have 100-meter with Sin,
Straight like epinephrine shot to the chest. It's not gonna last forever. Just keep me alive for today.
Early expenditure on the burst right now. And now you can see Red Ditto getting a lot more anticipatory, stopping that approach.
Wow.
The dash to get away from the explosion.
Oh my God, yo, Churara. That was
and he got that full confirm into the wall break off it. And he's down to chill a little bit here because his stamina's
I just need straight horse testosterone. And the worst part, chat, was that after that finals day was done, and all of the adrenaline comes down from the whole day. I got back to my room and I realized I was sick as fuck. That like all of that feeling that I was doing to suppress so that we can just keep going. Just keep going, suppress it, just keep going. And as soon as my body relaxed a bit, I'm like, oh, I'm actually sick as fuck. I got sick at some point in there, and I couldn't tell. It's somewhere down that road of those 3 days of streaming for way too much, I was actually sick as shit, and I was just like ignoring it. And then my body just went, ugh. So I spent the entire next day, which I was going to spend as like a vacation day, sick as fuck. Completely sick. And then I had some version of Evola, likely it was COVID, you know, got it from one of the 10,000 people I shook hands with or saw or talked to, or was around, you know, I don't even know, because I had to get home. So it was a lot. It was a lot. I knew that was going to happen too. It just sucks that it happened. It was definitely Evola. Certainly was.
Well, let me tell you something about Churara. This guy is a gambler, okay? If it hasn't been obvious, he's down to get a little wild, and his Kai is like the most, like you boot into Celestial and you just see this guy in the tower Kai you've ever seen. And that's what makes him such a good tournament player and also makes him so scary to deal with. He's down to run up on you and just DP or get wild or do whatever, and it's very, very hard to deal with.
I mean, it was already evident by the way he was running up and using the hooks, right?
Yeah.
He really played the high-low guess game. Are you going to crush me? No. When you do try it, that's when I'm going to go low anyway. So
Ditto scouting the stun dimmer perfectly right there, punishing it and getting the throw. Set point for him now after being down.
Right?
The way he just
Should have worn deodorant.
Yeah.
That was it. Should have worn deodorant.
Using the guard crush to get the pressure. He never put himself at risk, right? Like he was like, okay, I can space this out. I don't have to do anything too committal. Against a guy like Churara, very smart choice.
Yeah, I think it's one of the hallmarks of Red Ditto's play as well. All the way he structures, just so effective and efficient.
Look at this, so safe.
6P, hold his explosion. No,
Yo, Jisker, thanks for the prime, dude.
Close F to get the OTG.
See, trying to wait for something for a second here. The stun never actually does cook the back dash with the second hit.
Nice timing on the burst. Waited for that second close slash to come out, and the air dash in didn't quite make it on time, but Ditto is just a hit away here. He's got a, Jiraro's gonna block it. Now the burst is the question.
So cheap.
Yeah, he forgot about the explosion behind him, but it's okay now. Jiraro has another opportunity.
One big gamble. Kai with one hit stun dipper. The risk is getting cranked. Oh my god. Then the 5H. What a find there. Red Ditto brings it all the way back. Reverse 3-0ing the reverse 3-0er.
That's right. That's what we saw Jiraro do in the first place up against Left. And Red Ditto giving him a taste of his own medicine.
Oh, yeah.
It's a tough one. And Jiraro was all the way up there playing so well against the Arc World Tour champion and just couldn't get the closeout. Some great adjustments from Ditto. After we saw like Jiraro had some really good stuff. He brought a lot of heat to this matchup.
Oh, 100% he did. And man, so much momentum up until that point as well. Because if you count the last set,
Seeing how you get sick often at Evo, do you fear bring Ripley to it in the future?
He really showed his championship prowess.
I'm not bringing my child to
The big difference
fan
Ditto
events.
literally got to play the game.
No, I'm not doing that.
I saw Sin on the screen. Jiraro was like, "You're not gonna be able to do anything, and I'm not gonna
Yeah.
let you." That's literally
How
what
about
he
no?
did. He was like, "I'm gonna use the hook to make you stand there, right? And then I'm gonna crush the low." Finally goes for the sweep. Really starts to mix it up. But once Red Ditto got wind, he was like, "That's what you want to do." The 6P started to come out a lot more. The jump back air dash even more so, and just standing S to stop that approach.
Yeah, that was the first time I ever got sick from being at a public event.
Really start to fall in way.
Even in the close quarters,
I get sick all the time from having a child. Kids make you sick. If you enjoy being sick, you have children. You will spend the majority of the first, you will spend almost all of the time they will be sick, or you will be sick, or your significant other will be sick.
You'd love to see it.
It's just the way it is. You will just spend all of that time sick or taking care of somebody else that's sick, and you cherish the small, brief moments where nobody's sick. That's it.
I heard the earnestness in Steve's voice. Like, please.
I don't have kids, but everyone I work with does.
The burst gauge is actually Ramlethal's
Yeah. And their kid gets them sick. Yep.
Can't believe it. Burst is a
Yep.
character.
That's how it goes.
That's Mr. Valentine right there.
That's John Burst. to you.
John
Burst Valentine. That's
John
the name.
Valentine Sr.
That's JBV. Yeah, you can see the initials on the clothes. That's what they all stands for.
Oh my god.
And man, yeah, incredible 3-0 comeback from Ditto to stay in this top 8, man.
Yeah, there's a sickness combo that gets built up, and then it cashes out. I think it's built up and cashes out and built up and cashes out.
Bro, they put that in slow-mo? That was evil.
Well, I know, right? Why would y'all do that? That was crazy.
That was Japan, too. It wasn't even us. They did it to their own. That's messed up.
Slow-mo facepalm is nuts.
That's messed up. Why'd they have to do him like that? Jiraro, I'm a huge fan. Obviously, the Sin gamer. Big fan. I don't even want to see his Kai on the screen. I'm just such a big fan of his Sin, and I think it's his best character. I think you should just keep playing Sin because I'm a big fan of it. He always performs well on it, so glad to see it out here. We got Poka, the young gun from Japan, up against Tiger Pop. And same thing we saw earlier. I'm assuming it's going to be a Happy Chaos mirror.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's how we're going to start. I'm interested to see if somebody pivots early, right?
Yeah, when is Combo Breaker, Chad? Is that like a week from a week from this event?
Bring out the Leo White Fang at the end of the last set.
Yep.
So I'm interested to see if
Combo Breaker is like literally a week or two from now, right?
Yeah, that's definitely an option. Both of them have secondaries they could choose instead.
Yeah, we got a lot of tournaments and shit.
You just 3-0'd like that. You're probably feeling
It's Memorial Day? When the fuck is that? That's 2 weeks, right?
Too, right?
It's like the 26th. Okay, it's good that there is to. It's good that there is a couple of weeks in between at least.
One of them definitely did play once they were like mathematically eliminated.
Mathematically out. Yeah, it was just Red Ditto and Tatuma out of the bracket.
Yeah.
That's a good question. I don't remember which one it was.
So we shall see. Again, a lot of options for both of these players. We're expecting a Happy Chaos mirror to start, but who knows where we're going to end up.
Yeah, June's gonna be busy.
And this is just like the Happy
June's a busy month.
Dropping. This is the end right here. Whoever makes it out is the last one in the bracket.
Last one standing.
Going to be fighting Red Ditto in that losers semis.
On a mountain of bodies and bullets.
Any 2XKO news? We will not know any more 2XKO news until Evo.
I was about to say, it's nothing but clones in the original ones. You can't make them out from one another.
The clones, that's right.
Yeah.
Forgot about that
Just
aspect
frozen
of
on
this
the
character.
side. That's me seeing everybody at Evo Japan running to my shifts.
Bro, who was the dude that said... There's legit like 4 fucking Happy Chaos.
It was crazy.
Bro, who's the one that said Happy Chaos? What? The
Polka and Tiger Pop losers quarterfinals. Happy Chaos mirror. See who gets the first bloodshed.
Bro, we're back.
Yeah, it's just about finding the burst timing here. I imagine we'll see it, and there it is, Polka finding it. There was a little delay from Tiger Pop, but then he was like, oh, no burst, and then that's when they
Where's
go
that
for it.
one
So
guy?
they
Huh? Where's that one guy?
Emptying out the burst.
What happened to not as popular?
You gotta hold whatever happens now.
This is messing me up because Polka's using the color that Tiger Pop used last time.
And Tiger Pop didn't go to the gold gun.
Yeah, like I'm very confused right now, but either way, Tiger Pop really getting
Yo, Majin Afrodo, thank you.
Close out this first round, takes the lead in this match.
What I'm curious about, too, is if Polka is actually going to switch.
Let's watch Street Fighter. Too much Happy Chaos. Hitabashi's up.
おっと、羽生さん赤棒、テリー、赤棒が。
Terry versus Geef. This should be good.
本当に？本当そうですよ、これは。ここまで来たら。ああ。板橋の音にテリーのランはありますか？さあ見ていきましょう。板橋ザンギフ対するはレシャーテリー。行ってみましょう。お願いします。テリーで来ました。来ましたね。勝利条件は2試合選手、1回負けてもキャラ選択で変えることはできますが、しかしからパワーチャージライジングタックル、投げが通る、集団仕掛けている、ワンガードスキルは板橋、うまい、そこ切り返していく、トライブスが生まれました。触られたくないですね、レチャーは。大慶と大慶返しの形になったが、のしのし歩いてくる。立ち受け、前に出るところ当たっている。
Evo usually isn't huge for announcements. Evo's pretty big for updates of announcements, updates and announcements to existing games that have already been announced. Usually. So getting like new character reveals or new updates to games, that's usually what you get out of Evo, you know? If we're talking about big announcements and shit, brand new games probably don't show up at Evo. Yeah, but that Tekken 8, City of the Wolves, right? What else? Guilty Gear Strive was first shown off at Evo, you know? So that can happen. That can happen. Virtua Fighter 6 news would be great. Yeah, you can also think of like not brand new games, but like updates. You know, if there was like, if we saw more on VF like in the next week or so, we can definitely get new VF trailers in that time frame.
ジャッキヤバレ、ここも当たるか。破綻の押し返しが早いですね、板橋さんゲフ。ね。私がルシャーは横から真っ向勝負。ドライブは差ができるんですけど、そこをその立ち回りのうまさというか。
Dude, the VF Direct tomorrow better have some VF6 news in it. It fucking better. Like, what? What are we doing? They're gonna announce more Virtual Fighter 5 updates? Like, come on, dude. What else is it gonna be? Bam, bam, bam!
倒しに来たのはレシャー、まずは 1-0。初段が動いてくれてましたね。そうですね。
Let's talk about new Virtual Fighter merch. New hat.
ガード時も一応その中段と機能するんで。
New soundtrack. Virtual Fighter Re-Revo.
食らってしまう。ワンガードスクリューとかに刺さりまあそうですね、多分動いたんでしょうね。さあシベリア超特急、これで画面端追い詰められた板橋、伏兵となるかこのレッシャーのテリー。
Virtual Fighter eye drops.
中足のリーチが長いのは残月戦では機能する。
I hope VF is at Summer Games Fest.
割っているお仕置きタックルライジングからラインを上げてもう画面端は近い玉橋はどうする大パンアーマーを使っていやーダッシュパン強い
Might be dead. Definitely dead.
バスター足りないぞ
Not dead. I'll shut.
から吸い込んでみせたよしそのままボルシ
Indeed, Terry died that day.
見事な逆
トータルタフです出ました、
ただゲイザーだったらっていう
いや難しいですね今の本当にゲイザーそうですゲイザーならなんですが、
差し返す
Terry was indeed the one that was not okay.
狙ってますねここまでジャンプただそこもレシャーの方が触っているおお高校でスクリュー抜いたぞこうわ
いいジャンプだが
飛んだ
バーンとしたら怖いですね
そうですね画面当て近いよあるぞあるぞどうするレシャー
タイミングずれた意識から
引っ掛けてもう一丁さらに投げますこれで一時
Didn't even need to use super. Didn't even need to use super, dude.
さあこれが最終マッチとなる3試合目どちらが生き残るか
プレッシャーはテリーなんですね
そうですねテリーのままいきますね
テリーいけると
Dude, I was straight. They revealed that the last game at Evo France was Hunter x Hunter. I was legit upset, dude. France is like the hometown of Soulcalibur. I was legit hoping Evo France, random game. I'm like, bro, it's gonna be Soulcalibur. It's gonna be. It has Soulcalibur. Hell yeah, let's go. It was Hunter x Hunter.
いやかなりねスクリューを飛べてます
しかし
ついにこの中足に回答を一つ出しました
そうですね
台形大きいペンペンペン
ペンおっと圧があるこの画面端お互い時間を使うと3ゲージそうだがゲージ状況はほぼ一緒フルラウンドフルセット
いやスクリュー飛べるかどうか相当重要だな
そうですね行く方も怖いが飛ぶ方も怖い
Never met Kayane several times, yeah. We always meet up during every like 3D stuff. Tekken, Soulcalibur 6, even back for DOA 5 when last Showdown came out, or last round.
残ると判断からの起きてするのいやまだ全然ありますよレシャーの打撃当たれば終わりだな
Dead
からのミスはないレシャーがなんとテリー・ボガーの運用でトップ8進出お見事エドだけではないと
テリーの使い方を見ると、なんかストリートファイター6の基礎力で
いやそうですね
なんとかしてるっていう
スト6力で
感じがしましたね
Good to see Terry hold him down、
というところいやただ本当に紙一重でしたね
いやそうですね単純にレシャーの立ち回りというか地上戦の距離感と精度のところで飯玉さんを破ってみせた、見事でした
見事でしたレシャー選手おめでとうございます
ありがとうございます
Is that a Terry in top 8? Yeah, is that what that means?
ということで、明日のトップ8は、ウィナーズ側、
Oh my god, dude.
ルーザーズ側、小林対井口
They're playing this game?
今勝利した
Holy shit.
形になりました。
What's this game called? Yomi Momi?
見ていただいたたくさんの皆様も本当にありがとうございました。
What the fantasy strike? That's what it is.
2025プレゼンティッドバイ レバテックストリートファイター6部門の予選は終了となります。はめこさん、いかがでしたか？8まで。
面白かったとしか言いようがない。
This game was something else.
結構ルーザーの試合がね巻きで終わっちゃったのが見たかったなって気持ちもあるんですけど、ただやっぱりその全ての試合が見れた試合全て面白かったですし、はい。
ありがとうございます。明日の決勝は
What the hell is it, Yomi Momi? Shut up.
どうなんですかね。やっぱり
To me, Fantasy Strike was one of the OG. We're gonna try to make fighting games easy to understand and appealing, like kind of games, you know?
強いプレイヤーなんで、メナを誰が倒すかは結構注目。
Wow, this is a very good cosplay.
あとはやっぱりリジェクト、ゼータの強さね。
強いね。
2人ずつ残ったけど、すごいですよね。はい。
はい、ということで、配信をご視聴いただいている皆様も本当にありがとうございました。はい、
You guys calling it?
ね、今日もかなりの長時間の、予選の配信となりましたが、無事にトップ8の、選手で揃いました。そして、ストリーム6の、サブステージ V の、放送は終了となります。最後にですね、サブステージ V の明日のスケジュール
That was the last match, yeah. Sounds like they're calling it. Back to Strife.
But Summon able to get the back throw incident and maybe turn this round around.
Okay, 6-8 gets through the wall.
Top 8's tomorrow, yes.
Got the tension advantage though. Not for any longer.
Oh my God. PRC on the bonsai. Calls out the rope to the corner. We go. Bates the burst. Summit saw it coming.
Wow.
And that's going to be a round on the board. One apiece. Let me get a heart.
My man took a quick exit off the rope right there. He was like, nah, I think this is where you burst that. I'll take this out.
Right. He saw the exit.
Yes, indeed. Now Daru here, he got caught reaching for a second, but was able to recover in time. Rope shenanigans again. Yeah, you see, falling off the rope, getting into the air, using the jump 2K.
And back to talking about how faultless defense works again. He's literally, Darlino's using faultless defense just to push back Summon so he won't be close enough to have to deal with that far S. Some of those pokes, but now you're on the other side of the stage.
And I love the confidence after the deflection, right? Immediately taking his turn, just like that right there, but he actually compensated for that.
Nice to see a different stage, right?
Amazing stuff from Sumito.
Oh, the IB into faultless defense, the 6P, oh my God.
The defense there from Daru to survive that out, just blocking the whole situation even after his deflection shield didn't work out.
Oh, you saw the little delay close S right there from Daru?
Let's show it again. Only to the air right there. Someone knew that was going to happen, though. Tries to backdash, gets clipped by the light. You ain't going nowhere.
You ain't going nowhere.
Little jump S and then OS. Immediately ready for the backdash there with a close slash afterwards. Nice work. And yeah, you see that look on his face. He's like, bruh.
Bruh.
What am I supposed to do, bruh?
It was a close match.
Absolutely, man. And explosive. Wow, really?
No
Summit
way.
hovering over the ABBA?
He's having a think. He's got the color hovered as well.
Interesting. Like we talked about it, I mean, this whole time, thought to be probably the best chip in Guilty Gear, maybe history.
This is a new. I thought I would never see this. This is what a development.
Yeah, this character, very, very feast or famine, as we mentioned, but I think very difficult for Ino to deal with her when she gets going.
Yes, indeed. I mean, that Donzai is going to completely shut down a lot of what Ino wants to approach with.
Yeah, and you can RPS with, yeah, we saw right there, shake out and then 6 feet. You can RPS with a lot of scary things. Although I love that snipe on the approach from Daru, just so ready with the HCL immediately.
Yeah, huge win here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, what do you do with air dashes that you as like as Abba, right? Like, what are your options outside of like 6P?
Yeah, she's probably gonna be trying to RPS on defense here with hop or command dash. Yeah. Oh, the Donzai right through, yeah, does not care.
Precisely, that's what we were talking about, right? Definitely abuse and feast when the Donzai is out, but a big throw from Daru, OTG as well, trying to close it out. He's gonna at least lock Ino down for a second.
Yeah, this is a big super, although all of the jealousy gauge is gone at the end of this, right? So you have no meter left here. That's why we see the notes coming out and just no way to get started.
Yeah, it's so tough when you're on a pixel of life like that. Can't afford to trade anything with Daru. Oh, the air-to-air conversion here, that is definitely huge. Stabs as well to get the big jealousy meter pump.
Yeah, the record ender.
This was a character that I never got a chance to try. Never played ABBA.
Donzai knockdown situation here. Key grab ender gives you that meter back, and then double key grab. Look at how much meter there is here.
Yeah, immediately got right back to full, but Daru popping off.
Just wondering what the hell Arxis is cooking now regarding the next fighting game. Dude, I've been wondering that for like a year and a half to 2 years. Wondering for like almost 2 years what the hell their next game is.
Yep.
This is so bad.
What a call out. Knew that jealousy gauge was going to be gone, and now you're stuck in the corner. Catches the back dash. This is trouble. Summit goes to the other side. This is not looking good. Do you stick with this character?
I'm not sure, but I just want to talk about the processing speed of Daru real quick. Like, to realize, like, okay, it's better for me to burst here, take advantage of no more jealousy meter, rather than save the burst, because he was up around, right?
Yeah.
He didn't have to use it there.
Would you rather be another GG or Dragon Ball? I definitely would want it to be Dragon Ball Fighters 2. For sure. Fighters 2. Yeah. Absolutely.
He's going back to the chair.
Yeah.
And died the same way.
I would love to see what you do if it is Fighters 2. My dude, what do you do with Dragon Ball Fighters to one-up it? Right? It's already a nutty-ass 3v3 Marvel vs. Capcom. It already is. What the hell do you do with that game to, like, one-up its gameplay? I'm actually, like, wondering. Can you actually make it 4v4? Is that possible? Is somebody finally going to break the barrier and break the 3v3 barrier? And is it, how do you make that functional, you know? More characters? Like, is that... Nobody has gone beyond the 3v3 barrier since Marvel vs. Capcom 2, right? Games have only hovered around it. Only been Marvel vs. Capcom 2 likes or Marvel vs. Capcom 3 likes, and Marvel 3 was definitely a sequel to Marvel 2. So, how do we evolve team games to go past Marvel 2? And that's a legit question, right? You count KOF Strikers? You could do that. You could. So I'm curious, like, how do you expand team games outside of, like, assist-based 3v3 MVC likes? It hasn't really happened yet, to be completely honest. Everything has been a Marvel 3, Marvel 2 like.
Bro, he is furious.
Yeah.
Oh, what a stroke.
Wow. Gets through the 6P, just constant dashing.
Summit woke up neutral super dunk.
Yo.
Just putting it out there. Yeah, just like, he's just like...
Just putting it out there.
He's just down.
We need to take note of that.
Everybody just cool with that. Let's move on.
All I have to say is, unique ideas in this industry, in a creative industry. People that are visionary and have, like, an idea of where things could go present things to you that you don't even realize you want.
We gotta see the game. Somehow, some way, still alive here, both players.
You know? Like, you don't even know you want that. And then they give you the thing that you didn't even know you wanted. Wow, Daru, damn.
Wow. Oh my god.
Yeah, most people have no idea what they want or what they love until they're suddenly exposed to it, and all of a sudden they love it. You know? That's just the nature of people. So that's all I'm saying, is that maybe we've never seen the future of tag-based fighting games, the actual future of where this can go, because everything is still kind of stuck around Marvel vs. Capcom 2. And to be honest, Marvel vs. Capcom 2 was a pretty crazy idea when that shit came out.
Not enough.
That's what I'm curious about, dude, is like, instead of playing it safe and just being another 3v3 game, like, where does this shit evolve? And I think Dragon Ball is a pretty good franchise for that, you know? I think Dragon Ball Fighters as a game, Arc System Works, like, really leaning into that shit could be kind of cool.
But still, like, seeing it play out like that, man, that was awesome.
That was sick.
Couldn't ask for a better set from those two, but
and it was a 3-0. It's like, it's wow.
It did not feel like a 3-0.
No, not at all.
It did not feel like a 3-0 in the slightest, man. Oh my gosh. But that's how, and it was going so fast. The reactions were going crazy.
That was awesome.
That was a 6-out.
Guilty ass gear
That's
right
some
there.
guilty ass gear, bro.
That gear was guilty.
Man. Guilty as hell.
That was a good match too, and Dara's play has been so impressive this whole tournament.
A ridiculous play, man. Like World Tour, he was looking strong, but this is another level, absolutely.
Yeah, he was. I think he was definitely.
MVC2 is mostly a dream match. Marvel 3 was iconic for being original. Dude, it's literally the opposite of that. It's literally the opposite of that. Marvel vs. Capcom 2 was iconic because it was impossible. Like, there's no way you can expand beyond 2v2 gameplay, and they did. Marvel 3 was just a sequel to Marvel vs. Capcom 2. It was an expansion of MVC2. To me, it's the opposite. Like, actually the opposite.
I mean, just in that set alone, literally the first game Summit lost before he switched to ABBA, he literally did DP, and he didn't DP for quite some time after that. But in the corner, the call out with the backdash,
like making assists work the way they do was because of Marvel 2.
And man, I just realized our top four different countries as well.
Like,
seeing that in an Evo
to me, there's one game that really feels like it can actually push a 4v4 situation, and it lines up very well thematically with it. Marvel vs. Capcom 4.
Yeah, to start
Like, to find who's gonna break the goddamn barrier in a team game, dude. Who's gonna do it? And here's the thing, that sounds daunting and insane. I agree with you. Like, what the fuck are you supposed to do with 4 characters versus 4 characters? That sounds fucking crazy. I remember feeling that way once, and it's when Marvel 2 came out. I remember feeling that exact same way when Marvel vs. Capcom 2 came out. And it's like, this sucks. Nobody wants this. We just want it to be 2v2. And now going back to 2v2 tag games feels like a downgrade to many people, you know?
I respect it, right? He's been extremely lethal.
All I gotta say is that you sometimes don't realize you want something until you see it, until you play it.
No confirmed to the corner though. If it was sword toss maybe or something else. Oh, you gotta guess now. Yeah, counter hit. That's the round very, very quickly. Although not quite enough with the Mortabato. No Calvados.
Yeah, Tiger Pop does still get clipped. Just close as Meaty's gonna do it.
I don't want to learn 4 characters and other assist combos, man. I agree. That's a problem, right? I agree. All of those things are issues. There are tons of issues that present themselves moving from 2v2 to 3v3 as well, until you find solutions. Like, designing video games is obviously hard, and things feel impossible until you find a solution. Like, that's the whole point of game design, dude. It's like the whole point of it. Once you find a way to that actually makes it work in a smart way, holy shit. Does this fucking, wait, can we make this work? Is this idea sound? You know, like, that's kind of crazy.
Oh, good match on the 2P. Doesn't get a full combo off of it, but at least gets space to work. And this is a chance now.
Tiger Pop, and he's gonna take that chance, ride it all the way to victory.
Like, I propose some funny shit. Like, what if you can have a point character and 3 fucking assists? Just throwing it out there. What if you could choose? How crazy of a fucking game would that be? Hey, I want 2 and my 2 assists. I don't know where those buttons go, but I am just thinking about this right now. I'm just thinking about it in the moment. Throw it out like that. Interesting. Those ideas have been explored before, but maybe not explored that much. No, I'm not even saying 2 mains, 2 assists. I'm saying you can have 1. You have 4 characters at all times. You have 4 characters. How those characters act and what they do is up to you. So maybe, just maybe, you know, 1 character acts as a solo, and that's 3 characters as an assist. What if you also had the option of having 4 characters fully functional? You know? Kind of like the way Skullgirls works. Yes. And to be completely honest, I think Skullgirls actually is the game that evolves the Marvel vs. Capcom 3v3 formula. Like, let's be real, you make me realize it. The MVC3 formula of like a 3v3 fighting game is somewhat expanded in games like Skullgirls that give you the option, that let you choose those things, you know? And yeah, what, like KOF 2001 was like a team game or some shit, right? Which one was that? because we're not talking about we're talking about tag team, not tag team fighters, chat. We're talking about tag fighters. You need to be able to tag in the character actively during a fight, not one character dying, the next one comes out. That's a tag team fighter. Those are very different than tag fighters. Tag fighters are like KOF 11, right? KOF 11 is an actual tag game. Those are very different. That's a tag fighter, not a tag team fighter. Those are very different. That's what I'm not proposing. I ain't proposing that shit, bro. There's no fucking rounds. There ain't no rounds. And here's the thing, until somebody figures out a way to make that work, and tag games aren't mostly just like kind of Marvel vs. Capcom likes, MVC 2, MVC 3 likes, then most tag games are just going to be mostly MVC likes, you know? They're just going to remain that way until somebody breaks the barrier and gives you something that you didn't even know you wanted. That's the whole point of game design. That's the whole point of like making something new. You don't even know you want that shit. There's nothing wrong with it. No, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. They're some of my favorite games. All I'm saying is that they have been relatively similar games since Marvel vs. Capcom 2 since the year 2000. They haven't actually changed that much. They're all sort of derivative of each other. It created that genre, and that genre of tag has never really evolved past that. To me, it's like, thematically speaking, Marvel vs. Capcom 4 needs to do something. It can't just be another Marvel 3, you know? Like, we want to see these characters. I want to see the whole fucking X-Men team up and shit. I want to see crazy shit like that, you know? We're still playing Marvel 2. Exactly. We're still playing Marvel 2. We're still playing Marvel 3. They're not going anywhere. They're legit not going anywhere. But to say that, like, hey, I just want things to remain the same. If we change too much, that gets too scary. Then it's like, what are we doing, man? Let's get some new ideas in here, you know?
I being the close slash there made that jump H not hit, by the way, so that was like really, really clean from Tiger Pop to get the punish on it, knowing that situation afterwards. He's had some really
MVCI switched up things quite a bit, but also downgraded, you know? MVCI enhanced gameplay, but also severely downgraded it to accompany that idea.
Oh my, no way you jump IB the gold burst to get the punish.
Ridiculous. Wait a minute, Tiger Pop. You said at set point?
It's hard to innovate these days. Well, I mean, they say that. They've been saying that forever.
Oh, that burst timing.
You know? And there's so many. Imagine 20 years from now or 10 years from now where they're like, man, why didn't we think of this 10 years ago? You know? That happens every 10 to 15 years where it's just like, bro, isn't it crazy that it took until fucking Halo to figure out how we even make first-person shooters work on controllers? Bro, why couldn't we have done that back in the 90s and shit? Like, what the fuck?
Gotta watch that, bro.
That's the way this shit works, dude.
Until you find out about the birth gauge, Pink Man's father.
We got another day in Japan with Sage. You might want to do that tonight, man.
Watch it tonight, bro. Send me a text message. Like, yo, dude. Oh, counter hit.
Yeah, he was trying to run it down.
All I'm saying is that, like, I will be really interested when the next fighting games we see, any of the next big ones that we see, whether it's a Marvel 4, a Dragon Ball FighterZ 2, or whatever Arxis is working on, whatever, you know, Namco's working on, that we get some really different shit, you know? That we get something that truly, like, pushes the boundaries. If there's one thing I really fucking loved about KI, is that that game had systems that I had never engaged with before in a fighting game, dude. And I feel like KI was like probably the last fighting game that felt like pretty innovative in how you actually play. And it was not universally accepted. It was not like, you know, it was definitely mocked for the fact that I land a combo and I don't get my full combo and shit, you know? That sucks. Dude, no, like KI would definitely like open up the way you think and play a game, you know? KI is so stressful because you interact in every hit. Yeah, I know. It's a lot. It's like it's exhausting.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's not. He's fighting like the rest of us.
KI felt like, and here's why did KI feel like the last game that was like to really take chances with its gameplay and shit, that really like tried, like, and most games play it kind of safe, is because it was made by not a traditional team. It was made by people that were like, you know, in the fighting game space, but not exactly like super dedicated, tried and true. Had a bunch of upper heads that have done doing this forever. Like, no, their ideas were pretty different, you know?
Get a clip. That's all it takes, bro. You're gonna be sitting in the corner, and I dare you to DP.
And one of the things that we really saw that was a hallmark of Red Ditto's gameplay in that last one was shutting down the air approach, right? Which is going to be super important versus Chip. We talk about how Poe and Ram's ground game is.
What about a fighting game where you get to customize, mix, and match your offensive and defensive gameplay styles akin to CVS2 grooves? Well, CVS2 exists, you know? CVS2 does exist. They did that. And that's also happening in 2XKO again, you know? 2XKO is doing that.
Was that Daru enforced the mix, right? Like controlled neutral.
It's happening. It's literally happening.
Offensive sequences, that's how it goes. But if you try to play slippery against Red Ditto, I think it'd be very hard to get going against him.
He's got some of the fastest processing speed in fighting games, in my opinion. And like trying to scramble against them like that, it's not going to work out more often than it will, just because of how quick he's able to recognize situations and how quickly he picks the right choice in those situations.
And it's like swatting a fly in this instance.
You kind of like the ratio system, if you're being real, like Omega level to common mutant. The ratio system is cool until it's not. Pretty much. We saw the direct impact of a ratio system in a game where characters have power levels in CVS1, and it doesn't work out, dude. It's a cool idea on paper, but when you realize you're severely limited in how you can play the game and how you play a character, it sucks. Which is why they made it the free ratio system in CVS2. No more characters. Now you just get to choose. If you want an Omega level Blanca, you can do it. Yeah, have an Omega level Blanca. Have your Omega level Dan. Sure. You know?
If she gets started, whether it's on block or hit, you're really spending a lot of your resources to stay alive.
And Ditto is extremely good at recognizing those moments and making up for that, right? Seeing he gets the flex shield and seeing he gets flawless defense, and he'll do the flip in or the air dash, something very
yeah, level 4 Sagat. Fuck it. I don't want to play anybody else, you know? That's fine.
Like so strong.
Here's the thing, CVS2 is insanely unbalanced. Like, did it balance the game properly? Did it help out its net positive? All it made for was a more fun game. That's it. And I think that's the priority, dude. I think, like, you can balance shit later. It's fun. It's a cool idea. Level 4 Bison, level 2 Bison, level 2 Sagat, you know, whatever. I think that is where I hope fighting games in the future put the most focus. How much fun would that be? Could we make that crazy fun and addictive? That's the kind of shit I want. That's where I argue that, like, fighting games need to be good-ass video games first. Like, they need to feel good and they need to have cool ideas and cool characters and visuals that make you like, oh, fuck, I just want to play that. Holy shit, I just want to play that. That looks so cool.
It's not many times you're going to get this kind of excitement to start off a big tournament year.
I think the last time you and I did...
I just want to know everything about that game, you know what I mean?
That's facts.
Yeah, that's facts.
That's wild. Yeah, I mean, Guilty Gear is a big game for all three of us, honestly. Like, in terms of our relationships to each other.
That's real.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, definitely. So it's super sick to do this.
Do you think Virtua Fighter is going to be the next big innovative fighting game? Actually, yes. I actually do.
Let's get it cracking.
I think they're going to try pretty hard there. Yo, Moon, thanks for the 5 dudes on YouTube. I think Virtua Fighter is likely the next game that we know of that could potentially do that. That'll actually, like, push 3D fighting forward a little bit.
He's in a bad spot.
What you gonna do, Red Ditto?
Well, hopefully not also removing the identity of what makes Virtua Fighter 5 so good.
Let me get that first round.
Wow, before you could even say anything. A perfect on top of that. Man, that 6H counter hit on the rope was deadly. Okay.
Like this. We're going to see a wall break here on this for Red Ditto immediately. Get some of those resources back. Positive bonus and try to get things.
And here's the thing. Here's what I like about what VF is doing. VF has a lot of old heads on the project. A lot of old heads that haven't worked on fighting games in a long time. A lot of people that have, like, looked at the space.
Evil doer.
And in what happens a lot when you have these creative avenues, chat, that are trying to also make money and be like inventive, most of the time what will happen is that you'll look at a space and feel like, where can we land there? So you're looking at what already exists and where can we sit in that existence, you know? Dragon Ball FighterZ did that amazingly. But what they're not looking at is the negative space. What I appreciate about getting people that aren't normally on fighting games all the time, which is why I kind of like fighting games sometimes to be not designed by fighting game players, is that they look at the space in between and they look at what's missing. Like, what are fighting games not doing? What would be fun in that space where you understand you have to get a different perspective? You have to get some different eyes on where things can possibly go. You know what I mean? That's what I'm kind of excited about. I want to see stuff like that. I don't want to just make fighting games more accessible. Like, that, to me, that isn't inherently more fun. Like, let's just do a fighting game that does something so interesting and cool that everyone gives a shit, you know?
It's way too fast.
And that IB to not get pushed back by that 5K was so ridiculous, bro. Like, he was able to maintain that sweet spot of chip pressure. You get pushed out a little bit more, then Ram can start threatening with stuff, right? Whether it be the lights, whether it be the 2S, something like that. So amazing from Summit, man.
Yeah, and Red Ditto did 5K there and then just blocked, too, to respect DP, right? Because he's down to do it. He didn't go for it. He immediately took his turn back and took advantage. Really, really smart.
Oh, man, Summit, that was an incredible play.
So yeah, anyway, all I'm trying to say is I'm very excited about a potential Virtua Fighter 6, and I'm very excited about if there's a Dragon Ball FighterZ 2 or a Marvel vs. Capcom 4. I would be very excited for those games, dude.
I love the rock there. And the burst! You gave him the burst on a golden...
I'd be very excited what they do with those as games. Instead of playing it like safe, what do they do to push things forward?
He likes to spend the burst like that. He's down to like...
If any of them exist. We know VF exists, but if like anything else exists.
6B, just to stop any kind of air approach. So you got to be careful now. Air dashing in, back dash gets caught by the delayed 5K. Charge does. Look at this corner combo. Red Ditto trying to get control.
He did it again. Showing no fear. He talked about a Summit. He's always going to send it.
Wow, nice interruption. Dude, Red Ditto, the awareness to 5P the Gamma Blade right there. Sword is out. Chip's the problem now. What are you going to do?
Faultless. Just standing there while the Faultless is there. DP anyway. This dude Summit is crazy.
He's fighting for dear life here,
Oh my god, he did Gamma Blade on a pixel.
He did.
Yo, I'm out. I'm out.
Dude, this dude is playing on crack. Check this guy. Check him for drugs. Check him for performance enhancers. He's playing chip too fast. Drug test as soon as possible right now. Spit into the cup.
Knew exactly what the option Red Ditto would go to, but now Ditto deleting the slide bar to start the third round.
I think you thought that was cute.
Wait a minute again. Bro, he's like, you ain't gonna bait it, I'm gonna keep doing it.
I'm gonna show Steve this. Steve, get inspired.
Didn't have the sword toss for the combo though. FD cancel in the air. Nice block on the other side and then blocks again. Tried to run under. Summit takes his turn back. The rope is out.
Oh my goodness, set it up here. The 2K challenge, but right back at you, Samito.
Yep, gets the 2D, 5P to stop the projectile. Here comes Red Ditto once again. Hold it.
Steve, take some drugs.
Summit, you're in trouble, and you're going to the other side.
Not enough to kill a pixel of life. He's got burst and 50. And he needs
Alpha Blade.
He still got burst though.
Burst the YRC. He's trying to kill him.
Most definitely, bro. Oh, he blocked the cross up. FD to protect his life.
He still did another sequence. Another sequence, another throw.
2D Gamma. One more hit. He's going to have 50 in a second here for the mix-up record. Second hit. He takes
Called the backdash. Oh my god. Blocked the fuck out of everything and called the backdash.
He held forward. He was like, we're running.
Dude, he is trying to murder.
Jesus, man.
He's trying to kill him.
The cojones, bro. The cojones to run forward when somebody's running at you like Samito was. He called out the one moment he was actually going to backdash. That was ridiculous.
My God. As Tasty Steve would describe it, he is a button barbarian.
Button barbarian.
A button barbarian.
That is true.
He's doing air gatlings on the ground, on a rope, in a house, on a boat.
Yo, it's Dr. Seuss ass character right now, bro.
What is happening? Oh, cat.
Then let him do that fucking move in the air now?
Redfish
Chip can do that shit in the air? When did that change? Hey, what?
Oh my god, why did that do 40?
You know why I did 40.
My bad.
You know why I did 40.
My fault. Maybe it's my bad.
He could do that move always in the air? Bullshit.
Wow.
Since launch?
This is a feral set.
Yeah.
Legitimately right now.
I do not remember that move being able to be done in the air. He has the multi-punch super, he has Ragnarok, but what the fuck, dude?
You don't think rocks existed during
I don't ever remember seeing Chip do that shit in the air. You know what? I think I'm thinking of something else. You're right. Because Steve would stall in the air and do it to me. And it was hard to punish when it would recover in the air in season 1.
Is going to take a heart away from him here, and once again we're forced to a round 3. This set has been extremely close.
Jesus. Double jump 2K to get back in.
I like that mix-up. He's been hit by that 6P a lot, so changing the air approach option. And this time Red Ditto trying to jump P instead.
And you saw him even try to intercept him on the rope too, right? He's like, I know you're going to try to switch
Jesus,
it up.
jumping jabs.
Big counter hit.
Nicely done. And then he takes the walk under to make sure he doesn't get into the corner, breaks the wall with this. And Samito's got burst and 50, which means he's a dangerous man.
Right?
Yeah, because he doesn't need either of those to DP. He'll do it regardless.
Oh, he'll do it.
You think I won't?
Big punish.
You know, covering all his options right there. Definitely taking the burst into account.
When's the last time I played Guilty Gear? More than a day in a row when Biken came out.
He's famous for
So when was that? Like a year ago? 6 months ago? Biken came out?
For better or for worse, right? That's just how he is. And that's what makes him such a scary player to deal with.
The capture is failing.
Like literally, he wants to keep the momentum so bad, especially if he's already got that hit and then you burst. He'll instantly catch that burst back to be like, no.
That was not 4 years ago. Shut up.
And you still on defense.
Wow, what a bait. And he tried to bait the burst, and he doesn't go for it this time. Oh, safe jump.
Yeah, I played the other characters when they came out.
He sandwiched him 2K, and then he gets the pickup afterwards.
Bro.
Yes, indeed. That sounds like the wall break and the kill from the round.
And on top of that, it was a perfect. All right, here we go.
We lost visual, but I can see
Great
the stage
back
from
dash.
here.
Gets the counter hit closest. Going to the corner right now.
Yeah, Samito has the corner. He's got pressure here. Gamma Blade.
That was a capture fail. The signs were there.
And he's able to block it out and take his turn back.
Nice. I like that. He actually stopped that rope pressure pretty clean. I think it was a 6P.
Bro. Yeah, that was the capture. That was a capture card failing.
Yes, indeed. We're just giving you guys play-by-play from we can see the stage on the monitors.
Yeah,
like no kidding, it had a corrupted screen, and then it flashed, and
He baits a DP but doesn't get a punish, and instead Samito getting the round here. Yeah, we're watching it all the way back there.
Yeah, all the way back there.
We're watching it all the way back there.
And I got Turara is right my way, bro.
Stream just had full wrench cheeks on there, huh? Y'all gotta tell me these things, bro.
Corner pressure, Samito with the front throw, 2D Gamma Blade for
damn, nice zoom.
Tiurara,
sit the fuck down, bro!
We got it back, we got it back. We're back. We're back on the big screen here. Yeah, we see the break here. Spencer with a zoom-in cam, so you can see over the shoulder.
What a god.
Yeah, what a beast, bro, Spencer.
Red Ditto's down a lot here in our losers finals. Tiurara in the way.
Okay,
legitimately, ooh, the deflection, man, the BRC to keep him in front, and the Gamma Blade check, but it's not gonna matter. Summit still stuffing everything.
Two apiece, just like
something
that.
weird happened, dude.
Feedback. Thanks for hanging with us, everybody. We're rolling with the punches.
They had to refresh the card and play to God, right?
Red Ditto looking as
like
as the production team.
That thing.
My man was biting the hell out of his lip. Jesus.
Oh boy, oh boy.
Yeah, I had my man Spencer out here on one knee trying to fix that.
He was out here zooming in on a TV, zooming in on this.
He looked like the dude with the bazooka in Desperado.
Oh my God! It looks like we've lost our feeds again.
Please.
Oh, they're back again.
We're back again. Oh my God. We're having some issues with the screens here, folks. We're trying to take care of that as a burst gets baited.
Tiurara, sit down!
As Strive itself.
Summit is up full life right now. Wall break 70% lead.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, we're back on the TV.
We're back.
TV's back on.
Faultless to push him out. He already knows. Stays in front with the hard slash on the rope, and right now,
Double
this
rope.
dude Summit is making sure you don't get to play the game. Red Ditto needs an answer right now. Far slash counter hit.
Set point already. Bad spot. Just blindside. Just breaks the wall immediately. Red Ditto down a lot, and the momentum just shifting away from him.
Wow. He's getting a little punch there, but the backdash, his BRC was still active. He couldn't take advantage like he wanted to.
I love that 2S6P combo confirmed dash up. DP, you don't think he'll do it?
Like we said, no burst, no RC, he'll still
He
send
did it again.
Wants it one more time.
Oh my god, and Red Ditto has the confirm here. Should be to the wall with the Calvados.
Double beam dream, send it.
Final game, final round between these two, just like that.
Oh my gosh. Man, I hope y'all enjoying this at home.
Oh, did get the whip punish around start. And they're both on a burst, although Summit down the burst already. Oh, the rope!
Did he dodge that?
Oh my god, burst available. He's gonna pop it so he doesn't get wall broken. Dude, he's got to dance around the rope.
Like a trapeze artist.
Oh my rock! How did he find that? He found the rock.
That's right.
In the building. In the building. Oh, nice blocking. I beat it, actually. That's a huge hit for Red Ditto.
Ridiculous.
Doesn't take the wall break, instead wants the pressure on the wall. Here,
Alpha Blade!
Oh my god, the RC. He's trying to lock him down.
That's death.
With the 5K, that's gonna be in. Red Ditto.
God damn, dude.
It's a grand finals.
The revenge match incoming. The way we started this top 8 is how we're gonna end it. Daru Ino on winner's side up against the ARC World Tour champion, Red Ditto from losers.
He's like, you think I'm the champion for nothing? And I love when they bring it all the way.
Sheesh, dude, that was a set.
That means
that was a fucking set.
It was a fluke or not. Red Ditto makes it all the way back. All the way back. Think about what we saw coming back from a 2-0 deficit. Even the situation, this entire set versus
the stream is breaking.
Bro.
The aliens aren't contacting us.
The stream couldn't handle it.
This is what is happening.
Bro.
Everything's going on over here.
Standing in the damn way,
dude,
that is crazy.
I've never been so mad to see the back of somebody. I was like, bro, get out the way. He didn't know.
He definitely didn't know. Can't hold it against him.
Oh my god.
But oh my goodness, literally as volatile as Stripe itself was the last set.
It's been stressful.
Like, oh my goodness, bro.
Oh. Grand finals, the rematch, Daru versus Red Ditto.
Yeah, like you mentioned, this is how we started the top 8. We're going to get the run back here. It looked extremely convincing for Daru in the first set,
it really
right?
did.
So we're going to see, though, Red Ditto has the momentum on his side now, and Red Ditto, I mean, he's a scientist of the game as well, right? He will definitely sit there, make the adjustments. You highlighted how great his adjustments are, right? So he's going to get a chance after 3 games of intel against who's in grand finals?
Daru.
Daru,
yeah.
thank you. Thank you, I'm sorry. I'm scrambling right now.
That's
but
cool.
yeah, after 3 games of intel against Daru in winners finals, we'll see how that applies to our grand finals.
And you have to be confident coming off of a set like that. You have to be like, no, we're in there now.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
you gotta be.
Right? Like
I'm leaned in. I'm ready. I'm doing this just to watch.
The gamer lean, you're in that?
Yeah,
the
gamer
true
lean.
gamer lean? Oh, for real?
I gotta see it.
Sets like that make you sometimes feel like you're a man of destiny,
Yes.
right? Like legitimately,
yes.
like you're like, bruh, like nothing can stop me at this point. So we'll see if Red Ditto can truly carry on that type of attitude into the grand finals. But Daru has look at that 3-0 both to Red Ditto and Summit into this point. He hasn't actually dropped a game in top 8 yet.
Dude, and look at the Red Ditto's path. Look, loses 3-0 to Daru Ino, and then takes out Churara 3-2, and then you see him go up 3-1 versus Tiger Pop, and a nail-biting set versus Summit goes up 3-2.
Yo, Artist Mio, thank you.
Back to grand finals. Daru Ino has been sitting
Is it Artista
here
Mio?
patiently,
Thank you very much.
Maybe not patiently, but
We're surviving, chat.
I can tell you right now, you gotta feel
Captain,
good
thanks for the 53
Red
months.
Ditto, man. You've been playing, you've
And
been
Boom Sweep, Cyber Cobra, Laser, and Blue Rookie. Thanks, everybody.
In this top 8, Daru has played 6.
See?
That's insane.
Like, that is a huge difference.
And this is an added extra layer to this as well because the finals is going to be in Seoul, South Korea. Again, where Daru Ino is from, he has the opportunity to actually be the first person to qualify at the Seoul, South Korea finals as a Korean representative himself. That would be super sick.
And you know, like, he is big chilling. Whoever wins this is big chilling. You're like, oh, the tour is going to be happening all year. I'm hanging out. I don't have to fly everywhere. I'm going to be just fine on points. Like, I don't have to worry about it because I'm qualified. So that's such a big factor of this, right? And winner side advantage is such a big deal. Daru playing fantastic. We'll see if any of those adjustments after losing that first set come in here for Red Ditto.
Wow, man.
Damn, you can get home field advantage just like in any sports, home field advantage in the finals is exactly what you want. That's a power-up that you can't get anywhere
and
else.
Daru lives here. He's chilling. He's like, oh, cool. I just get to come out here, qualify at Evo Japan, fly back to Korea. Easy peasy.
Man, that would be so clean from Daru if he's able to pull it off, of course. But Red Ditto, the reigning, defending Arc World Tour champion, obviously wants to solidify his spot as well to try to go back-to-back when the time comes. But all of that starts with qualifying in the first place. And this person, whoever wins this next set, is guaranteed to be there.
I mean, it's impressive, right? Because on the topic of all the world tours and stuff, like, you know, Kakadu just won Capcom Cup. He's out of Street Fighter. Like, he's not there. This is the Arc World Tour champion. Literally just won, right? Similar timing to win Capcom.
Yeah, it's pretty much grand finals. It's our last big match.
Here. So consistency, very impressive so far from Red Ditto.
Absolutely. One of the most consistent players, period, right now.
Not an easy thing to say, being consistent, especially in this day and age, man. A lot of times you see players win an Evo, win their big final, and they go to the next event right after it, done. They get
65th.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not the easiest thing to do. Consistency, like you said, Range, is probably the hardest and most important thing when it comes to fighting games.
Wow, and it goes back to what we talked about with Red Ditto, how he's always stoic, never scrambling, never panicky, always confident in his strategies, knows what to do, not ever like getting emotional about the situation. He knows what the optimal choice is.
He has such a layered approach to finding the correct way to deal with what's stopping him. Like every time I'm like, man, that rope is giving him business. He's like, I'm gonna jump up here with you. I don't even care. He's like, oh, you're gonna keep.
This is the part that is the toughest about doing commentary chat, is having to fill, you know. And why I almost am glad that we don't have to be like official Evo streams, you know, because I don't have to worry about having to fill like so much. And again, when you're out here talking about this stuff, you can also, you have to keep it about the event, the show, the players, like that kind of stuff, what's happened in top 8, all that kind of shit. So it's hard. Like it's like a lot of stuff that you have to do within those periods of time to fill that space, because they're just setting shit up and stuff. So to me, like having the freedom of not being a direct tie, not having to be officially tied to anything, where like I can act as a, what's it called? We can sort of act as a secondary broadcasting streamer, you know, or rebroadcaster, which means that our conversations can be about anything. I can tell you why Costco is sick, you know? I can do that while at Evo. That's completely fine. And also just talk about anything else that's happening at Evo, or check out other stuff. If this is, and what I love about the long yap session that we have, right, is that we aren't forced to specifically talk about this one thing. To be completely honest, man, sometimes
really cool to see that. And also, like,
I know something's boring. Like, to be completely honest, like sometimes like whatever we're watching just isn't hitting. And when you're in an official commentary position, it is up to you to make it hit as much as possible, right? It's actually your responsibility to make that what a potentially not a great situation be a much better situation. You have to like fix that. It's much different to have the freedom just to be like, let's go watch something else. Time to watch something else. Time to check out something else. Time to talk about something else. Time to fill this space of time with something else that is like more interesting than what this currently is right now, because we don't need this to be, we don't actually need this to be interesting, you know? Talk about the fucking frog. What the fuck is the frog up to? You know? Let's check on the chat.
How do you deal with them approaching?
And when you have to focus so much on the game, it's exhausting. It's a lot.
Instead of the avalanche for the rocks, you gotta come up with something for the brick, bro.
I gotta keep a brick in my pocket.
It's why TNS Marvel is sick, high commentary. Dude, it's because in between TNS Marvel, they're just talking shit. It's the best, right? TNS Marvel is amazing because it's like a match of all this shit happening, and then they're just like talking shit about the players, and then like making obvious jabs at their play and stuff like that. And then in between rounds, they talk about completely weird things, completely casual, normal tangents and shit. And it feels so natural and fun. It feels like you're watching, the Run Back from way back in the day, you know? So like that's why their freedom of not having to hyper focus Marvel vs. Capcom commentary exclusively the whole time makes that way more enjoyable. It makes it feel way more natural, you know? So anyway, like there's a rhyme and a reason to this shit. Like why the environment just feels like better, you know?
And now you guys are like, y'all at the creme de la creme.
Tasty was that guy being like, yo, this anime game is sick, dude. You gotta get the Korean soundtrack of this old game.
I was literally gonna bring that up.
And now it's gotten way better. Because now they just get to vibe. Instead of like hovering around game commentary talking about the players for like way longer, then they're just cooked on every conversation. Now it's way cooler because they're talking about like Korean Guilty Gear and stuff like that. Now they can like roam, talk about anything because we just need to fill fucking time, dude.
Stuff that they've definitely added to this game over the years that has made it so much more enjoyable.
Steve,
Not saying it wasn't enjoyable first.
tell us about all your bracelets. You know, what the hell? Where'd you get this one? Like that kind of stuff. We don't need to just talk about Daru's Ino for the next like 45 minutes. Talk to me. Where'd you get that one? Where's that one come from? You know?
Right? Like that's the cool thing. You can play Strive obviously very easily. You can play Exert very easily. You can play Plus R AC very easily. Like the game is easy to access because you can play all these different versions with rollback whenever you want. It's really, really awesome.
Super sick.
That doesn't work for League of Legends because the games are 30 minutes built, but for fighting games, there's a lot of dead time. Yeah, exactly, dude. It's rough.
It definitely brings in different styles of players depending on which iteration of Guilty Gear it is. So I'm really glad that Arxis went back and made sure all of them are properly supported online.
It's really cool. Dude, they added rollback to AC.
They added replay takeover, bro.
They paved the way, dog. They was like, no, we want y'all to see how well it's go. The 15
Bro, we were in the dark age. You have to understand, we were in the dark
Chat.
ages trying to play this game online.
Yeah.
And I was out there.
Follow me here. Wasn't the same French dev team that I think it was a French dev team that put those aspects back into Accent Core Plus R and like Rev 2?
We were marching with our flag.
Did they not get hired by SNK to work on Fatal Fury and its netcode? I forget what that developer's name is, but they're the guys that kind of made rollback work in those older Arc System Works games. No, it's not Code Mystics. It's like a small team. And I think they helped out. It's not Code Mystics, chat. No. Code Mystics did not do Accent Core Plus R, and they did not do Rev 2.
Yeah. And there's lots of cool games here, lots of side turns here. There's a lot of
It's like an overseas team that did it. So I think it's in France, but I don't even know if they have the name. Long story short, I think they were the ones that helped out SNK with Fatal Fury's netcode, because Fatal Fury's netcode is actually very good.
So sometimes you want to get people out there, but also sometimes you got to look back at the bracket and be like, yo, damn, that was crazy. Who beat who? Man, I just found out Brown Man, a commentator brethren, took out some of the
Code Mystic retroactively worked on Samurai Showdown.
Yo, just those kind of things you miss while you're out working, while you're out doing other stuff as well.
I didn't get to see any of Gobo's Venom, right? Gobo's Venom is one of the highlights of this tournament, getting 9th place. So, yeah, I want to go home and watch that boy cook. Oh, speaking of which, while we have some downtime here, I forgot, I wanted to bring this point up.
I don't have a tracksuit, chat.
I feel like Gobo is like one of the only players
Ain't got no
that I ever
tracksuit.
thought of with
Chill.
like not the best results in the game, but I still consider him maybe the greatest player in the game of all time.
I like the way you described this.
You know what I mean? Like usually when you think of somebody that's the greatest player of a certain game, they usually have the accolades, like crazy accolades, right? Evo champion, World Tour champion, whatever it may be, multi-time major champion. Gobo has a couple of big wins, but for the most part, he doesn't. But the way he's expressed himself and paved the way for so many characters in this game, it's hard for me to say anybody's ever better than him at this.
Bro, he's Picasso.
Yeah, Team French Caliburst.
He shapes he molds the meta a lot.
It's the group that handled the rollback update for Accent Core Plus R.
Their approach of these new characters off of how Gobo plays.
And apparently somebody was a consultant on City of the Wolves. Yeah.
Like we were
Yeah. That's great.
This man was teaching us how to
because they knew
so definitely big ups to Gobo. Wish we could have saw the Venom top.
They knew what they were doing.
As mentioned earlier, the Japanese streams have had so many qualifying matches. So all
Team French Caliburst adds revolutionary tools to Guilty Gear Accent Core Plus R. And they, I'm pretty sure, oh, it is Fix Me Steve.
Venom on there, and also
yeah, it is.
There's tons of replays.
Yeah, it's this guy. I follow him.
Good. I always turn on like some replay when I'm going to bed, some game. watch Drive or Street Fighter or whatever I'm feeling like watching Xiaohai beat everybody with Hotaru
Yeah.
for 6 hours in a VOD. You know, I just like turn on something, and Gobo Venom is in something I
Yeah,
watch a lot.
there we go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And of course, the Evo event.
Marvels of Aether 2, Xrd Rev 2 rollback, Accent Core.
Has a bunch of recaps
Yeah.
going during the daylight hours. It's a
Yeah, these were the guys that made that work.
US. I don't know what time it is, but good luck. That was me doing the Capcom Cover stream from 7 p.m. till 4 a.m. every day. Yeah, it was
And I feel like you got a pretty structured sleep schedule. So like for you to mess it up with that.
Don't let that fool you, bro. It be late night gaming, and
he degenerate. Don't get me wrong.
I'll be like, bro, I'll be running into him like online
Cool.
on rank.
But I feel like he's
What about him?
He is.
They helped on Fatal Fury's netcode. Fatal Fury's netcode online functionality is very good. Like that game has easily the best netcode of any SNK game by a fucking country mile. I'm watching dudes in East Coast US playing against fools in Korea. And they're playing good matches. Like, it's like, oh shit, this works, bro. This actually works. So, yeah, it's cool. Because the reason was they were talking about the Accent Core Plus R update, and I'm like, I think those devs got bigger gigs recently. Accent Core netcode came first. Yeah. Dude, can we get these guys on Marvel 3? Triple clap. Can we get these dudes on Marvel vs. Capcom 3?
We all know that.
Shout out Santos.
Please?
Oh my god.
Make that happen. Can I just clap that shit into existence? Yo, Mitochondrian Salat, thank you.
Difficulties in the losers finals that prevented like direct feed stream wise, so they're still working on that right now. We're trying to get it all prim and proper before this grand finals, and we're gonna see now. It's gonna affect the players a little bit too, man. It's gonna break up the momentum a little bit.
Marvel 3's empty framework, it is, yes.
Especially with the tempo that they play at.
It would be challenging, but also so would have Accent Core. You know, granted, that was a 2D game. It's a bit different.
I mixed them. I'm pretty sure.
I know he at least got mixed.
Yeah.
John the 10 has a very active Patreon where he's also offering coaching. One of the finest coaches in the business has coached a lot of the top level Guilty Gear players have gone to him, whether it be Slash, Red Ditto. A lot of top players have gone to him, and actually Nitro as well, another Evo champion, have actually gotten coaching from Jonathan Tene. So big ups, always want to shout out the boy.
Oh man, that's really cool, man.
I think he was restreaming earlier. There's a lot of Evo co-streams. I'm pretty sure he was doing it. I don't know if he must be still live. He's committed. I'm sure.
I mean, that had to be like the last losers final set. That was a wire. You know, it got me wired.
Dude, I didn't want to say it, but now I'm gonna say it. That's what I was. When y'all was talking, I was like, that last set was crazy as hell. That last set was crazy as hell, bro.
Oh man, yeah, incredible performances. I mean, that both the winners finals and losers finals were some of the best sets I've seen from any fighting game this weekend.
Zappa and Plus R was a pain in the ass to get right with his rollback because his RNG.
This is the first tournament.
Oh fuck.
Guilty Gear Strive of the year. We got characters.
Oh fuck, you're right. Because you have to sync state on each person's local machine. So if you have a random element.
No, you cool? You don't want to come over, Justin? No.
Dude, if you have a random mechanic on a character on each character's system trying to sync state, oh, how the fuck did they figure that out? That's some netcode wizardry. That's terrifying, dude. Random elements with rollback, so the game has to always stay in sync, and both players' machines have to sync the same state.
I saw Vicious's tweet. He was just like,
so that it easily could desync because one person's character could not get the random thing to land on the same as the other ones.
You can't expect to go off. I mean, Justin is definitely one of those. You know, he's
just make fake randomness. Yeah, I mean, but at that point you change the character, right?
You know what was cool though, seeing Justin, like that's definitely
at some point players will figure that shit out.
Fighting game Justin and then like old school fighting game Justin, right? Like just the way he moves about it and the aura he plays with is very different. But of course, this was a highlight.
You'd never be able to tell. Yeah, if it was like really random. Like really random fake randomness where it's almost actually, you know, that's true. There's no true randomness in a lot of old games either. It mostly brings it down to like a small amount of options. Pseudo random is usually better than actual random because real randomness sucks because you can get the same thing twice, you know, or 3 times, which is actually random.
It's so simple.
Nobody wants an actual, you know, random, like when you're listening to a playlist. You don't want it to be actually random, dude. No, you want shuffled.
From Red Ditto. I'm excited to see it. Of course, it looks like Daru's still remaining loose a little bit as well, right? Always a loose fella in general.
He's always chilling.
Yeah, that's a good point. Because you can, it's just numbers, right? And if they follow, like numbers, like so many of them, and you have like 100, then you're not seeing all of them.
Yeah,
like,
he goes everywhere.
He goes everywhere. Frosty, I see this dude so much, and
And you can just make the numbers rotate, you know?
Like, what else could you ask for?
Yeah, I see what you mean.
100%.
You just make it
looks like
random, quote unquote.
He hit him with the big O.
House. He hit him with the
big
house.
O, yeah.
You ready to go home? Home?
House?
Home?
Oh my goodness gracious. All right, yes, it looks like the technical difficulties, have been ironed out, unlike my speech.
It's time. We're going to jump in there, of course. And we mentioned this is the final game of the day, final set of Evo on our Saturday here. Tomorrow's going to be closing.
Yeah, that was a crazy long break because they had capture problems.
Saturday closer, final set of the evening here. Grand finals, Daru on winner's side of the bracket up against the Arc World Tour champion from Southern California, Red Ditto in loser side.
And again, this is all for a spot at the Arc World Tour Finals 2026 in Seoul, South Korea. See if Daru can confirm that spot for himself, or if Red Ditto is going to try to go back-to-back eventually.
These last two characters you're going to see today, one of them is going to be a champion. It's going to be an Eno or it's going to be a Ramlathar. Don't get knocked down, because I'm telling you, you might stay there. Here we go, though. Game 1, Grand Finals. Let's rock.
That was beast.
It's time. Time to guess. And time to see who's going to get this offense going first. Burst into the corner. Bad spot for Daru early.
The timing on that big stroke, right? Making sure he bursts after he passed him to get the corner, but nonetheless now Daru responding with his own burst. Oh, and then beating him to the punch with the stroke, the big tree.
Mashing on that 2S. Maybe was looking for MLA and tried 6B or something. Gets counter hit by the stroke. Early knockdown. This round is looking like a bit of a wash for Red Ditto. We'll have to see if he's got anything in the tank.
Ooh, stroke the big tree.
One more again.
And more of the same. This is the thing. Ditto has not been able, against everybody else, his neutral has been impeccable, right? We talked about this a lot at Arc World Tour Finals, especially in that set against Rang that he had, right? Where he was like really, really good at controlling even scary characters like Old Lewis. But against Daru so far, he's had a lot of problems.
Found a 5-age, blew away the no pressure. Really smart from Red Ditto. He's got to find these answers, right? I definitely think what you said was true about 10A. Maybe he's sending him some messages.
Bro, the fact that in the corner, my man Red Ditto did duck while that air dash was happening from Eno, my man's brave. My man is brave.
And confident as well.
The flag shield works out. Wow!
Oh, that was sick as hell.
The slingshot, and this time gets to throw. Daru tech that last time. Air dashes in. Keeps the pressure very safe. He's respecting the meter.
I like that double jump just to avoid the air throw.
Crashing him into the corner, and he stripped the burst there, so Daru doesn't have burst until right now. Fuzzied. And there's the burst on the 2H. Good timing.
Favorites are just setting the sword down to stop the hover dash.
I feel like that's the first time he's went to the fuzzy option today, if I'm not
These games characters remind you of Darkstalkers, like mild Darkstalkers. Eno could really fit in Darkstalkers. Darkstalkers is much more cartoony than Guilty Gear ever has been. Even like the older Guilty Gears and shit, where they were just strictly 2D. Darkstalkers is much more goofy and cartoony.
That's what I mean. Like, how is he so brave?
It's close. Don't get me wrong. It's close.
And Red Ditto, I mean, he got a long way to go here. Tension as well. That was cheap.
Guilty Gear's a bit more edgy.
Well, I wonder if there's an issue.
A little bit.
It seems like Ditto didn't do anything but stand FD.
But not by a lot.
Seeing that twice in a row makes me think there's some kind of issue maybe with his controller or something like that.
Oh, and it looks like we have a screen freeze as well. Yeah, we're going back to the character select. Looks like you're correct. Same
pad issue. It looks like maybe or something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Darkstalkers is like no shit Looney Tunes. Like
whatever's happening up there on the stage.
Does Red Ditto play? He play pad?
He plays pad.
Okay.
Hey, boys. DualSense?
Pretty sure.
DualSense?
Yeah, DualSense gamer.
DualSense gamer. So yeah, once again,
like Morgan is a legit Looney Tunes character.
Yeah, that was definitely uncharacteristic, right?
Like,
we don't just see him.
Look at this shit, dude.
Like that. So, and then the fact that it was actually
What the
followed up
fuck?
with the same thing definitely indicates a problem.
Yep. But they're on top of it right now, trying to make sure these guys are actually all set and signed up and making sure their controller's working properly.
Yes, indeed, man. It has been a hell of a ride here for Evo Japan. I love that they keep the trophy right there as well, easily accessible for the champion.
You can see, you literally look to the left, you're like, damn, that might or might not be mine.
That's facts. Can't help yourself sometimes, right? Like as soon as you see it, you start thinking, start getting the expectations. It's very dangerous.
Dar's 2 games away. You know, that's in the back of his mind right there.
Yeah, so
we'll probably see if his buttons are working. Controller looks fine.
Yeah, definitely. I assume he's probably going to take some time as well, just to
Bro,
mess
what the
around
hell?
in game a little bit, make sure there's no
Google Chrome.
business happening. But yes, we are back at it.
Like,
we're just keeping an eye out. We're peeping. We're
Just
like
making sure.
we're rubbernecking right now.
this shit.
Trying to see what's going on.
It's fucking Looney Tunes, man.
What's
Yeah,
the hold up over there? Slowing down traffic for everyone.
What the fuck is the Lilith one?
And I'm like, bro, y'all just looking at somebody.
What
get
is the
pulled over,
Lilith
like,
one,
anything
bro?
Crazy? Come on, dog.
Oh man,
That's
the
Looney
crowd
Tunes.
filled out like crazy here at Evo Japan. Oh my gosh.
There's a lot of people here trying to watch this. Dude, getting to watch any of the semis earlier, it's just
Thank you, Red Shell.
pressed like the spots down there on the semi stage when I was trying to watch Strive and I was trying to watch Street Fighter semis and Tekken. All 3 of them were at the same time. Watching those games, there's so many people. I like couldn't find a spot to watch it. There's just, people are packed in trying to see it.
You literally couldn't. I might as well just go to the back and wait. Cause
I was watching on my phone.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to say. Just turn the stream on at that point, bro. Like,
there's so many people back there. Everybody's packed in trying to watch it. So,
but I do love that feel, though. I do love when I go, I'm like, man, it's so packed I can't even stand over there.
Yep.
Damn it, that's sick. All right, I'm going to go somewhere else.
yeah, wading through the pools areas, there's like so many people as well. All right, looks like they're back in.
Here we go.
right there. Oh, slamming the guitar. That's how we start the show.
Yo, the Fooly Coolie, though.
The 5H round start. What a choice. Wow, what a 5K. Beating the HCL there. He can wall break here, and he's choosing to.
He's definitely a master of 5K juggles.
He's using it to check the air dash early, too. So now you're going to second guess just starting off that dash.
That's messed up, man. She just gets to steal the corner like that. Rock to break the wall. One guess away. Daru on chip now.
How much magic you got in that pixel, Daru?
Oh,
wait a minute.
Knew you were going to press it. Use the super because you can't take it with you to the next round. YRC, stroke the big tree. Oh,
wait, he's got to guess if he baits a YRC, and I think Daru was scheming on it. I think he was looking for some kind of YRC or deflect shield.
100%. Great job from Red Ditto recognizing that himself and just going with the throw. 6P to be one of the far swords as well. Daru's playing around the normal so well.
Nice blocks, and then gets hit low that time, but a little delay timing. Daru's mix-ups always so conscious around the fuzzies that you're looking for, right? And knows how to structure his offense around it.
Crashing out, chat.
You walking for a frame or two, right?
We've been here for a while.
So good at manipulating the opponent, and then again, right there, same thing.
Yeah, and I love Red Ditto not bursting there, knowing that the round, pretty unlikely for him to make anything happen, so down to just hold that.
Yeah, that was a good call. That was a good call. Hold the burst, go to the next round.
Oh,
controller issue again?
Looks and looking like it.
Oh man, something happening up there.
Yeah.
He just uses a regular. He just uses a regular DualSense, yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
So yeah, we might need like a system switch out, a restart. Because yeah, I mean, it might not just be like his controller.
Yeah, it might
at this
not be,
point, you know, it might be something to do with the console getting a little bit, you know, just for whatever reason.
Yeah, especially given that he is up around. I wonder if that's going to be the round there for Daru as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm a little afraid of.
If that's the round, then that's 2-0 just like that.
Yep. PS5.
So yeah, we're going to see maybe switch out a console, maybe switch out a pad. We're going to find out here shortly, I'm sure.
I'm sure that's a Google Translate on the phone.
Right.
Trying to get everything sorted out. It's a shame there, too, for Ditto, because he was really scrapping in that situation and having control issues. You hate to see it. Not the only tournament, not even the only Evo where we've seen people have famous controller issues in grand finals. The 2015 Evo is the one everybody always strikes back or thinks about. Back there, the Momochi versus GamerB set. I remember being in the crowd, the drama. I was like four rows away from the stage or something, and I remember being in the crowd, 2015 Evo, the drama of just the controller disconnecting, people just screaming, running up and down the aisles, just like, oh man.
It was like a game of telephone where you heard something happen from the stage, and then by the time it got to the back, like, it's, oh my God, he hit him with the stick, and you can't believe he's bleeding all over the place. Like, what just happened?
What happened? What did I miss?
Oh man, it was just the emotion, the tension, everybody just, the collective gasp. Yeah.
What's going on?
It's like being there.
Console's acting weird. Gameplay capture's acting weird.
Somebody takes a picture.
Something's acting weird.
You'll believe it's from any time period.
They revealed the stick to be the evil twin, Gamer B's mom.
That's not his stick. You said the burst bar is her mom? That's crazy.
That's how it happens, dude.
Was
Episode 3, Guilty Gear Strive.
Shut up.
Dual rulers. Gotta check it out.
JBV.
JBV.
I'm gonna go brush my teeth, Chad, so I can go straight to bed.
Check it out, Steve. JBV.
If I ever play D&D again, I'm making a
Any plans for Rate the Super for Jump Force? Yes, Google it. Let's go to YouTube and type Rate the Super Jump Force.
I promise you.
You'll get a very engaging video.
So tomorrow you're gonna see him again.
Yeah.
Oh damn, that's not possible. Well, after this event,
bro, I'm coming in hot. Steve, on episode 6, did you see it?
He's like, I'm coming tomorrow. Oh, like, oh yeah, you're right. I forgot. I meant after the tournament itself. That's what I meant. Oh man.
I expect a ride.
Bruh.
I've seen it.
I'm actually using the homies Crunchyroll, bro. So it's cool. I'll take that. I need to, bro. I'm in trouble.
Yeah, you just.
Like, what?
Wait, is that like, we can't?
What does that have to do with anything, though?
Man, they won't know.
His homie is Tasty Steve.
That's me.
Hey, you know,
it's my alter ego.
Oishi Steve.
Crunchyroll, I did an interview with him, and I told him I was watching Evangelion for the first time, and it was that collective gasp, like the stick situation.
Oh yeah.
Like, oh my God, yeah, because I guess everybody has seen Evangelion already.
I mean, it's one of them. I feel like.
Have you seen it?
I feel like you would really like Evangelion. I feel like that was something.
Yeah, I gotta
really
go
like.
finish it. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I haven't finished it yet, but man, yeah,
I watched it on my own Crunchyroll.
As Steve did.
Yeah. I did too.
But yeah,
I also have the DVD, so there you go.
That's real. That's for sure.
Did they swap out the PS5 in the back? I wasn't paying attention.
Radio Eva pop-up in Shibuya Park.
They swap out the whole goddamn system?
My first day here, I bought a couple of. My first thing is an Evangelion shirt that and no one knows.
Is that what just happened?
Yeah, it looks cool.
Yeah, they have a lot of cool stuff. I don't know who does their stuff, but they actually.
I don't know.
Make
they were cool.
Really cool clothes.
I'm gonna go get some nuts.
We were like walking the mall, and then we were shopping, and Saikuno was like, "What? There's a pop-up for Evangelion," and he like bought like 5 things. I was just like,
"Bro, you know what else is in there that I went to and I spent way too much money in? The Samurai. It's the Samurai Champloo store that was on the top floor.
Yeah.
Bro, I bought like 5 vinyls, 3 shirts, cup holders.
We were trying to convince Sherry to buy a tent.
I know exactly what you're talking about. They got like an outdoor display, and it's literally made to look like a campsite.
We walked in and we were like, "Wow, that's a cool tent." She's like, "Are you kidding me? This it's got a mud room. It's seat." She's like, "It sleeps 6, and it's a Japan 6. Like, it's a real 6. In America, if it says it sleeps 6, it actually sleeps 4.
Right.
And like, not only that, but you have space here for that." And I was like, "Sherry, why are you selling me a tent? I'm not gonna go outside."
She was turned up on that Tully's, bro.
That's what I'm saying. I was like, "Chill, man." Like, and then we were trying to convince her to buy. It was a Golden Week sale, and we were like trying to convince her to buy a tent.
Sherry, it's got an upstairs and a bathroom. Like, what, in a tent? I'm down.
It's a 4-bedroom, 3 bath, and I was like, "It's a tent. Like, how is this possible?"
Oh man. But yeah, Guilty Gear Anime out
now on
Crunchyroll.
I have to watch
How many episodes are out now?
It's either 5 or 6.
Okay, so plenty to catch up on as well. Definitely a good look.
Yeah, you can actually catch up before it ends.
When does
I think there's 8 episodes.
That sounds about right to me.
Yeah, I think there's 8 episodes.
What's crazy is like, and I know it's like a long-going joke that like that Guilty Gear Anime is supposed to be come out for like 20 years now. I remember they had like the original anime teaser on like Guilty Gear XX, and we talked about it for like 15 years, and it never came out, and now they have it. So
you gotta watch it. You gotta watch it, man.
So it's actually crazy.
You're literally like the target audience for it.
100%.
Yeah, you're like the actual. When I thought about it, I was like, the person who has to have seen it is Steve.
You know what's crazy? I was over at the booth, and I was like, "Oh, they're advertising the anime. I can't wait for this to come out." They had the flyers at the booth, and I literally did not know that it was out. That's crazy. That's crazy.
That's good stuff right there. I gotta admit, that's good stuff.
Do you remember what I spoiled?
I do.
You're putting it out of your brain.
I do,
Oh,
and
okay.
I'm trying to.
It's okay. You're a Guilty Gear fan, so you will I knew what I knew when I watched the first episode. You'll see what I mean.
Okay.
I made some.
I feel bad for all you Americans having to stay up all night for this.
Judgments immediately.
It's only 4:45 a.m.
Korean AC soundtrack, Steve.
Mine?
Yeah.
Seizures. It's the Zappa theme.
Oh,
of course.
Okay, besides the Zappa theme.
Besides the Zappa theme?
Yes.
It's Empress of the Underworld.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a good one. Whose is that?
It's
Millions? Millions,
Yeah,
right?
he says it like I know. That's like when the patch notes got all the move names in like Japanese, and I'm like, can we get a notation?
Yeah.
Can I get a
7:45? Y'all are in Tomorrowland.
236 S.
Torp, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you. Slugs, thanks for the 63 months. Thanks for the 66, Torp.
Yeah, the Uno theme's good.
Midnight Carnival or something like that. Oh, that's the
That's
Japanese
the
one, right?
the regular one.
Super sick one as well. I'm partial to. I think my top 3 are of course the Eddie theme though. But besides the Eddie theme,
the Eddie theme's really good.
Yeah, the Eddie theme is really good. Dimensional, right? Yeah.
It's so good. It's so good.
7:45 is like the sun is up, bitch. You're living in the next day.
The main.
I'm still in the previous day.
It's so good. It's so good.
Ain't no sun.
For the main theme, I really like Bridget, Slayer, and
Slayer's is ridiculous.
I think the best one is Justice. Justice theme is really good.
I've never heard anybody say that.
I love the Justice theme in that.
You know who's is sick? I think it's called Ricochet, and it's Bikins.
Yes, it is. It is Bikins. Yeah.
So good. Oh my God, it's so good.
In the anime.
Really. I swear to God, I'm gonna flip this chair over. I swear to God, dude. Oh my God. Yo, if you've watched it in the chat, don't say anything. This is why I don't talk about the stuff that I haven't seen on the internet.
Yeah.
I never even say that I'm gonna watch it, because if you get people who are like, "Oh, Steve, you want to watch this thing?" Well, do you know in episode 4 they hit they'll DM
Yeah, but
you.
I like don't ever spoil anything.
That's
I just
true.
cannot believe that you hadn't watched.
As you know, I literally did not know it was out.
That is unreal.
I picked up the flyer at the.
We did the Expedition 33 review. We did many hours
I was
ago.
like, damn, I can't wait for this to come out. I swear to God, that's what happened, dude. It's so funny.
Clown, bro. I'm weak.
And then you were getting spoiled at the booth by watching the Unico footage.
Dude, I
didn't even
shut
realize
up.
it.
Yeah.
Shut up.
You're doing it to yourself. She's so cool.
Oh man.
She is really cool. The bike is also the weapon.
That
That's
is
crazy.
wild. They've done some crazy things with weapons in Guilty Gear, you know, a weapon out of a lighter and whatnot, but you ride your weapon, different. That's
I
different.
like when you play her too. The cool thing is when I was playing her at the booth, she feels like she's dragging it. Kind of like how Abba is in this game.
Okay.
Where like, you know, like the key is so heavy that she's like, you can tell her movement in the air feels really heavy. Because she has like this big old weapon, but then her ground movement is like pretty fast actually. So
That's tight.
yeah, she feels really cool.
They're building a new PS5 from scratch.
Yeah, you really feel like a character, like specific movement things. And
They
like
got the
like
raw
Evo
materials.
Japan from back in the
They
day.
made the silicon.
Shaking the screen when he, yeah.
Like you know you're playing with.
We have to go back.
I mimic the walk like that, but you guys know what you guys got it. Oh man, but also like one of my favorite things about her is that she feels like a brand new. Like Guilty Gear character. There's nothing like borrowed, and it's always kind of felt that way with Guilty Gear.
Yeah.
She feels like a next generation, brand new Guilty Gear character. Can't wait to find out who she is.
Me too. Can't wait either. The cool thing too, you know, one thing about this is like there's so many cool character designs over the many iterations of Gear, but to me, I think the coolest fighting game character design in like the last decade to me is Gold Lewis.
Red Ditto tweeted that the PlayStation 5 melted his converter.
The way the behemoths work is just one of the coolest things in any fighting game to me.
I mean, it's been such a staple of like Gear, like Guilty Gear over the years to have these very specific. I mean, the way Slayer was introduced, Bridget's movement with the yo-yo. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's so many different things. I mean, even like the way Zato is played, where you're this puppet character that you literally have to keep track of the entire time. Him having a fly, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's so many things that they've added to the game, characters specifically, that make these characters their own, man. And I think that's the beauty of anime games, because they really have so much personality.
Time to buy a PS5 Pro.
And to me, one of the beauties about Guilty Gear specifically is that they're never afraid to go full with it.
They don't shy
Zato
away.
is the puppet character.
Yes.
He offers the most control over the puppet out of any other puppet character in any other fighting game.
Facts.
Gold Lewis, they went all the way in, right? Like whatever.
Yes.
How many Behemoth Typhoons does he have?
Eight Behemoth Typhoons.
Like, they go all in, and I love that about Guilty.
And that was the PS5 Pros too? Time to buy 2 PS5 Pros.
Translate to that vibe as well.
I mean,
Is Sony a sponsor?
one of the things that's been a big thing about Guilty Gear
Sony runs Evo.
bringing back old characters.
They like own
The
it.
system of the game is so different that you
So,
have to change these characters to some degree. That's why it's super
Are they a
sick
sponsor?
that Venom is back and he's an active.
No.
With the,
Wow.
see that?
They own it.
Look right there.
Whoa. That
see-
is sick.
You see that? You guys can't see it because
There's
it's
a
off.
Unica cosplayer.
Yeah, it's actually sick, and she has the giant sword
got a
slash
giant
bike.
sword.
It's actually crazy. But yeah, like even characters like Venom, right? Like super creative. Set up your own, make your own setup, kind of create your own play style character, and they still brought him back with new ways to play. Robo Kai being there as well. Like
That was really funny.
I love that kind of stuff, man.
Yeah, they got tired of bacon breads. They're like, we gotta go kick some ass.
That's how it goes.
Oh, man. Hopefully everybody at home is enjoying. Obviously, like we said before, man, there's been some technical difficulties. This time mostly on the side of a controller. Hopefully Red Ditto gets it figured out because he's been having a few issues. I don't know what the count is going to be because we've already talked about how he had that first one.
What's causing shit to melt? So the USB slots on PS5s get really hot.
Lose a side, so that means he's got to win.
Like really hot.
Reset and then win, but you got to reset after not losing 2 games. Going
So.
And yeah, that's
and having a big pause.
Having
break and then having the feeling like
having a like Brook converter, which lets you use your controller on the system.
well, that kind of stuff is hard to deal with.
That's the part that I really like. That I think sucks is that
Super
that's
hot.
probably going to be in the back of his mind, right? Because I think Red Ditto is such a composed competitor that even a big pause like this, he's one of the best players in that situation, I feel like. But having that in the back of your head, I think it's going to be a bit of a handicap, I think.
Yeah, they say icing players is a thing, right? Like you can kind of like stall it out, but on this side of it, like it kind of like stalls out both people. And it kind of like puts
The whole system gets hot. The Ethernet ports are a problem too.
Right. I lost the game because of the technical difficulties. So.
Yeah, I had somebody that I knew, their Ethernet port died on their PS5.
The controller thing makes me doubt it a little bit, unfortunately.
Daru's looking on fire too.
Yeah. And just, in general, how well Daru has played again, like we said, hasn't dropped the game in top 8 yet. Man, dude has been ridiculous from start to finish. Obviously fighting for a spot in his home country as well. So there's an extra added motivation for that. Man, oh man.
Yeah, not an easy thing to go through, man. I'm not sure, like you said, what, 3rd most entrants here for Evo Japan?
Yeah, that sounds right to me.
And it's not really, I'm going to tell you right now, I said it at the top of the broadcast. The fact is, this is the anime gaming mecca, bro. Like, you playing anime games, you're good.
Yeah, Steve's PS5. There was Steve's PS5. Yeah. His Ethernet port and his Ethernet port and his fucking
they call it like the esports holy land, right? Like, of course, it's been
Wi-Fi was acting mad weird.
Championships and whatnot.
Was acting mad weird on his PS5. Getting a ton of errors and shit.
Tekken's been one of the only places where we've seen a lot of Korea tournaments being held, but it looks like we just got info that we're going to be restarting soon, and the count is going to be 1-1. I believe they're going to be starting with Max Gage, if I heard correctly.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Interesting. Okay.
Well, that's
Colonel
good.
Mustard in a ballroom.
With the pipe.
Yeah.
If it gets too hot, it disables your Ethernet port completely. Jesus, bro. Jesus.
That's not too bad. That's not too bad because, like you said, I was afraid that it was going to be like 2-1 or something like that. You know, so.
It would have been rough. Like putting Ditto
Are we saying that the Sony event doesn't have PS5s to spare? So his converter fried, as we understand it.
But still has to reset.
It probably caused a short on his converter
I'm assuming the
because it got too hot.
round count, not the game count.
So his ability to use his controller on the system is now compromised. They likely had to go to Arcade Shock or one of the vendors and be like, hey, do you guys have another converter or some shit? So they had to go hunt down another one so that he can even use his controller on the system.
So that's also like what it's like. Oh man, that trophy is sick. My eyes are. I might have to hit this Roto Z, guys.
Looks like the future right
Pass
there.
it on down if you got it.
I might have to. The wind is hitting me, you know.
Oh man, yo, you really got the Rotos on you?
Oh, you know.
Oh, my man don't mess around. I used to travel with those things all the time. Y'all call me crazy at first.
Legitimately pass him down already.
Okay, it's time. If I scream, that means it's working.
Exactly.
Actually, it's fun. I think I was about to say it's fun when it stings a
Yeah,
little bit.
if I scream, I'm sorry.
That's how you know it works.
That means I can see in 4K.
Exactly.
Yeah, hit them bad boys. Feel the power. Feel the power.
Hurts so good. My eyes. It hurt.
The look away thumbs up was my favorite for sure.
Let me get in there.
That Roto Z shit
we're passing
has a smell.
We're not even gonna be able to call the match.
All right. Those are eye drops that have smell.
Oh God! Hold it down, guys. Hold it down.
Those eye drops are like a perfume
He's letting him kill him. We're okay.
that you put in your eyes.
Other eye.
I did the other eye.
I did both already.
That doesn't. That's not a thing, dude.
It hurts so good though.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, I can see.
It hurts so good. Bro, these lights are bright as hell.
It's like
Bro, like these sticks is detailed as
I
hell.
want my breath to be better, so I'm gonna eat flowers.
Gold? Oh, damn, these sticks are crazy.
No, that's not how that works.
Yeah, indeed, as we talked about, right? Max gauge on both sides.
Oh God.
One up. Oh, Max
In
first,
fact,
right? Max
what
first,
was it?
Max on both sides.
I went to an eye doctor, right?
Finals here.
Because I had some dry eyes and shit. And then I'm like, so I'll just get some eye drops. She's like, no, don't just go get any eye drops. I'm like, what do you mean? They're like, you need to make sure whatever eye drops you get are actually good. It'll cost a little bit more because most eye drops are really bad for your eyes. And I'm like, oh shit. Okay. I actually have them right here. Fuck, dude.
Picking up right where he left off. Doesn't look like the
there it is.
momentum has
So yeah, she told me to only use this. If you ever use eye drops, only use this, is what she told me.
Oh yeah, and that 5
Cysteine, you know, because I stream for a long ass time. She said only use these, and there's like nothing in it. It's like super basic, but there's like a bunch of chemicals and shit and a lot of eye drops that are like really bad for your eyes. She says. Not an ad. Shut up.
That's exactly when you see it.
Yeah, so the eye drops have preservatives. That's what it was. They are literally designed to last longer, so they have preservatives and shit. And I think these have actually gone, these have actually gone bad. They only last like less than a year.
Bringing out whip punish afterwards. Doesn't get the full completion. Air to air is beautiful there from Red Ditto.
Yeah, it looked like Daru even trying to compensate for that deflection.
Kirkland eye drops.
Red Ditto still beating him to the button. Wow. Oh, stroke to avoid the sword toss. Immaculate.
Oh, wow. Tries to get out of there. Back dash gets caught as well. Daru, not taking off the gas in the slightest. And back to the other corner. You thought you were getting away?
Oh my. No. Was that stroke frame kill into the hump?
You can't even trust the eye drops. Bro, Skittles give you cancer. What the fuck?
Tournament point for Daru, just
Everything that was designed for mega profit is actually hella bad for you. Because they were saving money in whatever ways they could.
Well, chooses not to break the wall so that he can get the slump here and get the pressure after. Oh no. Walking him down. Back dash works out.
Gets the throw. What's going to happen? What a stand-up to make sure you get the
Skittles, you answer. It's the red.
Oh, no. It feels like yet another issue.
It's the red dye. It's the dyes. They're crazy bad for you.
Breaking away for this grand finals to play out.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Are they going to game? They look like they're game.
All right.
Okay.
The burst in.
Bro, this is cursed. This is the most cursed grand finals I think I've ever seen. I'm going to call it.
Breaks the glass. We're going somewhere else.
I'm going to call it.
Pack your bags.
Give me my space back. YRC on top of it. Daru here.
I think this is the most cursed grand finals I've ever seen. At least with everything else, like things got picked up and fixed relatively fast. These dudes are just trying to play. They just want it to be over.
One last chance. Oh my God.
Oh Jesus.
The 6P will come down. Defeats the Ascension button. Daru Ino qualifies into Arc World
He's so pissed.
and takes home the Evo Japan Guilty Gear Strive Championship. Man.
And the champion is crowned. Like we said before, he's going to be waiting at home for Arc World Tour to come full around the globe because he's already qualified. Daru Ino, one of the old mans of the game, a legacy player of my own. I have so much respect for him. Gonna be our first qualifier and our Evo Japan 2025 champion, Daru Ino.
And I feel like this has been a long time coming when it comes to Daru, right?
Yeah.
Like, he has definitely been one of those players that has been a fan favorite, has thought up to be one of the best players in the world for a long time, but hasn't quite had that major result that matches his status. And here he's finally achieved it with the Evo Japan title. Definitely big ups. Glad to see this man take some hardware home.
Yeah, man, I'm just really happy. I'm glad you brought that up, man. There's a lot of players out there that really don't even get that opportunity. And here you see this player who continues to travel around the world, constantly striving, no pun intended, to get those big W's and show just why he's one of the big names and one of the legacy players to talk about, you know?
Absolutely.
Nah, this shit sucks. Nah, this shit sucks, dude. That is the most cursed grand finals I have ever seen. Not okay. Like, major precautions need to be made for the future. That literally ruined it. Literally ruined it. That's bad, man.
The Arc World Tour sending him, whether it be the Hoop Squad sending him, but hopefully he stops
That
being
was
criminally
bad.
unsponsored and gets a real proper org behind him, because he damn well deserves.
I understand why. Apparently the systems, the PlayStation itself, has been having big issues where they're like overheating and shit. They're like frying people's controllers and stuff. So we just spent over an hour waiting for them to get the system back online and working. They replaced the system and it still had problems. It's like, what the fuck, dude? So yeah. Just on grand finals alone. No, it was happening earlier. There were some funky things happening before that. They were getting 2 grand finals trying to make sure it wasn't happening. Couldn't happen again. And then it happened again in grand finals. Multiple times. So yeah, it's pretty bad. Pretty bad. Anyway. Yeah, people have been bringing it up multiple times at the event. Several people. Since when? Because of an update. PS5s run really hot. The USB ports on PS5 run extremely hot. And when you have people constantly plugging and unplugging into the USB ports of a PS5, it's a hardware issue. Yeah. So it's kind of a normal thing. Now this is the first time it really has come to a head in a way that has substantially affected an event. And in the highest viewership regard, it happened during grand finals. The most important match was completely ruined pretty much because of it. There was no competitive integrity in the final match. Like, he still won. Can't deny it. He still won. Daru still won. But it sucks. Super sucks.
Welcome back to the stage of history.
Anyway. Bummer to end on that shit. That happened to Jabali multiple times at Gamescom last year. Yeah, I know. Jabali had a few stories about it too. Because everything's on PS5, you know? Anyway, we'll be back, chat. More finals tomorrow. Hopefully no more systems die. And we can actually watch things somewhat consistently. We'll be back. I'll let you guys know. Shine on. See you next time. Peace.
Go!